Hello there, and welcome to another episode of Insomniac's Law. Before we begin, I'm curious, what time is it where you are? Drop a comment and let me know which corner of the world you're tuning in from. If you're enjoying these bedtime tales, don't forget to subscribe to Insomniac's Law for more stories to keep you company during those sleepless nights. What if the person you're meant to be with has been crossing your path for years, connected by a pattern you've both been seeing but never understood? Let's find out. Natalie Carter didn't believe in signs. At 38, she'd constructed her life with the precision she brought to her architectural designs, clean lines, purposeful spaces, and absolutely no room for superstition. Her corner office overlooking Chicago's skyline was a testament to her rational approach to existence. 20 years of hard work had earned her a partnership at one of the city's most prestigious firms. She had a sleek downtown condo, a small circle of loyal friends, and enough frequent flyer miles to circumnavigate the globe 3 times over. What she didn't have was an explanation for the numbers. It started 3 months ago. She'd wake at night, inexplicably alert, eyes drawn to her bedside clock, 11:11. She'd check her phone during lunch, 11:11. Receipt totals, hotel room numbers, subway car identifiers, all 11 to 11 or some variation thereof. Even this morning her coffee had cost exactly 11 double. "You were just noticing it because you're looking for it," her assistant Marcos had said when she pointed out the barista's timestamp on her cup. "It's like when you buy a blue Honda and suddenly see blue Hondas everywhere, except Natalie wasn't looking for it. The numbers were finding her." She swiped through her emails, determined to focus on the Henderson proposal due tomorrow. The building was her most ambitious design yet, a sustainable mixed-use tower that would redefine the Chicago riverfront. Her thumb paused mid-scroll. The client's last message had arrived at 11:11 a.m. "Enough," she muttered, tossing her phone into a desk drawer. She needed fresh air. 15 minutes later, Natalie stood at the railing of the Michigan Avenue Bridge, watching tour boats slice through the river below. Chicago in October painted itself in gold and amber, the afternoon light refracting off glass towers like fragments of captured sun. She inhaled deeply, feeling the first real moment of peace she'd had in weeks. "Sorry," a voice said as someone bumped her shoulder, the contact brief but startling. She turned, catching only the retreating figure of a man, tall with dark hair curling against the collar of a worn leather jacket. He carried a camera bag slung across his back, his pace unhurried as he continued across the bridge. Something about his profile tugged at her memory, but before she could place it, her phone vibrated. Another email from Henderson. "Meeting moved to 11:11 tomorrow. Hope that works." Natalie laughed, a sound caught between amusement and surrender. Maybe Marcos was right. Maybe she was creating connections where none existed. But as she watched the stranger with the camera disappear into the crowd, an inexplicable feeling settled in her chest, as if she'd just missed something important. 2,000 miles away in Santa Fe, Jake Bennett framed the desert sunset through his viewfinder, capturing the moment the light transformed the mountains into silhouettes of deep purple. At 42, he'd built his reputation as a photographer who could find beauty in desolation. Empty landscapes, abandoned buildings, places where humanity had retreated, leaving only ghostly impressions behind. His phone buzzed. His agent, again. "Third call today." "Mira, I told you I'd have the portfolio ready by next week," he answered without preamble. "That's not why I'm calling," Mira's voice crackled through spotty reception. "Remember that teaching position at Columbia College? The one you said you weren't interested in?" Jake readjusted his tripod, watching the colours deepen over the mesa. "I'm still not interested." "Well, they're interested in you. Dean called personally, said they'd accommodate your travel schedule, let you structure the advanced photography seminar however you want." Mira paused. "It's in Chicago, Jake. You could have a home base again." "Home The word felt foreign after 15 years of perpetual motion. Airports, hotels, short-term rentals, the impermanence had suited him, until recently. "I'll think about it," he said, knowing Mira would hear the reluctance in his voice. "Do more than think. You've been wandering long enough, Jake. Even nomads need somewhere to return to." After they hung up, Jake checked his watch, a habit formed from years of calculating exposure times and golden hours. 11:11 p.m. Again. Every day for the past 3 months, the same numbers kept appearing. On hotel room doors, flight times, time stamps on his photographs. At first, he dismissed it as coincidence. Then it became unsettling. Lately, it had begun to feel like a countdown, or perhaps a summons. He'd never been superstitious, but his grandmother, with her Appalachian roots and belief in signs, would have had a field day with this one. "Universe doesn't waste time on coincidences," she would say. "It's trying to wake you up to something." In the darkening desert, with stars emerging overhead, Jake packed up his equipment and headed back to his rental car. Maybe it was time to wake up. Maybe Chicago was calling him home, though he couldn't remember when he'd started thinking of the city that way. He'd left at 22, diploma in hand, determined to see every hidden corner of the world. But lately his photographs had changed. The desolate beauty that had defined his work had shifted. His most recent images contained evidence of human presence, a forgotten glove on a park bench, footprints along a shoreline, lights in distant windows, as if he was no longer content with emptiness. Back at his rental, Jake scrolled through his calendar. A wildlife assignment in Montana next week, a magazine shoot in Vancouver after that. Then, nothing. An unusual blank space in a schedule he normally kept packed to avoid thinking too much. He opened his laptop and began typing an email to Mira. "Tell Columbia I'm interested. Available to start in January." Before he could reconsider, he sent it, then checked the timestamp on the outgoing message. 11:11 p.m. Natalie didn't remember her dreams often, but this one lingered like morning fog. She'd been standing on a bridge, not the Michigan Avenue Bridge, but somewhere coastal with salt air and gulls circling overhead. Someone stood at the opposite end, a figure she couldn't quite make out, but who seemed achingly familiar. Every time she took a step forward, the bridge lengthened, keeping them at the same distance. "We keep missing each other," the figure had called, voice carried on the wind. She woke with the words still echoing in her ears, a hollow feeling in her chest. Ridiculous, missing someone she'd never met. Her morning routine proceeded with mechanical precision, shower, coffee, news headlines. She'd just poured her second cup when her phone rang. Karen, her oldest friend from college. "You're never going to believe this," Karen said without preamble. "Remember Professor Hayward's special topic seminar our junior year? The one on urban development?" "Vaguely," Natalie replied, shuffling through papers for the Henderson meeting. "Why?" "I was going through old photos for Mom's 70th birthday slideshow, and I found our class picture. You won't believe who was sitting in the back row. Jake Bennett." "Who?" "Jake Bennett. The photographer, the one whose exhibition we saw last year at the Modern Wing. His work made you cry, Nat." Natalie paused. She remembered the exhibition, stark landscapes that somehow captured a profound sense of solitude without feeling empty. One photograph in particular had stopped her in her tracks. A single red door in an abandoned mining town, partially open, sunlight spilling through the crack like an invitation. "He was in our class? I don't remember him." Karen laughed. "Neither did I. But there he was in the back row, hiding behind that mop of curly hair. Anyway, I thought it was a weird coincidence because I just saw that he's going to be teaching at Columbia starting next semester. It was on their alumni newsletter." Something prickled at the back of Natalie's neck. "Columbia here in Chicago?" "Yeah. Crazy small world, right? Maybe you should look him up, reconnect. He's divorced according to that feature in Art News last month." "Sure. I'll just call up a famous photographer I don't remember meeting 20 years ago and asking him to coffee, Natalie said dryly. I'm sure that wouldn't be weird at all. After hanging up, she found herself Googling Jake Bennett. The image search loaded, and she nearly dropped her phone. The man from the bridge, the one who had bumped into her. His official portrait showed the same dark curls now streaked with silver at the temples, same thoughtful eyes, hazel with flecks of gold. A face that managed to look both weathered and youthful simultaneously. Coincidence, she told herself firmly. A city of 3 million people was bound to produce random encounters. But as she gathered her things for the Henderson meeting, her rational mind couldn't quite simulate the whisper that had followed her from her dream. We keep missing each other. The bookstore tucked between a vintage record shop and an artisanal bakery on North Dammon Avenue was Natalie's secret refuge. Carter & Sons booksellers had no relation to her family, just a serendipitous name match that had drawn her inside the first time. With its labyrinthine shelves and worn leather reading chairs, it offered sanctuary when her apartment felt too empty or her mind too full. Today she'd escaped here to avoid the November rain that had turned Chicago into a blur of grey. The forecast promised the first snow by evening. Unusually early, the meteorologist noted. Another aberration in a season that felt increasingly off-kilter. Like her life lately. The Henderson project was moving forward, but Natalie found herself distracted during meetings, her usually laser-focused mind wandering to impossible questions. Why did she keep seeing 11:11 everywhere? Why had a man she'd never met appeared in her dream? Why did she feel like she was waiting for something without knowing what it was? She ran her fingers along book spines, letting herself get lost in the architecture section. Her phone, set to silent, vibrated in her pocket. Karen again, with a link to an article about Jake Bennett's return to Chicago. Natalie ignored it. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the store into darkness. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice called out. "Looks like the storm knocked out power in the neighborhood. We have emergency lights coming on shortly. Please stay where you are." Natalie froze, suddenly disoriented in the familiar space turned foreign by darkness. She took a cautious step forward and collided with someone. Solid, warm, the scent of coffee and rain. "Sorry," a male voice said, hand steadying her shoulders. "Are you okay?" "Yes, The words died in her throat, replaced by a jolt of recognition. Not visual, she couldn't see his face in the darkness, but something deeper, as if her body remembered something her mind had forgotten. "We have to stop meeting like this," he said, humour warming his voice. "First the bridge, now here." So he had noticed her that day. Before she could respond, emergency lights blinked on, casting everything in a pale blue glow. The man standing before her was indeed Jake Bennett, looking more approachable in person than in his professional photographs. Worn jeans, a navy sweater with a hole in one elbow, glasses pushed up on his head. "You remember me?" she asked, suddenly aware of his hands still resting lightly on her shoulders. He dropped them quickly, looking embarrassed. "I noticed you that day on the bridge. You seemed, peaceful. I almost asked if I could photograph you, but that would have been weird." He extended his hand. "Jake Bennett. Natalie Carter." She accepted the handshake, trying to ignore the strange familiarity of his palm against hers. "Actually, I recently found out we were in the same class at Northwestern 20 years ago. Urban Development with Professor Hayward." His eyes widened. "No way! I barely attended that class. Always sat in the back." "And I was always in the front row," she said, smiling despite herself. "Ships passing in the night, I guess." The overhead lights suddenly blazed back to life, making them both blink. Around them, other customers resumed their browsing as if nothing unusual had occurred. But something had shifted. A door cracked open that Natalie hadn't realised was there. "Listen," Jake said, running a hand through his hair. "This might sound strange, but would you want to grab coffee?" I just moved back to Chicago after 15 years away and I could use a friendly face. Logic said to politely decline. She had meetings, deadlines, a carefully structured life that didn't include spontaneous coffee with strangers who weren't really strangers. I'd like that, she heard herself say. The coffee shop they chose was crowded with people escaping the rain, but they managed to find a small table by the window. Outside, water streamed down the glass, turning the world beyond into an impressionist painting. "So, an architect," Jake said, warming his hands around his mug. "Creating spaces for people to inhabit. That's pretty much the opposite of what I do. Capturing places people have left behind." "I've seen your work," Natalie admitted. "The exhibition at the Art Institute last year, the Abandoned Mining Town series." Something flickered across his face, pleasure, perhaps, or surprise. "What did you think?" "I thought they were beautiful, but sad, like you were documenting absence rather than presence." He studied her with newfound interest. "That's exactly what I was trying to convey. Most people just see pretty pictures of old buildings." "I'm not most people," she said, then felt immediately self-conscious. No, I can see that." His smile transformed his face, softening the angles. They talked easily, the way people do when discovering unexpected connections. Northwestern, it turned out, was just the beginning. They'd both spent a summer in Barcelona studying abroad, though different years. Both had briefly lived in New York, he in Brooklyn, she in the Village. Both had stood at the same outlook point in Kyoto, Japan, admiring the maple trees in autumn. "It's strange," Jake said after they'd exchanged these coincidences. "I feel like we should have met before now." "Maybe we did and forgot," Natalie suggested, only half joking. "I don't think I would have forgotten you." The directness of his gaze made her look away. Her phone buzzed with a calendar alert. A meeting in 30 minutes back at the office. Reality intruding. "I have to go," she said reluctantly, gathering her things. This was nice. "Can I see you again?" Jake asked, no pretense in his voice. "Maybe dinner this time?" She should say no. Her life was complicated enough without adding mysterious connections and unexplainable coincidences to the mix. But as she looked at him, this stranger who somehow didn't feel like a stranger, Natalie felt a certainty she couldn't explain. "Yes," she said simply. Outside, the rain had stopped, though clouds still hung heavy overhead. As they parted ways on the sidewalk, Jake turned back suddenly. "Natalie, this might sound odd, but have you been seeing 11:11 everywhere? On clocks, receipts, random places?" The question froze her in place. "How did you know that?" "Because it's been happening to me too, for about 3 months now." Before she could respond, snow began to fall, large, perfect flakes drifting between them like messengers from another world. They stood silently, watching winter arrive early, both understanding that something extraordinary had just begun. Natalie had never been the type to dive headfirst into relationships. She preferred to wade in slowly, testing the depth and temperature before committing herself to the current. Her marriage at 29 had followed nearly 2 years of dating. Even then, she had harboured doubts that manifested 3 years later as an amicable but necessary divorce. Since then, her relationships had been carefully managed affairs with clear boundaries and pragmatic expectations. Nothing in her experience had prepared her for Jake Bennett. 2 weeks after their coffee shop encounter, she found herself sitting across from him at a small Italian restaurant in Lincoln Park, marvelling at the ease between them. Tonight was their 4th dinner together, not counting the afternoon they'd spent wandering the Art Institute or the morning walking the lakefront despite the December chill. "I still don't understand why you left Chicago," she said, twirling linguine around her fork. "Most photographers would kill for your career trajectory, and this city has always had a vibrant art scene." Jake considered this, taking a sip of his wine. "I was running," he admitted. "My father died my senior year of college. Heart attack, completely unexpected. We weren't close. He was disappointed I chose photography over law, but his death untethered me somehow. He shrugged. So I left. Convinced myself I was pursuing my craft, but really, I was just avoiding standing still long enough to feel anything. The honesty in his voice resonated with something in Natalie. I understand avoidance strategies, she said quietly. After my divorce, I buried myself in work. Designed 3 award-winning buildings in 2 years, barely slept. Never processed what happened. My therapist called it achievement as anesthesia. And now? His eyes, warm in the candlelight, held genuine curiosity. Now I'm sitting in a restaurant with a man I barely know, talking about things I usually don't share until the 3rd month, not the 3rd date. She smiled to soften the observation. It's disconcerting. Good disconcerting or bad disconcerting? I haven't decided yet. Jake laughed, the sound rich and unguarded. Fair enough. He hesitated, then said, Can I show you something? You'll think I'm crazy, but it feels important. He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his photo gallery, and handed it to her. The image showed a New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square. Crowds in winter coats, confetti falling like snow. New Year's 2015, he explained. I was on assignment for National Geographic. Spent 4 hours in that crowd capturing the celebration. Okay, Natalie said, unsure what she was meant to see. Look at the right edge of the frame by the hot dog vendor. She zoomed in and her breath caught. There, partially turned away but unmistakable, was her own profile. Younger, with longer hair, wearing the red wool coat she'd loved, until it had finally worn out 2 years ago. That's me, she whispered. I was there with my college roommate. We decided on a whim to drive to New York for New Year's. We were literally 10 feet apart, Jake said softly. 8 years ago. Natalie stared at the photo, a strange vertigo washing over her. This could still be coincidence, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. There's more. Jake took the phone back, opened his notes app and began reading. October 18th, 2011. Lake Geneva. Small coffee shop near the water. Woman in blue sweater reading architecture magazine at corner table. Her hand trembled slightly as she set down her fork. I used to have a cottage in Lake Geneva. Spent every October there working on designs. August 3rd, 2017. Chicago O'Hare. Delayed flight to San Francisco. Woman sleeping against window in gate K12. Blueprint tube beside her. I was presenting at a sustainable design conference in San Francisco that year, she said, voice barely audible. Jake set down his phone. I kept these notes over the years, random observations, potential photograph subjects. Never took pictures of any of these women, just noticed them. It wasn't until I went through my old journals last week that I realised, I think they were all you, Natalie. The restaurant around them continued its symphony of clinking glasses and murmured conversations, but Natalie felt suspended in a pocket of impossible stillness. Logic and reason, her lifelong companions, offered no explanation for the evidence before her. What does it mean? She finally asked. I don't know. Jake reached across the table, his fingers lightly touching hers. But I think we've been orbiting each other for years, missing each other by minutes, sometimes seconds. Until now. She turned her hand over, allowing their palms to meet. Until now, he echoed. Later, standing outside her apartment building, snowflakes catching in her hair, Natalie made a decision that felt both reckless and inevitable. She kissed Jake Bennett under the golden glow of a street lamp, feeling a sense of homecoming so profound it brought tears to her eyes. When they finally broke apart, Jake looked down at his watch and smiled. 11:11 p.m, he whispered. Of course it is. Over the next month they pieced together their parallel lives like detectives, assembling evidence of a beautiful conspiracy. Each discovery, a concert they'd both attended in 2009, a delayed flight they'd shared without knowing in 2016, a comment from Karen that she'd actually tried to introduce them at a gallery opening 4 years ago, only to have Natalie leave early with a migraine, added to the growing certainty that something extraordinary was happening. Jake moved into a loft in Wicker Park, close enough to Columbia to commute easily when his teaching position began in January. Natalie helped him unpack, bemused by his minimalist possessions, mostly camera equipment and books, after years of transient living. "You know what's strange?" she said one evening as they sorted through his collection of photography volumes. "I don't see 1111 anywhere anymore, not since we started dating." Jake looked up from the shelf he was organising. "Just once after our first kiss. It's like it served its purpose." "Which was what? To get us to notice each other?" "Maybe." He sat beside her on the floor, their backs against the couch. "Or maybe to get us to notice patterns, to pay attention." Natalie leaned her head against his shoulder, allowing herself to accept what still seemed impossible by any rational measure. "My grandmother would have called it fate." "And what do you call it?" "I don't know, but I'm glad for it, whatever it is." On New Year's Eve, they stood on Natalie's balcony watching fireworks bloom over the lake. Jake's arm wrapped around her waist, his warmth a shield against the winter night. "I have something for you," he said, pulling a small wrapped package from his pocket. Inside, Natalie found a silver pendant, a delicate clock face with the hands permanently fixed at 11:11. "So we don't forget," Jake explained, helping her fasten it around her neck. "Even when the signs stopped appearing, something led us here. Some cosmic clockmaker winding the timepieces of our lives to finally synchronize." Natalie touched the pendant, cool against her skin. "It's beautiful, thank you." "I have something else, too." He hesitated, uncharacteristically nervous. "I've been offered a major assignment, a year-long project documenting climate change impact on coastal communities around the world. It starts in March." "Oh." She felt a cold that had nothing to do with the January air. "That's a big opportunity." "It is," he agreed, "but I'm turning it down." "What? Jake, no, you can't. This is exactly the kind of work you've always wanted to do." "It was," he acknowledged. "Before, but now," his eyes held hers. "Now there are other things I want more." "I would never ask you to give up your work for me," Natalie said firmly. "You didn't ask. I'm choosing." Jake took her hands in his. "I spent 15 years running from place to place, capturing moments but never living in them. I'm done running, Nat." The fireworks reached their crescendo, golden sparks raining down over the black mirror of Lake Michigan. As the city erupted in cheers welcoming the new year, Natalie made a resolution she'd never anticipated. To believe in something beyond reason, beyond evidence, beyond the tangible world she'd built her career understanding. To believe in them. Spring came early to Chicago that year. By mid-March, tree buds swelled with promise and Lake Michigan's steel-grey waters softened to blue. Jake's photography seminar at Columbia had become the department's most popular offering, while Natalie's Henderson building broke ground with mayor and media in attendance. Outwardly, their lives had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Inwardly, Natalie struggled with a growing unease she couldn't name. "You're quiet tonight," Jake observed as they walked home from dinner, the evening air unexpectedly mild. "Henderson troubles?" "No, the project's fine." She hesitated, then asked the question that had circled her mind for weeks. "Do you ever wonder if we're real? This connection between us?" Jake stopped walking. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Natalie searched for words, "what if we've constructed this narrative, this cosmic love story, because the alternative is admitting we're just two people who happen to bump into each other in a bookstore during a power outage?" She traced the pendant at her throat, a habit she'd developed. What if 1111 was just a coincidence, and we've built this elaborate mythology because it's more romantic than random chance? Jake studied her face. No defensiveness in his expression, only thoughtful consideration. Would it matter if it began as coincidence but became something meaningful? It would to me, she admitted. I've spent my entire life believing in what I can see, measure, design, concrete things, and now I'm building my happiness on what mystical number patterns? Near misses that may or may not have been you and me. It feels like standing on a foundation I can't verify. They resumed walking, silence stretching between them. Finally, Jake spoke. When I photograph landscapes, I'm capturing a moment that will never exist exactly that way again. Light, weather, season, everything changes constantly. But the photograph remains evidence of something fleeting made permanent. He glanced at her. Maybe that's what love is, taking something as transient as two people finding each other and making it real through belief and commitment. That's poetic, Natalie said, but it doesn't answer whether what we're feeling is genuine or manufactured from a series of coincidences. Does it have to be one or the other? Jake asked. Can't it be both? A coincidence that became meaningful because we chose to give it meaning. But Natalie, trained to see the world in blueprints and load-bearing calculations, found herself craving certainty. The more she examined their relationship, its rapid intensity, the ease that seemed almost unnatural, the more she questioned its foundation. 2 days later, she cancelled dinner plans, claiming work demands. The next week, she suggested taking some space to think. Jake accepted her retreat with a grace that only made her question deepen. Shouldn't he fight harder if what they had was so extraordinary? In her empty apartment, Natalie removed the 1111 pendant and placed it in her jewellery box. She worked late, attended a conference in Seattle, resumed her pre-Jake routine with determined focus. When her mother called to ask about that photographer you were seeing, Natalie responded with deliberate vagueness. We're taking a break. But in quiet moments, in the elevator ascending to her office, waiting for coffee to brew, lying awake at 3 a.m, Natalie found herself listening for something she couldn't name, a clock ticking somewhere just beyond hearing, a countdown resuming. You're miserable, Karen declared, setting down her mimosa with unnecessary force. Their monthly brunch had become a tradition over 20 years of friendship through marriages, divorces, career shifts, and life's unpredictable turns. I'm busy, Natalie corrected, picking at her uneaten Belgian waffle. The Henderson project is entering a critical phase. Bullshit. Karen's bluntness was why Natalie loved her. You're hiding in your work because you're scared. Of what? Of being happy, of believing in something you can't control with your architect's precision. Karen softened her tone. Nat, I've known you since we were 18. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you looked at Jake. Why are you running away from that? Natalie traced the condensation on her water glass, forming patterns that disappeared as quickly as she created them. What if it's not real? What if we convinced ourselves of this cosmic connection, and 5 years from now, we wake up next to each other and realise we're strangers who fell for a pretty story? That's a risk everyone takes, Karen said gently. There are no guarantees in love, whether you meet through mysterious number patterns or a dating app. I need some kind of proof, Natalie admitted. Something beyond coincidence and feeling. Karen studied her friend with exasperation and affection. For someone so intelligent, you can be remarkably dense. Love isn't a building, Nat. You can't ensure structural integrity with the right materials and calculations. It's a leap of faith. Always has been, always will be. After brunch, instead of returning home, Natalie found herself walking without destination. The April afternoon embraced the city in golden light, trees along the boulevard unfurling tender green leaves. She ended up at the Chicago River, standing on the same bridge where she'd first encountered Jake 6 months ago. Leaning against the railing, she watched tourist boats glide beneath, guides pointing out architectural features she could name in her sleep. The city she loved, built on precise measurements and careful planning, yet still capable of surprising beauty. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. "Look up." Natalie raised her head and gasped. Above the buildings opposite the river, a massive digital billboard had been commandeered to display a single image. The photograph of her on the bridge that day in October, face tilted toward the sun, eyes closed in rare serenity. Below it, a simple message. 11:11, when time stood still. She turned around, searching the crowded bridge, and found him standing 20 feet away. Jake, camera in hand, watching her with an expression of such open vulnerability that her certainty wavered. "What is this?" she asked when he approached. "Evidence," he said simply. "I took this photograph the day we bumped into each other on this bridge. I never showed it to you because, well, it felt too personal, too revealing, what I felt even then." Natalie looked up at the billboard's again, seeing herself through his eyes. Not just her physical appearance, but something deeper he'd captured. A woman caught in a moment of perfect presence, unaware she was being observed, genuine in a way posed photographs never could be. "How did you get it on the billboard?" Jake smiled. "Well, I have been waiting for the perfect moment, and I know people in advertising. Called in some favours. It's only up for 5 minutes, that's all they could give me." "Why?" "Because I needed you to see what I saw." His voice grew serious. "Natalie, I understand your doubts. I've had them too. But whether fate brought us together or random chance, what matters is what we choose to do now." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small worn notebook. "This is my journal from 2009. Read the entry for April 21st. With trembling fingers, she opened to the bookmarked page. April 24, 2009. Chicago lakefront at sunrise. Mist rising off the water. A woman in a red coat standing at the edge, arms outstretched like she's embracing the horizon. I didn't photograph her. Some moments aren't meant to be captured, only witnessed. I wonder what her story is. I wonder if I'll ever know." "That was my 30th birthday," Natalie whispered. "I went to the lake at dawn because I'd promised myself I'd start embracing life more fully." She looked up at him. "You were there." "I was always there, Natalie. In 100 moments neither of us recognized as significant until now." Jake took her hands. "I don't know if that's fate or coincidence or something in between, but I know what it feels like, and it feels like finding a home I didn't know I was searching for." Above them, the billboard changed, returning to its regular advertisement. The moment of public testimony passed, leaving them with what remained. 2 people on a bridge, choosing what to believe. "I'm still scared," Natalie admitted. "Me too," Jake said. "But I'm more afraid of missing this, of spending another 15 years almost finding you." Natalie closed her eyes, feeling the spring sun warm on her face, the gentle pressure of Jake's hands in hers, the solid bridge beneath her feet. In architecture, she knew, even the most carefully designed structures required a leap of faith, that moment when theory became reality, when drawings became dwelling places. Perhaps love demanded the same courage. "Okay," she said, opening her eyes to meet his. "Let's try again, but this time eyes wide open. No mystical explanations, no fate narratives. Just us choosing each other every day because we want to, not because the universe decreed it." Jake's smile bloomed slowly. "Just us," he agreed. "Although," he glanced at his watch, "it is 11:11 right now." Natalie laughed, the sound carrying across the water like a promise. "Of course it is. Summer in Chicago arrived with a vengeance. humid days where the air hung like warm syrup and nights alive with street festivals and outdoor concerts. Natalie and Jake moved through these months with tentative joy, rebuilding what had briefly fractured in spring. Natalie kept her apartment while spending most nights at Jake's loft, his minimalist space gradually accumulating evidence of her presence. Architectural journals on the coffee table, her favourite tea in the cupboard, a pair of reading glasses perpetually forgotten on the windowsill. They established routines, Sunday brunches at a corner bistro, evening walks along the lakefront, quiet mornings where they worked side by side, she on building designs, he sorting through photographs. By unspoken agreement, they avoided discussion of cosmic alignments or fate. The 1111 pendant remained in Natalie's jewellery box, though sometimes she caught herself touching the hollow of her throat where it had rested. The numbers no longer appeared with supernatural regularity, and both pretended this was a relief rather than a loss. "I've been thinking about that lighthouse," Jake said one evening, as they sat on his balcony, watching fireflies blink in the small park across the street. "What lighthouse?" Natalie asked, her attention half captured by a challenging structural problem in her latest design. "The one in your dream. The bridge that kept stretching, preventing you from reaching the person on the other side." Natalie set down her tablet. "I never mentioned a lighthouse, just a bridge." Jake's brow furrowed. "You did. You said it was a coastal bridge, leading to a lighthouse." "No," she said slowly. "I didn't." They stared at each other, the summer night suddenly charged with something neither had wanted to acknowledge. "I've seen it," Jake finally said. "In my own dreams. A stone lighthouse on a rocky peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow bridge. I've dreamed about it for years." Natalie's pulse quickened. "Have you ever found it? In real life?" "I've looked, even photographed dozens of lighthouses along the eastern seaboard and Great Lakes. None matched." He hesitated. "Until last week." From beneath the coffee table, he retrieved a manila envelope and spread several photographs across the surface. "These came from a location scout I know. He was researching sites for a film shoot in northern Michigan." Natalie's breath caught. There it was, a weathered lighthouse rising from a craggy headland, its white tower stark against a stormy sky. A wooden bridge extended from the shore to the rocky peninsula, crossing a narrow channel where waves crashed against stone. "Muscalonge Point," Jake said quietly. "Built in 1869, decommissioned in 1952. Remote, even by Upper Peninsula standards. The bridge is newer, added in the 1980s when the site became a state park." "You've never been there?" Natalie asked, unable to take her eyes from the image. "Never. But I know it, Nat. And I think you do too." This was exactly the kind of conversation they'd been avoiding, veering too close to mystical explanations neither was comfortable embracing. Yet the evidence lay before them, undeniable in its specificity. "What does it mean?" she whispered. Jake touched the photograph gently, as if it might dissolve under his fingers. "I don't know, but I think we need to find out." 3 weeks later, they left Chicago before dawn, driving north through Wisconsin as the sun rose over foggy fields. Jake handled the wheel while Natalie navigated, their conversation flowing easily about work, friends, plans for fall, everything except their destination and what it might signify. By mid-afternoon, they crossed the Mackinac Bridge into Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the vastness of Lake Superior soon appearing to their left, a limitless blue stretching to the horizon. The roads narrowed, civilization thinned, until they were travelling through dense forest broken occasionally by glimpses of the greatest of the Great Lakes. "It should be just ahead," Natalie said, checking the map on her phone. Reception had grown spotty over the last hour, the signal bars dwindling as they ventured further from populated areas. The park entrance appeared suddenly, a modest sign announcing Muscalonga Lake State Park. They followed the winding road through pine forest until it ended in a small parking area facing the lake. The lighthouse stood half a mile away across a rocky headland, connected by the wooden bridge from the photographs. "It's exactly as I dreamed it," Jake said softly. They sat in silence, neither moving to exit the car. Now that they had arrived, Natalie felt a curious reluctance. What if this place held no answers? What if it was simply an unusual coincidence, the final proof that they had constructed meaning where none existed? "We don't have to do this," Jake said, reading her expression. "We can turn around, go back to Chicago, continue our lives without whatever this is." Natalie looked at him, this man who had somehow woven himself into the fabric of her existence, whose absence she could no longer imagine. "No," she said firmly. "We came all this way, let's see it through." The July afternoon embraced them as they walked the path to the headland. Lake Superior stretched endlessly to the north, its surface glittering with diamond light. The wooden bridge creaked beneath their feet, water churning 20 feet below where the lake had carved a channel through the rocky point. And there, at the end of the bridge, stood the lighthouse, weathered stone and peeling paint, more modest in person than it had appeared in dreams, yet unmistakably the same. "It's open to visitors," Jake noted, pointing to a small sign listing tour hours. "Last tour at 4 o'clock. They check their phones simultaneously. 3:55 p.m. Inside, the lighthouse keeper's quarters had been preserved as a small museum. A silver-haired docent greeted them with surprise. "Don't usually get visitors this late," she said. "You're just in time. I'm Eleanor, by the way." "I'm Jake, and this is Natalie. We drove up from Chicago today." "Long journey for a quick visit," Eleanor observed. "Must be lighthouse enthusiasts." "Something like that," Natalie said. "The building is beautiful. How long have you worked here?" "Oh, nearly 30 years now. My husband was the park manager until he passed in 2005. I stayed on, giving tours, keeping the old stories alive." Eleanor led them through the compact living quarters, a simple kitchen, a bedroom with a narrow iron bed, a sitting room with views of the lake. The last keeper left in 1952, but people say the lighthouse was never truly abandoned. Jake, who had been photographing the interior details, looked up. "What do you mean?" Eleanor smiled mysteriously. "Local legend says this lighthouse exists in multiple times simultaneously. That's why it was built here, at a thin place where the veil between moments stretches transparent." Natalie exchanged a glance with Jake, her skepticism wrestling with irrational hope. "That seems unlikely." "Oh, I'm not asking you to believe it," Eleanor laughed. "But the stories persist. Fishermen claim to see lights in the tower decades after the lamp was extinguished. Visitors report meeting people here who couldn't possibly be present. And then there's the clock." She led them up the narrow spiral staircase to the lamp room at the top of the tower. A massive Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, with windows providing a 360-degree view of Lake Superior and the surrounding shoreline. In the centre of the room, mounted on a pedestal, stood an ornate clock with an astronomical face, not just hours and minutes, but phases of the moon, planetary positions, and symbols Natalie didn't recognise. "This isn't part of the original lighthouse equipment," Eleanor explained. "It appeared sometime in the 1920s. The keeper at that time claimed it simply manifested one morning. No record of its delivery, no explanation for its presence." Jake approached the clock cautiously. "It's beautiful craftsmanship. It's also perfectly accurate despite never being wound." Eleanor pointed to the mechanism. "No one knows how it works. Horologists from the Smithsonian examined it in the 1970s and found no power source, yet it keeps perfect time." Natalie's attention caught on the clock face. "The hands are showing 11:11. "They always do," Eleanor said. "From this angle, at least." Jake and Natalie moved to stand beside her, viewing the clock from where she stood. The hands clearly showed 4:17 p.m. "That's not possible," Natalie whispered, circling to her original position. From there, the hands unmistakably pointed to 11:11. "Optical illusion?" Jake suggested, his voice uncertain. Eleanor shook her head. "Something more interesting, I think. The clock shows different times to different viewers, always has. Some people see their birth time, others see the moment of a significant life event. Wedding, child's birth, parents passing. And some see 11:11, Natalie said softly. "Yes, that's quite common." Eleanor studied them with newfound interest. "You're a pair, then?" "A pair?" Jake asked. "The clock shows 11:11 to those whose lives touch across time. Soulmates, if you believe in such things. Or perhaps just two people whose connection transcends ordinary constraints." Eleanor's eyes crinkled with a smile. "My Harold and I saw 11:11 when we first visited this lighthouse in 1974. Been together ever since until he passed over." Natalie wanted to dismiss this as superstition, the kind of folktale that accumulated around remote places. But the evidence of her own eyes, the precision of her recurring dreams, the impossible journey that had led them here, all stretched the boundaries of her rational mind. "There's one more thing you should see," Eleanor said, leading them down the spiral staircase to the keeper's sitting room. She unlocked a cabinet and withdrew a leather-bound visitor log. "This stays out of public view for obvious reasons." She opened the book to a page marked with a red ribbon. There, in faded ink, two entries stood side by side. August 17th, 94, Natalie Carter. Chicago, visiting with family. Dreamed of this place before coming. Strange feeling of waiting for someone important. August 17th, 1994, Jake Bennett, Rochester, NY family vacation. Keep having the feeling I've forgotten something crucial. The lighthouse seems familiar, though I've never been here before. Natalie gripped the edge of the table, her knees suddenly weak. "I don't remember writing this. I don't even remember visiting this lighthouse as a child." Jake's face had gone pale. "Neither do I, but that's my handwriting, and my hometown." Eleanor closed the book gently. Memory's a fluid thing, especially in places like this where time doesn't flow quite straight. She glanced at her watch. "The park closes at sunset. I should lock up soon." They followed her outside in stunned silence. The afternoon light had softened to gold, creating long shadows across the headland. Lake Superior stretched before them, ancient and inscrutable. "Eleanor," Natalie said suddenly, "was there ever a time when the bridge wasn't here, when the lighthouse was completely isolate?" The older woman considered this. "Before the 1980s, you'd need a boat to reach it. The channel's not wide, but the currents are treacherous," she smiled. "Some say that's why the lighthouse has its legend. Isolation creates its own kind of magic." After Eleanor left, they stood alone at the base of the tower, watching the sun begin its descent toward the horizon. "We were here," Jake said, breaking the silence. "Both of us, on the same day, when I was 12 and you were 10. And neither of us remembers it." Natalie felt unmoored, her carefully constructed worldview tilting. This defies every logical explanation. "Does it matter?" Jake turned to face her. "Logic, explanation, reason. We've been hiding behind these because we're afraid. I spent 15 years running from place to place, and you built walls of work and routine. But what if this, whatever it is offering us something extraordinary?" The setting sun painted his face in golden shadow, highlighting the sincerity in his eyes. Natalie thought of all the near misses, the parallel paths, the inexplicable currents that had finally brought them together on a Chicago bridge when the time was right. "You know," she said slowly, "in architecture, there's a concept called harmonic resonance. It's when a structure's natural frequency aligns perfectly with external forces. Most times that's dangerous. Bridges collapse, buildings fall, but sometimes, when it's designed correctly, that resonance creates something remarkable, something that couldn't exist without that perfect alignment. Jake took her hands. Is that what we are? Harmonic resonance? Maybe, Natalie smiled. Or maybe we're just two people who kept missing each other until we didn't. I still don't know if I believe in fate, Jake admitted, but I believe in us, and I believe in now. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small box, which is why I brought this. Inside lay a ring, simple platinum band, small diamond that caught the sunset light. Not a traditional engagement ring, but something more fitting for them, elegant, understated, with depth beneath its surface. Jake, Natalie breathed. I'm not asking because some cosmic clock brought us together, he said. I'm asking because I love who you are, your brilliance, your caution, your courage in facing what you don't understand. I love the life we're building and I want to keep building it, moment by moment, choice by choice. Behind them, waves crashed against the lighthouse foundation, ancient rhythms that had witnessed countless human dramas unfold against their backdrop. The last time I stood on a bridge with you, Natalie said, her voice steady despite her racing heart, I promised no more mystical explanations, just us, choosing each other every day. That promise still stands, but maybe I can accept that there's more to this world than I've allowed myself to see, more patterns to life than just the ones we design. Jake's smile broke like dawn. Is that a yes? It's a yes, Natalie confirmed. Now and at every 11:11 to come. He took the ring from its box, slid it onto her finger. A perfect fit, as if designed for her hand alone. As they crossed the bridge back to shore, hand in hand, Natalie glanced back at the lighthouse silhouetted against the deepening sky. For a moment, just a heartbeat, she thought she saw two children on the rocky shore below, a boy with dark curls and a girl with serious eyes, looking up at the tower with wonder. Then the vision vanished, leaving only the certainty that some journeys begin long before we recognize the path. In the car heading back towards civilization and the life they would continue building together, Jake reached for her hand. You know, he said, I never believed in perfect timing before you. Natalie smiled, watching the first stars appear above the pines. Neither did I, she admitted, but I'm starting to think that time, like love, isn't something we measure so much as something we create, moment by moment, choice by choice. The lighthouse disappeared behind them, its mystery neither fully explained nor necessary to explain. Some questions, Natalie realized, were more valuable for their asking than their answers, and some connections, whether forged by fate or free will or something in between, transcended the need for explanation altogether. All that mattered was that after years of near misses and parallel paths, they had found each other at exactly the right moment, and every moment since had confirmed what both now accepted, that out of all the possible lives they might have lived, they had somehow found their way to the one where they existed together. Not because the universe demanded it, but because they chose it. The end. Charlie Sinclair wiped flour-dusted hands on her apron and surveyed the empty tables of the Sugar Cove with a sigh. The morning rush, if you could call 5 customers a rush, had ended, leaving behind the lingering scent of cinnamon and disappointment. Another banner day, she muttered, tallying the register. The bakery's finances were like her sourdough starter, slowly dying despite her best efforts to keep it alive. At 29, Charlotte Charlie Sinclair hadn't expected to be the caretaker of a failing family legacy. But when her grandmother passed, leaving behind the bakery and a mountain of debt, Charlie couldn't let it go. 3 generations of Sinclair women had kneaded dough in this kitchen. She wouldn't be the one to close its doors. The bell above the entrance jingled and Maeve, her best friend and part-time helper, breezed in. "Don't forget about tonight," Maeve said, dropping an embossed invitation on the counter. Charlie glanced at the elaborate calligraphy. The Main Harvest Gala. "I'm not going to that stuffy thing. It's for people with trust funds and summer homes." "It's for people who want small business grants," Maeve countered. "The entire Small Business Development Board will be there, including your nemesis." Charlie grimaced. Margaret Whitmore, board chairwoman and self-appointed arbiter of taste in Harbourlight, Maine. The woman who'd called the Sugar Cove quaint but commercially unviable in the town newsletter. "Fine," Charlie Lee conceded, "but I'm not wearing heels." She did wear heels, though, uncomfortable ones that pinched her toes as she navigated the grand ballroom of the Harbourlight Hotel later that evening. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light over wealthy summer residents and the town's business elite. Charlie felt like an imposter in her navy dress, purchased on clearance and altered to hide the security tag she couldn't remove. Clutching a flute of champagne she hadn't touched, Charlie scanned the room for Margaret Whitmore. Instead, her gaze landed on a man she hadn't seen in years but recognised instantly. Logan Whitmore had left Harbourlight for Boston after high school, transforming from the quiet, bookish boy she'd barely noticed into someone who commanded attention without trying. His tailored suit suggested success. The tight set of his jaw suggested discomfort. Charlie ducked behind a column, not ready for small talk with someone who'd escaped this town while she remained tethered to it. She edged toward the corner where Margaret Whitmore held court with the board members, hoping to catch a moment to pitch her business plan. "Logan won't be a bachelor much longer," Margaret was saying to an elegant woman beside her. "Now that he's back to take over Whitmore Estate, it's time he settled down. Perhaps you and Sophia could reconnect, Eleanor. She always was perfect for him." Charlie inched closer, curiosity overriding her mission. "Mother," Logan's voice cut through the conversation as he approached. "You're speaking about my future as if I'm not standing right here." "Darling, I'm merely pointing out that the estate needs a proper family. The board won't approve the transfer unless—" "The board doesn't get to dictate my personal life," Logan interrupted, his polished professionalism cracking slightly. "The trust stipulates—" "I know what it stipulates," Logan snapped. Charlie shifted, accidentally knocking a dessert tray. Heads turned, including Margaret's, her gaze sharpening with recognition. "Miss Sinclair," Margaret said coolly. "How unexpected to see you here." "Mrs. Whitmore," Charlie nodded, straightening her spine. "I was hoping to discuss the Sugar Cove's application for the revitalisation grant." Margaret's smile thinned. "Ah, yes, the bakery. A charming little place, but not a serious establishment worthy of investment. Businesses we support need proven sustainability and growth potential." Heat rushed to Charlie's cheeks. "Sugar Cove has been part of this community for—" "Nostalgia isn't a business model, dear," Margaret interrupted. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we were discussing Logan's engagement." "I'm not engaged, Mother," Logan said through clenched teeth. Margaret waved dismissively. "It's just a matter of time. Perhaps an announcement tonight would be appropriate." Logan's gaze darted around the room, landing briefly on Charlie before returning to his mother. Something shifted in his expression, desperation giving way to calculation. "Actually," he said, voice suddenly steady, "I am engaged." He stepped forward, reaching for Charlie's hand. "To Charlie." The silence that followed felt eternal. Charlie froze, champagne halfway to her lips, as Margaret's face contorted in disbelief. "Excuse me?" Margaret hissed. Logan's fingers tightened around Charlie's, a silent plea in his touch. "Charlie and I have been seeing each other quietly. We wanted to keep it private until the right moment." Charlie should have pulled away, should have laughed at the absurdity. Instead, she saw opportunity crystallizing, leverage against Margaret, a chance at that grant, a way to save her bakery. "Well, darling," she managed, voice surprisingly steady, I guess the cat's out of the bag." The room erupted in excited murmurs. Margaret looked as if she'd swallowed something sour, while Logan's expression remained unreadable. "How wonderful," Margaret finally managed. Later, after enduring congratulations from strangers and suspicious glances from those who knew them better, Charlie cornered Logan on the terrace. "What the hell was that?" she demanded. Logan loosened his tie, looking equal parts sheepish and calculating. "A mutually beneficial solution. You need that grant. I need to inherit the estate without my mother arranging my marriage." "So you decided we're engaged?" Charlie crossed her arms. "It's temporary," he assured her. 3 months. I'll make sure your bakery gets that grant, and you'll help me convince my mother I'm settling down." "This is insane." "Maybe," Logan conceded, "but it solves both our problems." Charlie should have said no, should have walked away, but the bakery's mounting bills and her grandmother's legacy weighed heavily on her conscience. 3 months, she agreed reluctantly. "No kissing, no romantic gestures beyond hand-holding, and you get me that grant." Logan extended his hand. "Deal." As they shook on it, neither noticed Margaret watching from the shadows, her expression calculating and cold. Neither suspected how completely their carefully constructed arrangement would unravel. The first test of their charade came sooner than expected. Sunday brunch at Whitmore Estate. Charlie had driven past the sprawling property countless times, but never imagined she'd walk through its imposing oak doors as Logan's fiancée. "Remember," Logan murmured as they approached the entrance, "we met again when I came back to settle grandfather's estate. You invited me to try your blueberry scones and—" "I know our story," Charlie interrupted. "You proposed at sunset by the lighthouse. Very original." Logan's mouth twitched. "You're the one who added that detail." "It's what people expect," she shrugged. "Nobody would believe you proposed over takeout containers." "I might," he countered, surprising her. Before she could respond, the door swung open. Margaret Whitmore stood framed in the doorway, impeccable in cashmere and pearls, her smile not reaching her eyes. The happy couple arrives at last. The estate's interior matched its imposing exterior. Antique furniture, oil paintings of stern-faced Whitmores, and windows overlooking immaculately maintained vineyards. Charlie felt like an intruder in a museum where touching wasn't allowed. "So," Margaret began once they were seated in the sunroom, tea service arranged before them, "tell me how this relationship developed. Logan hasn't mentioned you once in our weekly calls." "It happened rather quickly," Logan replied smoothly. Charlie nodded, adding, "Sometimes connection sneaks up on you." She reached for Logan's hand, an awkward gesture that became less so when his thumb brushed reassuringly across her knuckles. "And what attracted you to my son?" Margaret's question cut like a blade. "His recent inheritance, perhaps?" "Mother," Logan warned. "Actually," Charlie replied evenly, "I've always admired his hands." Logan's head snapped toward her, surprise evident. "His hands?" Margaret echoed incredulously. Charlie nodded, improvising. "In high school, I watched him play piano at the winter concert. His hands moved with such precision and care. I remember thinking whoever he ended up with would be lucky to have those hands in theirs." She squeezed Logan's fingers lightly. "I never imagined they'd be holding mine." The room fell silent. Charlie risked a glance at Logan, finding him staring at her with an unreadable expression. "You play beautifully," she added softly, maintaining their fiction. "Not anymore," he replied, something vulnerable flickering across his features. Margaret studied them intently before changing tactics. The vineyard needs significant attention. Logan plans to sell it, of course, his life is in Boston. "Actually," Logan interjected, "I'm reconsidering." This time Charlie's surprise wasn't feigned. According to their agreement, Logan would secure her grant, inherit the estate, sell it quickly and return to Boston. There had been no mention of reconsidering. "The property has potential," he continued. "With the right investment, the vineyard could thrive again, and the main house would make an excellent inn." "An inn?" Margaret scoffed. "Your grandfather would roll in his grave. This estate has been in our family for generations." "And it's been declining for the last 2, Logan countered. "Change isn't betrayal, Mother." The conversation shifted to business after that, but Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had altered in their arrangement. Logan's hand remained in hers long after it was necessary for their performance. Over the following weeks, their charade developed texture and complexity. They appeared together at the farmers' market, town council meetings, and seaside festivals. Charlie found herself cataloguing details about Logan she'd never anticipated knowing. How he drank his coffee, black, no sugar, the way he absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his left palm from a sailing accident at 12, his habit of reading the last page of a book first to decide if the journey was worth taking. For his part, Logan seemed genuinely interested in the bakery, arriving early some mornings to watch Charlie work. "You don't have to do this," she told him one dawn as she shaped sourdough loaves. "Nobody's watching us here." Logan leaned against the counter, sleeves rolled up, tie absent. "I like watching you sew work. You become something else with dough in your hands. Flowery and sweaty." His smile came easier these days. "Centered. Complete," he hesitated. "I've never felt that way about corporate law." "Then why do it?" "It was expected," he shrugged. "Whitmores are lawyers or doctors. We don't run vineyards or inns. Yet here you are, considering both." Their gazes held a moment too long before Charlie looked away, uncomfortable with the genuine connection forming beneath their pretense. Later that week, Logan accompanied Charlie to the lighthouse for the town summer festival. As sunset painted the sky in amber and rose, they stood apart from the crowds, watching waves crash against rocky shores. "We should practice," Logan said suddenly. "Practice what?" "Being convincing," he gestured vaguely. "My mother's still suspicious, and people are watching." Charlie glanced around, noting several townspeople casting curious glances their way. "Fine. What did you have in mind?" Instead of answering, Logan stepped closer, one hand rising to tuck a windblown strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture was gentle, domestic, startlingly intimate. Charlie breathed. "Is this okay?" he asked, voice low. She nodded, unable to articulate why her pulse had quickened. When his lips touched hers, the kiss was tentative, a question rather than a declaration. Charlie responded instinctively, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt as the pretense momentarily slipped away. They broke apart as fireworks exploded overhead, both looking slightly dazed. "That was," Logan began. "Convincing," Charlie finished quickly. "Rebuilding the wall between reality and performance. Very convincing." Neither mentioned the kiss afterward, but something had shifted, leaving Charlie increasingly uncertain about where their arrangement ended and genuine feelings began. A confusion compounded when Ethan Monroe, a celebrated local chef, began frequenting the Sugar Cove. "Your maple bourbon tarts are extraordinary," Ethan told her one morning, leaning across the counter with undisguised interest. "I'm opening a farm-to-table restaurant next month. I'd love to feature your desserts." The offer was professional, but his lingering smile suggested personal interest as well. Charlie found herself flattered by the attention and confused by Logan's obvious irritation when he arrived to find Ethan there. "You two seemed cozy," Logan remarked afterward, jaw tight. "He's a potential business partner," Charlie replied, surprised by his tone. "Is that all?" The question hung between them, laden with implications neither was ready to address. Before Charlie could respond, the bakery door opened again, revealing a stunning woman in designer sunglasses. "Logan," the woman smiled, removing her glasses to reveal perfectly made-up eyes. Margaret said I'd find you here. Logan straightened. Sophia, what are you doing in Harbour Light? Visiting family, she replied, gaze sliding dismissively over Charlie before returning to Logan. And checking on old friends. I heard the most surprising news. Charlie extended her hand, forcing a smile. I'm Charlie, Logan's fiancé. Sophia's handshake was brief, her smile tight. Yes, so I've heard. Quite the whirlwind romance. Sometimes you just know, Logan replied, moving to stand beside Charlie, arms sliding around her waist in a gesture that felt both protective and possessive. Charlie should have appreciated his commitment to their charade. Instead, she found herself wondering if he'd hold Sophia the same way once their arrangement ended, if he'd returned to Boston and the life he'd built there, while she remained in Harbour Light with a rescued bakery and memories of pretending. The thought bothered her more than it should have. The coastal storm arrived without warning, transforming afternoon into premature twilight as rain lashed against the Sugar Cove's windows. Charlie was closing early when Logan appeared, rainwater dripping from his hair and jacket. I was meeting with the Historical Society about permits for the vineyard, he explained, accepting the towel she offered. Got caught in the downpour. Thunder cracked overhead, followed by the disconcerting flicker of lights. Looks bad out there, Charlie observed, as a wind howled against the building. Logan checked his phone. Roads to town are flooded. They're advising everyone to shelter in place. He glanced around the empty bakery. Guess you're stuck with me. The power failed 20 minutes later, plunging them into shadow broken only by the emergency lights and the candles Charlie had unearthed from storage. They retreated to the small apartment above the bakery, where Charlie built a fire in the rarely used fireplace while Logan rummaged through her refrigerator. Quite a collection, he remarked, emerging with cheese, cured meats and a bottle of wine. Do you always keep charcuterie ingredients handy? Hazard of the profession, Charlie shrugged. I'm always experimenting with flavour combinations. They settled before the fire, the storm's fury creating an odd intimacy as they shared food and wine. Conversation flowed more easily without the pressure of performing for an audience. I've been meaning to ask, Charlie said, refilling their glasses. Why did you leave Harbour Light? Everyone expected you to take over the estate after college. Logan stared into the fire. I wanted to prove I could succeed without the Whitmore name paving my way. Boston offered anonymity. And did you? Succeed? By most metrics, he replied. Corner office, prestigious clients, healthy investment portfolio. Everything I thought I wanted. But, he smiled faintly. Perceptive. It's the but in your voice, she explained. Like you're describing someone else's accomplishments. Logan considered this, swirling wine in his glass. Coming back made me realise how much of myself I left behind. The parts my mother considered impractical or unsuitable for a Whitmore. Like the piano? He looked surprised, she remembered. Among other things, I used to sail, draw, write terrible poetry. He laughed softly. I wanted to study marine biology before Mother steered me toward pre-law. Thunder rumbled outside, counterpoint to the crackling fire. Charlie pulled her knees to her chest, studying him in the firelight. It's not too late, you know, to reclaim those parts. Says the woman working herself to exhaustion, preserving someone else's dream. The observation stung with its accuracy. The bakery is different. Is it? We're both living lives shaped by other people's expectations. Charlie reached for the wine, uncomfortable with his insight. At least I'm not pretending to be engaged to salvage mine. Aren't we both pretending? He countered. You act like the bakery's struggles don't terrify you. I act like corporate success fulfills me. We're both hiding behind convenient fictions. Speaking of fiction, Charlie deflected, we should probably discuss an exit strategy for our engagement. The grant committee votes next week and... I've been thinking about that, Logan interrupted. What if we didn't end it? Charlie stilled. What do you mean? The arrangement, he clarified quickly. We could extend it. The vineyard renovations will take months, and your bakery could supply the inn once it opens. It makes business sense to maintain our association. Business sense, Charlie echoed, unsure why disappointment flared in her chest. Of course, Logan added, not meeting her eyes. There would be compensation for your time. You want to pay me to keep pretending to be your fiancé? When you put it that way, that's exactly what you're suggesting, Charlie interrupted, standing abruptly. What happens when you finish renovations? When you meet someone you actually want to marry? Do I get a severance package when you break our fake engagement? Logan stood too, frustration evident. That's not... I didn't mean... I think you should go, Charlie said quietly. The rain's letting up. They stood facing each other, the fire's warmth not reaching the sudden chill between them. Logan looked as if he might say more, then nodded stiffly and gathered his jacket. At the door he paused. For what it's worth, I've never had to pretend to enjoy your company. After he left, Charlie sat alone by the dying fire, wondering when their careful performance had become so dangerously entangled with truth. The grant committee's vote arrived via formal letter the following Tuesday. Charlie stared at the embossed letterhead, heart hammering as she read the board's decision. Approved. The Sugar Cove would receive the full revitalization grant. Relief flooded her, followed immediately by conflicting emotions. This had been their goal, the entire purpose of their arrangement. Logic dictated they should end their charade now, with mission accomplished. So why did the thought fill her with such dread? Before she could examine the feeling, the bakery door opened, admitting Sophia Clark. The woman's designer outfit looked out of place among the Sugar Cove's homey decor. We need to talk, Sophia announced without preamble. Charlie straightened, professional smile in place. What can I help you with? You can stop this ridiculous farce, Sophia replied coolly. Logan doesn't belong with someone like you. He has obligations to his family, his position. This engagement is clearly some rebellious phase. I think it's for Logan to decide, Charlie replied, voice steadier than she felt. Sophia laughed, the sound lacking humour. Don't be naive. Logan will return to Boston eventually, to his real life, to people who understand his world. She leaned forward. People like me. If you're so confident of that, why are you here? Charlie challenged. To say you both embarrassment, Sophia replied. End it now, before Margaret digs deeper into your relationship. She's already suspicious, questioning people about when you supposedly reconnected, looking for inconsistencies. Charlie's stomach clenched. Again, that's between Logan and me. Is it? Sophia arched a perfect eyebrow. I wonder what the grant committee would think if they learned their decision was influenced by a fraudulent relationship. The threat hung in the air between them, clear and unmistakable. You should leave, Charlie said quietly. Think about what I've said, Sophia replied, turning toward the door. You've got your money. Now let Logan return to where he belongs. The encounter left Charlie shaken, doubts multiplying like sourdough in a warm kitchen. Was Sophia right? Had she been fooling herself, imagining depth in what was ultimately a business transaction? Her confusion only intensified when Logan arrived that evening, eyes bright with excitement. The Historical Society approved the renovations, he announced. We can break ground next month on the tasting room. He paused, noting her expression. What's wrong? I got the grant, Charlie replied, forcing a smile. Congratulations to us both. Mission accomplished. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Charlie, we should discuss how to end this convincingly, she continued briskly. A mutual decision to part ways seems best. No drama. No hard feelings. Is that what you want? No, she realised with startling clarity. But admitting otherwise meant acknowledging feelings she wasn't prepared to examine. It's what makes sense, she replied instead. We got what we wanted. Logan studied her, something unreadable in his expression. Did we? Before she could respond, Logan's phone rang. His mother's name flashed on the screen. I should take this, he said reluctantly. Charlie nodded, moving away to give him privacy, fragments of conversation drifting toward Hannah as she busied herself with closing tasks. Yes, Mother, I'm aware of the gala. No, I haven't forgotten. Of course, Charlie will attend. When he ended the call, his expression had hardened. Mother's hosting a gala to announce the vineyard's renovation. She expects us both to attend. One last performance, Charlie nodded, ignoring the hollow feeling in her chest. Charlie, about us. There is no us, she interrupted gently. There never was. The look that crossed his face then, pain mixed with resignation, haunted her long after he'd gone. The gala was Margaret Whitmore's crowning achievement, crystal stemware gleaming under chandeliers, string quartet playing softly in the corner, Maine's elite mingling among displays showcasing the vineyard's proposed transformation. Charlie moved through it like a ghost, smile fixed in place as she played her final role as Logan's fiancée. They'd barely spoken in the days leading up to the event, their easy camaraderie replaced by stilted politeness. Now they stood side by side, fingers intertwined in a gesture that had once felt natural but now seemed mechanical. You look beautiful, Logan murmured, as they accepted champagne from a passing server. Charlie smoothed her borrowed dress, a midnight blue gown Maeve had insisted matched her eyes. Thank you, you clean up nicely yourself. The small talk felt wrong after everything they'd shared, but neither seemed capable of breaching the wall that had formed between them. Margaret approached, resplendent in silver and pearls, trailed by board members and potential investors. Here's the happy couple, she announced, voice carrying. Logan has exciting news about Whitmore Estate. Logan nodded, professional masks sliding into place as he outlined the renovation plans. The boutique inn, the revitalised vineyard, the tasting room featuring local cuisine. Charlie watched him, realising how rarely she saw this version of Logan anymore. The polished lawyer, confidence bordering on arrogance, gestures calculated for maximum impact. And your fiancé will be involved, one investor asked, glancing at Charlie with obvious scepticism. The Sugar Cove will provide pastries and desserts for our events, Logan confirmed. How convenient that your engagement coincided with both your business needs, Margaret interjected, voice honeyed but eyes sharp. The timing seems almost calculated. A subtle tension rippled through the gathering. Charlie felt Logan stiffen beside her. Mother, he warned quietly. Margaret ignored him, turning to Charlie. Tell me, dear, how does a struggling baker with mounting debt suddenly afford new equipment and renovations just as my son returns to claim his inheritance? The question hung in the air, accusation thinly veiled beneath polite inquiry. My bakery received a revitalization grant, Charlie replied evenly. Yes, Margaret smiled, from a board I chair. Shortly after your surprise engagement to my son, who needed to demonstrate commitment to the community to secure his inheritance. She glanced around the gathering. Quite the coincidence. Whispers spread through the assembled guests. Charlie felt heat rising in her cheeks as understanding dawned. Margaret had known all along, had perhaps even allowed their charade to continue while gathering evidence to discredit them both. That's enough, Logan said firmly. Is it? Margaret challenged. Because I've had the most illuminating conversations with people who know you both. People who find it strange that childhood acquaintances who barely interacted suddenly announce an engagement. People who can't recall seeing you together before that convenient declaration at the Harvest Gala. Charlie's grip on her champagne flute tightened as humiliation washed over her. Nearby, she spotted Sophia watching with barely concealed satisfaction. "This is hardly the venue," Logan began. "I disagree," Margaret cut him off. "Our investors deserve transparency about who they're entrusting with their money." She turned to Charlie. "Do you really think a small-town baker with a failing business was a suitable match for my son? That anyone would believe this obvious arrangement?" The room had fallen silent, all eyes on their unfolding drama. Charlie felt something crack inside her, pride maybe, or the last remnants of hope that this fabricated relationship might somehow transform into something real. "You're right," she said quietly. Logan turned to her, alarmed. "Charlie." "No," she interrupted, voice steady despite the turmoil within. "Your mother's right. This engagement was a business arrangement from the beginning." She slipped the cubic zirconia ring, purchased for verisimilitude, from her finger and placed it in Logan's palm. "Congratulations on your inheritance in the vineyard. I wish you every success." With that, she turned and walked away, head high despite the tears threatening to spill. Behind her, she heard Logan call her name, but she didn't stop. Couldn't stop without completely unravelling. Outside, rain had begun to fall, matching her mood as she hurried toward her truck. She was fumbling with her keys when Logan caught up to her. "Charlie, wait," he pleaded, and plastering his hair to his forehead. "Let me explain." "There's nothing to explain," she replied, not meeting his eyes. "We both got what we wanted. The arrangement worked." "Is that all this was to you, an arrangement?" "Wasn't it?" she challenged, finally looking at him. "You needed a fiancé to secure your inheritance. I needed the grant. Mission accomplished on both counts." "You know it became more than that," Logan insisted. "Did it?" Charlie laughed, the sound brittle. "Because from where I'm standing it looks exactly like what your mother described. A calculated business transaction between two people using each other. That's not fair, isn't it? You never once talked about feelings, Logan. Only business sense. Extended arrangements. Compensation for my time." Rain streamed down his face as he reached for her. "'Cause I was afraid. Afraid you didn't feel what I was feeling. Afraid that once you got the grant, you wouldn't need me anymore." "Need you?" Charlie echoed incredulously. "I never needed you. I needed the money. There's a difference." The words hurt to say, more so because they weren't entirely true. But pride and self-preservation demanded armour against the inevitable pain of watching him leave. "I don't believe you," Logan said quietly. "Believe what you want," Charlie replied, pulling away. "I'm done pretending." She climbed into her truck, hands shaking as she started the engine. In the rearview mirror, she watched Logan standing motionless in the rain, looking lost in a way the confident lawyer never had. It should have felt like victory, walking away with her dignity and the grant secured. Instead, it felt like loss, profound and irreparable. The bakery seemed cavernous and empty when she returned, thunderclouds matching her mood as she moved through darkened rooms. On impulse, she retrieved her grandmother's recipe box, seeking comfort in the familiar handwriting and memories of simpler times. Tucked among the index cards was a faded photograph, her grandmother and grandfather on their wedding day, laughing as they fed each other cake, joy radiating from their expressions. Charlie traced their faces, wondering if she'd ever know that kind of uncomplicated happiness. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. She ignored it, in no mood for company, but the knocking persisted, followed by Logan's voice calling her name. Reluctantly, she opened the door to find him drenched and dishevelled, looking nothing like the polished lawyer she'd first agreed to this arrangement with. "You need to leave," she said flatly. "I will," he promised, "after you hear me out." Against her better judgment, Charlie stepped aside, allowing him entry. He paced her small living room, running hands through wet hair as he gathered his thoughts. I told them everything, he finally said. Charlie froze. What? After you left, I told everyone the truth. That we started as a business arrangement, that I needed to inherit the estate and you needed the grant. Why would you do that? Charlie whispered, horrified. Because I also told them that somewhere along the way, pretending to love you became the easiest thing I've ever done, Logan replied, voice breaking. That I fell in love with your determination, your creativity, your absolute refusal to surrender what matters to you. Charlie stared at him, unable to process his words. Logan, I've spent my entire life being what other people expected, he continued. The perfect son, the ambitious lawyer, the responsible heir. With you for the first time I felt like myself. Not a performance, not a carefully constructed image, just me, and you seemed to like that person. I did, Charlie admitted softly. I do. Hope flickered across his features. And why push me away? 'Cause you're leaving, she replied, the fear that had been driving her finally surfacing. You're going back to Boston, to your real life. This, us, was always temporary. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Logan said, crossing the space between them. I'm not going back. I resigned from the firm last week. I'm staying in Harbour Light. I'm staying for the vineyard, for the life I want to build here. He took her hands in his. I'm staying for you, if you'll have me. Charlie searched his face, looking for deception or uncertainty, and finding only sincerity. What about your mother, the inheritance? She can contest it if she wants, Logan shrugged. I don't care anymore. I'd rather have you in a bakery than an estate and a life I hate. The simplicity of his declaration undid her last defences. So what now? In answer, Logan reached into his pocket and withdrew a small circle woven from bakery twine. This isn't a real ring, he admitted. But what I feel for you is real. No audience, no arrangement, no pretense. He knelt, offering the humble circle. Charlie Sinclair, I love you. Not for what you can do for me, but for who you are. Will you marry me, for real this time? Charlie looked at the man before her, soaking wet, offering a ring made of twine, more genuine than he'd ever been in his tailored suits and polished shoes. This wasn't the charming lawyer who'd proposed a business arrangement. This was Logan, vulnerable and honest, offering not security or advantage, but simply himself. Yes, she whispered, tears mingling with laughter as he slipped the makeshift ring onto her finger. But on one condition. Name it, he said, rising to draw her into his arms. No more pretending, not ever. His kiss was answer enough, tender and unhurried, sealed with a promise neither had anticipated when they began their paper-hearted charade. 1 year later. Dawn light filtered through the Sugar Cove's windows as Charlie slid a tray of croissants into the oven. The bakery had transformed over the past 12 months, expanded seating area, gleaming new equipment, and a staff of 3 to handle the increased business. The Sugar Cove wasn't just surviving, it was thriving. You're up early, a voice observed from the doorway. Charlie smiled without turning, recognising Logan's footsteps as he crossed to where she stood. Wedding cake doesn't bake itself. His arms encircled her waist, chin resting on her shoulder, as he surveyed the kitchen. Remind me why we agreed to make our own wedding cake? Because I'm stubborn and you're accommodating, she replied, leaning back against him. And because no other baker in 3 counties could execute my grandmother's blackberry lavender recipe properly. Logan chuckled, the sound vibrating against her back. One of many reasons I love you. A year ago, such casual intimacy would have seemed impossible, their relationship built on calculation rather than affection. Now it felt as natural as breathing, their initially fake engagement having yielded to something far more substantial than either had anticipated. The transition hadn't been seamless. Margaret Whitmore had indeed contested the inheritance, resulting in tense legal negotiations that ultimately ended in compromise. Logan retained ownership of the vineyard and inn, while Margaret maintained control of the family's other business interests. The settlement had come at personal cost, of course, with mother and son still navigating the boundaries of their strained relationship. The town had gossiped, of course, when the truth about their initial arrangement emerged, but Harbour Lights residents had witnessed their evolution from convenient partners to genuine couple, and most had forgiven the deception, particularly as both the bakery and vineyard became cornerstones of the community's revitalisation. "Your mother called," Charlie mentioned, extricating herself from Logan's embrace to check her proofing dough. "She's arriving tomorrow instead of Friday." Logan tensed slightly. Did she say why? Something about wanting to help with final preparations. Charlie measured his expression. "She's trying, Logan." "I know," he acknowledged, running a hand through sleep-touzled hair. "It's just complicated," Charlie finished for him. "Family usually is." Margaret's attempts at reconciliation had been halting and imperfect. Critiques thinly veiled as suggestions, disapproval masquerading as concern. But there had been moments of genuine connection too, particularly when Logan had stood firm about his choices rather than acquiescing to avoid conflict. "Speaking of family," Logan said, visibly shifting to lighter thoughts, "Maeve dropped this off yesterday." He retrieved a package from his messenger bag, a worn cookbook tied with blue ribbon. Charlie recognised it immediately as her grandmother's, which had been missing from the collection. "Where did she find it?" Charlie asked, touching the cover reverently. "Apparently your grandmother lent it to Maeve's mother years ago. They found it while preparing for the rehearsal dinner." Charlie untied the ribbon carefully, pages falling open to a recipe marked with a pressed flower, blackberry lavender cake, the very one she planned for their wedding. "She would have loved you," Charlie said softly. "Because I'm charming and handsome," Logan teased. "'Cause you helped save this place," Charlie corrected, gesturing to the bakery around them. "And because you make me happy." Logan's expression softened as he drew her close again. "We saved it together. Partners, remember?" The bell above the door interrupted their moment, announcing the arrival of Ethan Monroe, once a potential rival for Charlie's affections, now head chef at the Vineyards restaurant. "Sorry to interrupt," he grinned, not looking particularly apologetic. "But we got a situation at the Vineyard." Logan frowned. "What kind of situation?" "The flower delivery went to the wrong venue," Ethan explained, "and the rental company brought round tables instead of rectangular ones for the reception." "I'll handle it," Logan sighed, reaching for his jacket. "The photographer's arriving at noon to scout locations. Can you—" "Meet her and show her around," Charlie nodded. "Already in my calendar." Their seamless coordination was the result of months building not just a relationship, but a partnership, each supporting the other's dreams while pursuing their own. The bakery and vineyard had become interconnected ventures, with Charlie's desserts featured at the inn's restaurant and Logan's wines paired with afternoon tea at the Sugar Cove. After Logan and Ethan departed, Charlie returned to her preparations, losing herself in the familiar rhythm of measuring and mixing. The wedding preparations had consumed recent weeks, but beneath the logistical chaos lay quiet certainty. Not the desperate hope that had characterised her past relationships, but confidence in the foundation they'd built together. Later that afternoon, Charlie closed the bakery early and drove to the lighthouse where Logan waited with the photographer. The structure stood sentinel over Harbour Light's rocky coastline, witness to countless storms and celebrations, including their first real kiss a year ago. "This is where it actually began," Charlie explained to the photographer, a stylish woman from Portland who listened attentively. "Not where we pretended it began, but where it really did." The distinction mattered, acknowledging the artificial start while celebrating the authentic connection that followed. Their wedding invitations had playfully nodded to this history. "Join us as we make official what began as pretend." After the photographer departed, Charlie and Logan lingered, watching waves crash against weathered rocks below. Having second thoughts? Logan asked, noticing her pensive expression. Charlie shook her head. Remembering our first real conversation here. How certain I was that our arrangement would remain just that. To be fair, I wasn't exactly forthcoming about my feelings, Logan admitted. I kept hiding behind business proposals and practical considerations. We're quite the pair, Charlie laughed. You couldn't admit you had feelings, and I couldn't admit I wanted you to have them. Logan turned to face her, ocean wind ruffling his hair. And now? Now I'm wondering why we're waiting until Saturday, Charlie replied, surprising herself with the admission. We've already signed the paperwork at the courthouse. The wedding is just ceremony. Charlie Sinclair, are you suggesting we elope? After months of planning? Not elope exactly, she clarified. Just have something that's ours before sharing it with everyone else. Like we did with our relationship, private truths beneath public performance. Understanding dawned in Logan's eyes. A private exchange of vows. Here, Charlie nodded, where it really began. The spontaneity of the suggestion felt right. A decision made in the moment, without calculation or agenda, unlike the arrangement that had initiated their journey. As sunset painted the horizon in shades of amber and rose, they stood facing each other beneath the lighthouse's weathered tower. No witnesses except seabirds and crashing waves. I didn't prepare anything, Logan admitted. Neither did I, Charlie replied. I think we've had enough rehearsal, don't you? Logan smiled, taking her hands in his. Charlotte Sinclair, he began, voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes. I promised once that I would never pretend with you again. So here's my truth. You terrify me. Charlie raised an eyebrow, and he continued with a soft laugh. You terrify me because loving you has made everything else negotiable. My career, my mother's approval, the life I thought I wanted. I would trade it all to wake up beside you each morning and fall asleep next to you each night. The raw honesty of his words caught Charlie's breath. This was Logan, stripped of performance and pretense, the man beneath the persona she'd first encountered. My turn, she said when he finished. Logan Whitmore. I spent years believing independence meant isolation, that needing someone meant weakness. You taught me that partnership isn't surrender. It's finding someone who makes you more yourself, not less. She paused, gathering thoughts that had been forming over their year together. I love that you read the last page first, that you remember how I take my coffee, that you see the bakery not as my burden, but as my passion. I love that you never ask me to be smaller or quieter or more convenient. Wind gusted around them, carrying salt spray and the distant sound of gulls. Logan's hands tightened around hers. I love you, he said simply. No asterisks, no conditions, no expiration date. I love you too, Charlie replied, the words carrying the weight of choice rather than circumstance. No pretending. Their kiss sealed promises made not for show or advantage, but for themselves alone. A private truth that belonged to no one else. The formal wedding proceeded as planned that Saturday. Flowers correctly delivered, tables properly arranged, cake exactly as Charlie had envisioned. They exchanged rings before friends and family, including a slightly stiff but present Margaret Whitmore, who surprised everyone by offering a genuinely warm toast to the couple. But through the celebration, Charlie and Logan exchanged occasional glances that acknowledged their secret, that their true vows had already been spoken private and unwitnessed, much like the love that had grown between them when no one was watching. Months later, as winter draped harbour like it in snow and quiet, Charlie added a photograph to the wall of the Sugar Cove, herself and Logan in aprons behind the counter, his arm around her shoulder, both laughing at some forgotten joke. Not a pose portrait or a wedding photo, but a candid moment captured by Maeve one ordinary Tuesday. Beneath it, she hung a small frame containing a circle of bakery twine. Logan's first real engagement ring, more precious than the diamond that had replaced it. A customer noticed it one morning, asking about the unusual display. "It reminds me of where we started," Charlie explained, "and how far we've come. From paper hearts to real ones, from performance to truth, from arrangement to love." Sometimes, she reflected, the most genuine things begin with pretending, like a baker testing recipes, or a vineyard sampling grapes before committing to the harvest. The initial deception had yielded something neither had anticipated, a life that required no embellishment to be exactly what they wanted. When Logan arrived that evening, dusted with vineyard soil instead of courtroom polish, Charlie greeted him with flower-covered hands and unhurried kiss. "How was your day?" he asked, the simple question holding all the intimacy their elaborate charade had once lacked. "Better now," she replied honestly. "No performance necessary." And it was. Princess Eleanor of Valmere stood at her bedroom window, watching servants scatter rose petals across the palace courtyard for tomorrow's engagement ceremony. 21 years of preparation had led to this moment, her betrothal to Duke Anton of Marburg, a man whose letters were as stiff as the high collars he favoured. "Your Highness," her lady-in-waiting Marguerite said from behind, "the seamstress needs you for a final fitting." Eleanor sighed, her breath fogging the leaded glass. "Tell her I'll be there shortly." But she remained motionless, studying her reflection in the window. The woman staring back wore a carefully composed expression, betraying nothing of the turmoil beneath. Eleanor had been raised to be the perfect royal vessel, her posture impeccable, her manners flawless, her opinions calibrated to the exact requirements of diplomacy. The crown that awaited her might as well have been a cage. "Princess," Marguerite prompted again. "What do you think it's like out there, Marguerite?" Eleanor asked suddenly. "Beyond these walls, among ordinary people?" Marguerite's face softened with concern. "I wouldn't know, Your Highness. I've been in palace service since I was 12. "Neither of us knows," Eleanor murmured. "That's rather the tragedy, isn't it?" Later that evening, as courtiers laughed too loudly at her father's jokes and ladies whispered behind fans about Duke Anton's imminent arrival, Eleanor slipped away. In the royal library, she pulled a volume of botanical illustrations from a high shelf, releasing a small brass key hidden behind it. The key opened a forgotten servant's passageway that led to the palace gardens. A quarter-hour later, she emerged through an ivy-covered doorway wearing a plain blue dress borrowed from Marguerite, her golden hair tucked beneath a simple cap. No royal jewels, no elaborate gown, nothing to mark her as Princess Eleanor of Valmere, future Queen Consort of Marburg. For the first time in months, she felt like she could breathe. The capital city of Lumine sprawled beyond the palace gates, a labyrinth of grand boulevards and cramped alleyways. Eleanor moved cautiously through streets lined with vendors selling everything from spiced wine to silk ribbons. No one spared her a second glance, a freedom more intoxicating than any wine she'd sipped at royal banquets. A sudden shower drove her to seek shelter, and she ducked into the nearest shop. A bell tinkled above the door as she entered what appeared to be a bookbindery. The scent of leather, paper and glue filled the air. "One moment!" called a male voice from the back room. Eleanor wandered among the shelves, trailing her fingers over book spines. Unlike the palace library's uniform leather-bound volumes, these books were diverse in size and binding, some plainly covered, others adorned with intricate designs. "Looking for anything in particular?" The voice belonged to a young man who emerged from behind a curtain, wiping ink-stained hands on a cloth. He was tall and lean, with unruly dark hair and intelligent eyes that assessed her with undisguised curiosity. "Just browsing," Eleanor replied, conscious of keeping her accent neutral. "The rain drove me in." Then the rain has good taste. He smiled, revealing a dimple in his left cheek. I'm Gabriel Laurent. This is my shop, such as it is. A pleasure, she said, nearly extending her hand in the formal court manner before catching herself. I'm Ellie, Gabriel gestured toward the shelves. Well, Ellie, welcome to the poorest bookshop in Lumine and the richest in thought. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. Bold claim. Truth often is. He moved to arrange several newly bound volumes on a display table. Most booksellers court aristocratic customers with overpriced editions and flattering histories. I prefer to stock works that challenge rather than comfort. Such as? She prompted, genuinely curious. Gabriel pulled a slim volume from beneath the counter. Rousseau, Voltaire. Writers who question whether those born to power deserve it more than those born without. He studied her reaction. Does that scandalise you, Ellie? Eleanor should have been offended. Instead, she found herself intrigued. No one at court would dare speak so frankly about such matters, especially to her face. I believe merit exists independent of birth, she said carefully. Those systems rarely recognise it. Gabriel's expression shifted from provocative to interested. An unusual perspective. Perhaps I'm an unusual person. Perhaps you are. He leaned against the counter. And what brings an unusual person to this particular shop on this particular rainy day? Chance, Eleanor replied. Or fate, if you believe in such things. I believe we make our own fate, Gabriel said. Those circumstances often conspire to limit our choices. Indeed they do, Eleanor murmured, thinking of her impending marriage. A crash from the back room interrupted them. Gabriel excused himself and disappeared behind the curtain. Eleanor heard him speaking softly, comfortingly to someone. He returned moments later, apologetic. My sister. She's practicing her letters but becomes frustrated easily. Is she very young? Eleanor asked. 16, but... He hesitated. Isabel had a fever as a child. Her mind works differently now. Some things come harder to her. The affection in his voice touched Eleanor. You care for her yourself? Since our parents died 5 years ago. Gabriel's expression hardened. Consumption, hastened by working conditions in the royal printing office. The king's new taxes forced them to take on excessive hours. Eleanor flinched. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not your burden, Gabriel's tone softened. Forgive me. I shouldn't speak of such things to a customer. I asked, Eleanor said, then added without thinking, and I'm not yet a customer. Gabriel laughed, the sound unexpectedly warm. A distinction I hope to remedy. Perhaps this? He selected a small leather-bound book of poetry. These verses speak of worlds beyond our own experience, something I suspect might appeal to you. The rain had stopped, but Eleanor lingered, leafing through the volume. In the palace, poetry was recited at formal occasions as a demonstration of culture. Here, in this small shop with its smell of leather and ink, words seemed alive in a different way. I'll take it, she decided, reaching for the coins in her borrowed dress pocket. Their fingers brushed as he handed her the wrapped purchase. A momentary touch, insignificant to anyone watching, yet Eleanor felt something shift within her. The faintest tremor of something new and dangerous. Will you come again? Gabriel asked as she turned to leave. Eleanor paused at the door, knowing she should say no. Instead, she heard herself reply, perhaps when it next rains. The palace seemed more suffocating than ever when she returned. As ladies fussed over her evening toilette, Eleanor's thoughts remained in that small bookshop, with its forthright proprietor who spoke of merit and questioned birthright, unaware he had been challenging a princess to her face. That night, in the privacy of her bedchamber, Eleanor unwrapped the poetry book. A small slip of paper fell out, covered in a bold, slanting handwriting. For Ellie, may these words be companions when reality disappoints. GL. Eleanor traced the initials with her fingertip, knowing with sudden clarity that she would indeed return to the bookshop, rain or shine. What she couldn't know was how that decision would alter the course of not just her life, but an entire kingdom. The dawn of Eleanor's engagement day broke crisp and clear. Palace servants scurried about with last-minute preparations, while courtiers jockeyed for optimal positions at the ceremony. Amid the chaos, the princess sat unnaturally still as her hair was arranged in elaborate coils. "You seem distracted, Your Highness," observed Lady Hortense, her father's cousin and Eleanor's unofficial chaperone. "Contemplating your future responsibilities, no doubt." Eleanor murmured agreement, though her thoughts were elsewhere. In 3 weeks since discovering Gabriel's bookshop, she had returned 5 times, each visit lengthening as their conversations deepened. Today, hours before pledging herself to Duke Anton, all she could think about was a commoner with ink-stained hands and radical ideas. "The Duke's envoy reports they are 2 hours from arrival," a messenger announced. 2 hours, Eleanor repeated hollowly. Lady Hortense mistook her tone for impatience. "The wait will soon be over. You've been prepared for this match since childhood." Prepared, yes. Eager, no. The engagement ceremony proceeded exactly as rehearsed. Duke Anton of Marburg, a tall, austere man of 35 with cold blue eyes, placed a sapphire ring on Eleanor's finger, while courtiers applauded. If he noticed her forced smile, he gave no indication. "You will make a suitable consort," he told her during their first private moment together, his tone suggesting he was evaluating a mare at auction. "Though your interests in literature and science are unseemly for a woman of your station, such pursuits should be abandoned after our marriage." Eleanor felt as if the air had been squeezed from her lungs. "My education has been extensive, Your Grace. My father believes an informed mind makes for a wiser ruler." "Your father indulges you," Anton replied. "I will not be so permissive." Later, as the palace ballroom swirled with dancers celebrating the engagement, Eleanor excused herself, claiming a headache. Instead of retiring to her chambers, she changed into her plain dress and slipped away through the servants' passage. She found Gabriel's shop dark and locked. A neighbouring merchant informed her that Gabriel attended a meeting of the Literary Society on Wednesday evenings. Following the woman's directions, Eleanor discovered a tavern called the Philosopher's Stone tucked away on a side street. Through its windows she could see a group gathered around a long table, Gabriel among them. She hesitated, then pushed open the door. Conversation halted as heads turned toward her. Gabriel's expression moved from surprise to genuine pleasure. "Ellie, everyone, this is the customer I mentioned, the one with unexpected opinions on Rousseau." He pulled out a chair. "Join us. We're debating whether art should serve revolution or beauty." Eleanor sat, acutely aware of the engagement ring hidden in her pocket. For the next 2 hours she listened and occasionally contributed as the group, comprised of writers, artists and tradespeople, debated literature and politics with a freedom unimaginable at court. No one deferred to anyone else based on status or wealth. Ideas alone carried weight. Afterward, Gabriel walked her toward the palace district, neither mentioning how unusual it was for a woman to be out unescorted after dark. "You were quiet tonight," he observed. "I was learning," Eleanor replied. "Your friends speak so passionately about changing the world." "They do," Gabriel smiled. "Some talk more than act, but their hearts are in the right place." He glanced at her. "You seemed troubled when you arrived." Eleanor stopped walking. In the silver moonlight, Gabriel's face appeared both familiar and otherworldly. 3 weeks of conversations had created a dangerous intimacy between them. Dangerous because it was founded on a lie. "If someone expected you to be something you're not," she asked carefully, Would you transform yourself to meet their expectations? Gabriel considered this. That depends. Is the expectation just? Does it harm others or yourself? It harms no one but me, Eleanor whispered. And perhaps it's selfish to resist. Gabriel turned to face her fully. Ellie, selfish is not a word I would ever associate with you. His voice softened. Who's trying to change you? The question hung between them. Eleanor nearly confessed everything, her identity, her engagement, her lifelong captivity in a role she'd never chosen. But revealing herself now would end whatever this was between them. Gabriel despised the aristocracy. How much more would he despise a princess? It doesn't matter, she said finally. Tell me more about your play instead. Gabriel had been working on a stage drama about commoners rising against corrupt nobility. With each of Eleanor's visits, he'd shared new scenes, unknowingly receiving feedback from a princess on a play criticising her class. I've rewritten the ending, he told her, as they resumed walking. The nobleman realises his privilege has blinded him to suffering. He renounces his title to live honestly among the people he once oppressed. A noble sacrifice, Eleanor murmured. Is it sacrifice to abandon something that was never rightfully yours? Gabriel countered. Or merely justice? Eleanor had no answer. They walked in comfortable silence until reaching a corner near the palace walls. This is far enough, she said as always. Why won't you let me walk you home? Gabriel asked, not for the first time. Because, Eleanor hesitated. Because some boundaries are necessary. Are they? Or merely convenient? His eyes searched hers. Who are you really, Ellie? The question startled her. What do you mean? You speak like someone educated at university yet dressed like a shop girl. You reference books few women have access to. You disappear for days, then reappear without explanation. He stepped closer. You're hiding something. Eleanor's heart pounded. We all have secrets. Not from people we care about. The words hung between them, an admission neither had voiced before. Eleanor felt something within her fracture, a hairline crack in the wall she'd built between her real self and her royal identity. If I told you everything, she whispered, you might hate me. Gabriel reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. I could never hate you. In that moment, Eleanor wanted desperately to believe him, but she had seen the contempt in his eyes when he spoke of the palace, heard the bitterness when he mentioned the king, her father. I should go, she said, stepping back. Gabriel didn't follow. The midsummer masquerade is tomorrow night at the town square, he said instead. Everyone wears masks. No one is judged by their station or appearance. His eyes held hers. Will you come? A masked celebration, where for one night she could be simply Ellie without fear of discovery, where she could be with Gabriel as equals, no lies between them. Yes, she answered, surprising herself. Yes, I'll come. The next evening, Eleanor begged illness to excuse herself from a formal dinner with Duke Anton and his entourage. Once alone, she donned a simple blue dress, the colour Gabriel had once said matched her eyes, and covered it with a dark cloak. For the masquerade, she'd procured a delicate silver mask adorned with tiny sapphires that matched her hidden engagement ring. The town square blazed with torchlight. Musicians played lively tunes while masked dancers twirled around a maypole. Vendors sold wine and pastries from colourful stalls. No palace celebration, despite its opulence, had ever felt so vibrantly alive. Eleanor searched the crowd anxiously until a hand touched her elbow. She turned to find Gabriel wearing a bronze mask that emphasised his strong jaw and warm eyes. You came, he said, his voice revealing genuine surprise. I promised I would. Gabriel offered his hand. And dance with me, mysterious Ellie. The night passed in a blur of music and laughter, under cover of masks and darkness. Eleanor allowed herself liberties unimaginable at court. She danced close enough to feel Gabriel's heartbeat, accepted sips of wine from his cup, let her fingers linger when they touched. As midnight approached, Gabriel led her away from the crowds to a small garden behind the musician's stage. Lanterns hung from tree branches, casting dappled light across stone benches. "I have something for you," he said, producing a small package wrapped in brown paper. Eleanor unwrapped it to find a book, not one of his bound volumes, but a handwritten manuscript. "Your play," she realised, touching the pages reverently. "The only copy," Gabriel confirmed. "I finished it last night." Eleanor stared at him. "Gabriel, I can't take this. It's too valuable." "You inspired much of it." He sat beside her on a bench. "Your questions made me reconsider every character's motivations. The princess is no longer a villain. She's trapped in gilded chains of duty and expectation." Eleanor swallowed hard. "And does she break those chains?" "Read it and discover for yourself." Gabriel reached up and gently removed her mask. His fingers brushed her cheek. "Though I suspect you already know what it's like to be caught between worlds." The air between them changed, charged with unspoken confessions. Eleanor knew she should leave, return to the palace, to her fiancé, to her duty. Instead, she remained motionless as Gabriel leaned forward. "If only I were not who I am," she whispered. "If only the world were kinder," he replied. Their lips met in a kiss that contained both question and answer. Eleanor felt something unlock within her chest, a door flung open after years sealed shut. This then was what the poets wrote about. This was what her life had been missing. When they finally parted, Gabriel pressed his forehead to hers. "I'm in love with you," he admitted, "whoever you truly are." Eleanor closed her eyes, savouring words she'd never expected to hear. "And I with you." A sharp intake of breath behind them shattered the moment. Eleanor turned to see a palace guard watching from the garden entrance. His mask pulled aside to reveal a face she recognised, one of Duke Anton's personal sentries. "I must go," she said urgently, gathering her cloak. Gabriel caught her arm. "Ellie, wait!" But she was already fleeing through the garden's rear gate. His manuscript clutched to her chest, her silver mask left forgotten on the bench. What she didn't see was the guard approaching Gabriel, didn't hear the cold voice saying, "Mr. Laurent, I believe. The Duke of Marburg would appreciate a word with you." Eleanor hadn't slept. Dawn found her pacing her chambers, alternating between reliving Gabriel's kiss and panicking over the guard's presence. If he reported to Anton... A sharp knock interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she called, composing her expression. Lady Hortense stepped inside, her face unusually grave. "Your Highness, His Majesty requests your immediate presence in the private council chamber." Eleanor's stomach twisted. "Did he say why?" "No, Princess, but Duke Anton is with him." The walk to the council chamber felt interminable. Eleanor's mind raced through possible explanations, potential defences, necessary lies. But nothing prepared her for the sight that greeted her when the doors swung open. Gabriel knelt on the stone floor, hands bound behind his back. A purpling bruise darkened his left cheekbone. 2 royal guards stood at attention behind him. Their eyes met across the chamber, hers wide with horror, his first shocked, then comprehending. "Princess Eleanor," he whispered, the title falling from his lips like a stone. King Aldrich III sat at the head of the council table, his expression thunderous. Duke Anton stood at his right hand, cold satisfaction evident in his posture. "Daughter," the king said, his voice dangerously quiet, "explain yourself." Eleanor struggled to find her voice. "Father, whatever you believe..." "What I believe," Aldrich interrupted, "is what Duke Anton's men witnessed. My daughter, the Crown Princess of Valmir, behaving like a common trollop with a seditious bookbinder." Gabriel flinched at the words, then raised his chin defiantly. "Your Majesty, the princess bears no blame. Silence!" the king roared. "You will speak when granted permission, not before." Eleanor took a steadying breath. "Father, there has been a misunderstanding. Mr. Laurent is a shopkeeper I met while researching local literature. Nothing inappropriate occurred." Anton stepped forward, producing a familiar silver mask. "Then why were you masked, princess? Why the deception? Why the kiss my guard witnessed?" Eleanor faltered, lies deserting her. In the awful silence, Gabriel spoke again, his voice steady despite his circumstances. "Your Majesty, if I may, I am solely responsible. I pursued the princess, unaware of her identity. The fault is entirely mine." "Gabriel, no!" Eleanor protested, but the king was already nodding grimly. "At least the commoner acknowledges his crime." He turned to Eleanor. "As for you, daughter, this infatuation ends now. Your engagement to Duke Anton proceeds as planned, with the wedding moved forward to next week." "Father," Eleanor's protest died as Aldrich raised his hand. "Additionally," the king continued, "this man will be charged with sedition. Anton's men found treasonous pamphlets in his shop calling for the overthrow of the monarchy." For the first time, genuine fear crossed Gabriel's face. "Your Majesty, those pamphlets were not mine. I merely—" "The penalty for sedition," Aldrich continued implacably, "is death." Eleanor felt the world tilt beneath her feet. "No," she gasped. "Father, please." "The matter is decided," the king stated. "Guards, remove the prisoner to the—" "Wait!" Eleanor's voice rang through the chamber with unexpected authority. Every head turned toward her. "Wait," she repeated more softly. "I request a private audience, father. Please." Aldrich studied her, then nodded curtly. "Everyone out, except my daughter." As the guards hauled Gabriel to his feet, his eyes locked with Eleanor's. In that brief moment, everything passed between them. Regret, confusion, and something that transcended the terrible circumstances. A love that had bloomed against impossible odds. Then he was gone, and Eleanor faced her father alone. "Papa," she said, reverting to childhood address, "I beg you, spare his life." Aldrich sighed heavily, suddenly looking older than his 53 years. "Eleanor, you cannot possibly understand what's at stake. This alliance with Marburg secures our northern border against Russean aggression. It ensures our people's safety." "I understand duty," Eleanor said quietly. "I've accepted it my entire life. I will marry Anton as planned, if that's what Valmir needs." She met her father's gaze steadily. "Gabriel's death serves no purpose except vengeance. His seditious activities threaten the crown." "Then exile him," Eleanor countered. "Send him to England or the Americas. I will never see him again. You have my solemn vow." Aldrich studied his daughter, the golden-haired mirror of her long-dead mother, and his expression softened fractionally. "You truly care for this commoner?" Eleanor hesitated, then answered truthfully. "Yes, but I care more for Valmir. I will honour my commitment to our kingdom." A long silence followed. Finally, Aldrich nodded. "Very well. The bookbinder will be exiled to England, never to return on pain of death." His eyes hardened. "But hear me clearly, daughter. You will marry Anton in 1 week. You will perform your duties as his wife and future queen without complaint. You will never, never speak this man's name again." "I understand," Eleanor whispered. "Thank you, father." 2 days later, Eleanor stood alone on the highest palace tower, watching a merchant ship cast off from the harbour. Somewhere below deck, Gabriel was beginning his journey to exile, believing she had abandoned him for wealth and position. She had been forbidden from seeing him, forbidden from explaining. From her private quarters, she had managed to send a servant girl with a single message: "I had no choice, forgive me." Whether he received it, she would never know. As the ship disappeared over the horizon, Eleanor removed Gabriel's manuscript from her pocket. She had read it through tears the night before. The story of a princess who sacrificed everything for her kingdom, never knowing that her commoner love would have sacrificed everything for her. "Be well, Gabriel," she whispered to the vanishing sails. "Write your plays, find happiness." She would never see him again. That was the price of his life and the price of her crown. Squaring her shoulders, Princess Eleanor of Valmere turned away from the sea and walked back into the palace to prepare for her wedding. 5 years later, Queen Eleanor of Valmere stood at the same tower window where she had watched Gabriel's ship disappear. Below, the streets of Lumine seethed with unrest. 5 years of poor harvests, coupled with Duke Anton's oppressive taxes, had pushed the people toward rebellion. Anton himself had succumbed to typhoid fever 6 months earlier, leaving Eleanor as sole regent until her infant son came of age. His death had released her from a loveless marriage, but bound her more tightly to the throne she'd never wanted. "Your Majesty," Lord Chancellor Beaumont said from behind her, "the English delegation has arrived. They await your pleasure in the blue salon." Eleanor nodded. "The playwright is with them?" "Yes, Your Majesty, though I must again question the wisdom of inviting a man known for Republican sympathies." "Gabriel Laurent's works are performed in every European capital," Eleanor replied, using the name she had been forbidden to speak for 5 years. "His voice carries weight with the people. If he endorses our reforms, it may prevent bloodshed." What she didn't say was how she'd follow Gabriel's rise to literary fame from afar. How she'd secretly ordered every play he published. How she'd implemented reforms inspired by ideas he'd shared during those few precious weeks when she was simply Ellie, not a princess bound by duty. "Very well, Your Majesty," Beaumont conceded, though I advise caution. Mr. Laurent's latest work, The Crown's Shadow, is hardly flattering to monarchy. Eleanor smiled faintly. "I've read it, Chancellor. It's his finest work." The blue salon hummed with diplomatic conversation when Eleanor entered. All rose and bowed, including a figure at the far end whose face she couldn't immediately see. But she would know that posture anywhere. The slight tilt of the head, the squared shoulders. "Gentlemen," she greeted the delegation, her voice steady despite her thundering heart. "Valmere welcomes you." The English ambassador made formal introductions, saving Gabriel for last. When he finally stepped forward and bowed, Eleanor had to grip her throne to remain upright. 5 years had transformed the bookbinder into a literary lion. He was broader through the shoulders, his face more angular, his eyes bearing the depth that comes only from living fully. But the dimple in his left cheek remained when he offered a careful smile. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice achingly familiar. "England thanks you for your hospitality." If he felt anything upon seeing her again, his expression revealed nothing. Eleanor matched his composure, though it cost her dearly. "Mr. Laurent," she acknowledged with a regal nod, "your reputation precedes you. We look forward to discussions about how your unique perspective might benefit Valmere during these troubled times." The formal pleasantries continued, but Eleanor felt Gabriel's eyes on her throughout. Did he see the changes in her as clearly as she saw his? The subtle lines etched by years of compromise and silent grief, the watchfulness that came from surviving Anton's coldness. That evening a reception was held for the English delegation. Eleanor circulated among the guests, performing her royal duties flawlessly, while hyper-aware of Gabriel across the room, deep in conversation with a group of progressive nobles. As the gathering wound down, Eleanor retreated to a quiet alcove for a moment's respite. She was studying a tapestry when a voice behind her said quietly, "It seems we are destined to meet at masquerades, Princess. Though tonight, our masks are invisible." She turned to find Gabriel standing a respectful distance away, a glass of wine in his hand. No one else was within earshot. "Mr. Laurent," she acknowledged, "I wondered if you would seek a private word." "Did you?" His expression remained neutral. "I wondered if you would permit one." Eleanor glanced around to ensure they weren't observed, then indicated a small side door. "The palace gardens, 5 minutes." The night air carried the scent of jasmine as Eleanor paced a secluded garden path. When Gabriel appeared, he stayed several paces away, maintaining a distance that felt both proper and painful. "Congratulations on your literary success," she offered. "Your plays are extraordinary." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The formality stung worse than anger would have. "And congratulations on your son. The future king, I understand." Eleanor nodded. "Alexander. He's 4 months old." An awkward silence fell between them, so different from the easy conversation they'd once shared. "Why am I here, Eleanor?" Gabriel finally asked, dropping royal address. "Why summon me after 5 years of silence?" "Valmir stands on the brink of revolution," she replied. "Your words carry influence. I hoped you might help prevent violence." "My words?" His laugh held no humour. "The same words that once branded me a seditionist. The same words that got me exiled?" Eleanor flinched. "That wasn't my choice." "Wasn't it?" Gabriel stepped closer, his composure cracking. "I received your message, you know. I had no choice, forgive me, as if duty could excuse everything." "Wasn't duty," Eleanor whispered. "It was your life, Gabriel. My father would have executed you for sedition. I traded my freedom for your life." Gabriel stared at her, shock replacing anger. "What are you saying?" "I made a bargain," Eleanor explained, the words tumbling out after years of silence. "My compliance with the marriage to Anton in exchange for your exile instead of execution. I wasn't permitted to see you or explain." "You sacrificed yourself," Gabriel said slowly, "for me." Eleanor looked away. "You would have done the same." "Yes," he admitted softly, "I would have." Another silence fell, but the quality of it had changed. No longer strained but breathless, like the pause before a symphony's climax. "I built you into my villain," Gabriel finally said. "All these years my writing was fueled by the belief you'd chosen crown over love, that you'd used me to taste freedom before returning to privilege. And now?" Eleanor asked. Gabriel's expression softened. "Now I see the princess from my play, the one who sacrifices everything for her kingdom while losing what she loves most." "She was always me," Eleanor admitted, "just as you were always the commoner who taught her to question everything she'd been raised to believe." Gabriel closed the distance between them, propriety forgotten. "I never stopped loving you," he confessed, "even when I thought I hated you." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. "And I never stopped loving you, even when I couldn't speak your name." His hand rose as if to touch her face, then dropped away. "But you're still a queen, and I'm still a commoner." "Things are changing," Eleanor said urgently. "The old order is collapsing across Europe. Here in Valmir, the people demand a constitutional monarchy, limited royal powers, a parliament of elected representatives." Gabriel's eyes widened. "You support this?" "I've spent 5 years implementing what reforms I could. Anton blocked most, but since his death..." She drew a deep breath. "I've drafted a constitution. Once ratified, the monarch becomes largely ceremonial. And if the people demand more, if they reject monarchy entirely..." Eleanor's gaze was steady. Then I will step aside. Valmir's welfare matters more than my crown. Gabriel stared at her in wonder. You've changed. We both have. Eleanor smiled sadly. Life continues, even when we think it's ended. A shout from the palace interrupted them. Lord Chancellor Beaumont appeared at the garden entrance, his face ashen. Your Majesty, revolutionaries have breached the city gates. The palace guard requests your immediate withdrawal to the secure chambers. Eleanor straightened. Queen once more. I will address them instead. Your Majesty, I must protest. These are my people, Chancellor. I will not hide. Gabriel stepped forward. I'll come with you. Eleanor hesitated. Why would you risk yourself? Because, Gabriel said simply, I believe in the queen you've become. Within the hour, Eleanor stood on the palace balcony facing a sea of torches. The crowd roared when she appeared, some in anger, others in anticipation. Gabriel remained inside at her insistence, watching through a window. People of Valmir, Eleanor called, her voice carrying across the square, I hear your demands for change. No more empty promises, someone shouted. Others took up the cry. Eleanor raised her hands. Not promises, action. Tomorrow I will present to your elected representatives a constitution that limits royal power and establishes a parliament with true authority. The crowd quieted, scepticism mingling with surprise. Eleanor continued, her voice growing stronger. I was born to privilege I never earned. For too long Valmir has suffered under laws that protect the few while burdening the many. This ends now. She removed her crown and held it before her. This crown will serve Valmir, not rule it. I swear this on the memory of my mother, who taught me that true leadership lies in service, not power. A hush fell over the square as her words registered. Then from the back of the crowd a voice called out, Long live the Queen! Others joined uncertainly at first, then with growing conviction. In that moment, Eleanor caught Gabriel's eye through the window. His expression held something she'd never expected to see again. Pride. The revolution paused that night, not extinguished but transformed into an uneasy hope. In the palace library, Eleanor met with revolutionary leaders, Gabriel serving as mediator. By dawn they had hammered out a framework for transition. It won't be easy, Gabriel warned, as they finally found themselves alone in the library, dawn breaking outside the windows. Some will resist change on both sides. Nothing worthwhile ever is, Eleanor replied, exhaustion evident in the slope of her shoulders. Gabriel studied her in the morning light, queen who had just willingly relinquished power to save her kingdom from bloodshed. I misjudged you, he admitted softly. In my plays, I portrayed royalty as universally corrupt and self-serving. You've proven me wrong. Perhaps we both needed these years apart, Eleanor suggested. You to find your voice, me to find my purpose. And now? Gabriel asked, the question encompassing far more than the immediate future. Eleanor met his gaze directly. Now we build something new, for Valmir. What remained unspoken hung between them, and perhaps, for us. The year that followed tested Valmir to its core. The transition to constitutional monarchy progressed in fits and starts, some days bringing triumph, others near disaster. Conservative nobles resisted ceding power, while radical revolutionaries demanded the complete abolition of monarchy. Through it all, Queen Eleanor walked a precarious middle path. In public, she remained the composed sovereign guiding her nation through transformation. In private, she battled exhaustion, opposition, and the constant fear that compromise would satisfy no one. Gabriel remained in Valmir as part of the English delegation, ostensibly to observe the political transition. In truth, he had become essential to the process, respected by revolutionaries for his progressive ideals, yet pragmatic enough to recognise the value of gradual change. They work together almost daily, their personal history subsumed beneath the weight of national crisis. Yet sometimes, in quiet moments between meetings, their eyes would meet across a table and everything unspoken would pass between them. The Assembly votes tomorrow on the final constitution, Eleanor noted one evening as they reviewed documents in her study. Winter rain lashed against the windows, reminiscent of the day they'd first met. "They'll ratify it," Gabriel replied, with more confidence than he felt. "The moderates have rallied enough support." Eleanor set down her quill. "And then?" "Then Valmir becomes a constitutional monarchy. Your role becomes ceremonial but stable. The real work of governance passes to elected officials." "No," Eleanor said softly. "I meant, and then what for you? The English delegation departs next week, it's so." The question hung between them. For months they had carefully avoided discussing anything beyond Valmir's future. Gabriel rose and walked to the window, watching raindrops trace patterns down the glass. "I've been offered a position at the Theatre Royal in London, a playwright in residence." "A great honour," Eleanor said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "You should accept." "Should I?" Gabriel turned to face her. "Is that what you want?" Eleanor's diplomatic composure, perfected through 27 years of royal training, finally cracked. "What I want has rarely mattered. It matters to me." Gabriel moved closer. "It's always mattered to me." "I am still a queen," Eleanor reminded him, "ceremonial or not. And you, I am still a commoner," he finished. "Those facts haven't changed." "No," Eleanor agreed. "But we have." She stood, eliminating the last distance between them. 5 years ago, I sacrificed us for Valmir's stability. I would make the same choice again." "I know," Gabriel said softly. "It's one of the countless reasons I love you." The admission, spoken plainly after years of silence, made Eleanor catch her breath. "Gabriel, let me finish," he interrupted gently. 5 years ago, love and duty stood opposed. I've spent every day since learning they needn't be enemies. His hands found hers. "A ceremonial queen needs a consort who understands both palace and public. Someone who can bridge worlds." Eleanor's eyes widened. "Are you suggesting?" "A new kind of partnership," Gabriel confirmed. "Not husband and wife in the traditional sense, Valmir isn't ready for that, but public allies, collaborators in creating the culture this new Valmir needs." "The nobility would resist," Eleanor warned. "They have accepted constitutional limits on my power, but a commoner as royal confidant? That crosses every boundary they hold sacred." Gabriel smiled, the familiar dimple appearing in his cheek. "Let them resist. Boundaries exist to be questioned. You taught me that." "I did?" Eleanor asked, surprised. "When a princess disguised herself as a commoner to visit a bookshop," Gabriel explained. "When she debated philosophy instead of discussing fashion. When she dared imagine a different life." Eleanor's expression softened at the memory. "I was so naive then." "You were brave," Gabriel corrected, "and you're braver now." Eleanor studied him. The playwright who had once wanted to tear down monarchy itself, now proposing to stand beside it. "And your writing? Your truth-telling? Would you sacrifice that to stand in a palace shadow?" "Never," Gabriel replied firmly. "Any alliance between us depends on my continued freedom to write honestly, to criticize where criticism is needed, to praise when praise is earned." A laugh escaped Eleanor, the first genuine one in months. "You propose to court and critique me simultaneously." "I propose to love and challenge you simultaneously," Gabriel corrected, "as I always have." Eleanor turned away, moving to the portrait of her father that hung above the fireplace. King Aldrich had died during the early days of revolution, never seeing the changes his daughter would implement. "He wanted me safely married to power," she mused, "protected within traditional structures." "And what do you want?" Gabriel asked again. Eleanor faced him, queen and woman both. I want a partner, not a protector. I want someone who sees Eleanor beneath the crown. I've never seen you any other way, Gabriel said simply. Even when I didn't know who you truly were, I saw you. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the window panes. Inside, the study remained silent as Eleanor considered a future neither of them had dared imagine possible. The Constitution will be ratified tomorrow, she finally said. Valmere will begin its new chapter. She stepped toward him, decision made. I would like you to stay, Gabriel Laurent, not as part of any delegation, but as royal dramatist. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Is that even a position? It is now, Eleanor declared with a hint of her old royal authority. Valmere needs art that speaks truth to both palace and public. Stories that help us understand who we are becoming. And is that all you're asking? Gabriel pressed gently. A professional arrangement? Eleanor's diplomatic reserve dissolved entirely. She reached for his hand. I'm asking for time. Time to discover who we might be to each other in this new world we're creating. Time to love without sacrifice. Gabriel's free hand rose to touch her cheek. Then time is what we shall have. 1 year to the day after Eleanor had stood on the palace balcony and offered a constitution instead of a crown, the Royal Theatre of Valmere opened its doors for the first time. The building stood as a bridge between palace and city, funded partly by the crown, partly by public subscription, owned equally by both. On opening night, nobility and commoners filled separate sections, the divide between them visible in dress and demeanour. On stage, however, that divide vanished as Gabriel's new play unfolded, the story of a kingdom transformed not by bloodshed, but by the courage to question tradition. Eleanor watched from the royal box, no longer wearing a crown, but a simple circlet that symbolised her ceremonial role. In the playwright's box opposite sat Gabriel, their eyes meeting occasionally across the theatre in a private communication no one else could interpret. When the final curtain fell, the audience rose as one in thunderous applause. For a moment, brief but significant, class distinctions disappeared in shared appreciation. Your Majesty, the Lord Chancellor murmured, as the crowd began to disperse. The reception awaits. Eleanor nodded, rising to make her way to the theatre foyer, where custom dictated she would receive formal greetings from aristocratic patrons. Gabriel would be there too, accepting congratulations for his work. They would maintain proper distance, their public interactions restricted to respectful conversation about art and national culture. But later, when formal obligations ended, they would meet in the palace gardens where jasmine scented the night air. There, beyond public scrutiny, a queen and a playwright would continue writing their own story, one that had begun in a bookshop during a rainstorm and continued despite every boundary society had placed between them. Their love had survived separation, misunderstanding and revolution. Now, in a Valmere slowly healing its divisions, that love would help build something entirely new, a future where duty and desire no longer stood opposed. As Eleanor took her place in the reception line, she caught Gabriel's eye across the crowded foyer. His expression mirrored what she felt: gratitude for second chances, wonder at how far they'd come, and the quiet certainty that some loves were destined to endure even when the world conspired against them. Especially then. Catherine Mitchell ran her fingertips along the spines of weathered books, pausing occasionally to pull one from its resting place. The musty scent that filled Grayson's antiquarian books had become as familiar to her as her own apartment. At 28, her life had settled into comfortable predictability, weekdays at the New York Public Library where she worked as a reference librarian, and weekends hunting through second-hand bookshops for overlooked treasures. "Found anything worthwhile today, Katie?" Mr. Grayson called from behind the counter, where he was carefully reattaching the cover of a first edition Hemingway. "Nothing yet, but I can feel something waiting for me," she replied, pushing her wire-rimmed glasses back up her nose. Her mother always said she had a sixth sense for books, an ability to know when something special was nearby. Today, that sense led her to the back corner of the shop to a section she'd browsed dozens of times before. But somehow, a slim volume with a faded blue spine caught her eye, as if it had materialized from nowhere. She carefully extracted it from between two larger tomes. The Quiet Hours by Elizabeth Harmon. Catherine had never heard of the author, but the title resonated with her. The book wasn't particularly valuable, a 1950s novel that had likely enjoyed modest success before fading into obscurity. But when she opened it, her breath caught. The margins were filled with handwriting, not the occasional underline or star that readers sometimes left, but entire paragraphs of thoughtful commentary. The penmanship was distinctive, slightly slanted to the right, with crisp consonants and flowing loops. "Harmon captures the essence of solitude without making it seem pathetic," read one note beside a description of the protagonist walking alone through autumn woods. "There's dignity in choosing one's own company, in listening to thoughts that can only be heard in silence." Catherine found herself scanning pages, not for the author's words, but for the annotations. The unknown reader had engaged with the text as if in conversation with it, challenging some passages and expressing deep appreciation for others. There was humour. "If I wrote a letter this melodramatic, I'd burn it before the ink dried." An unexpected vulnerability. "I've stood at this same precipice, wondering if anyone would notice if I simply stepped off." She checked the inside cover and found what she was looking for. A name written in the same distinctive hand. Gary Wilson, 1968. Catherine bought the book without hesitation, paying more than its objective worth, but far less than its value to her. That evening, curled in her apartment's window seat as rain tapped against the glass, she read the entire novel, letting Gary Wilson's commentary guide her through the story. By midnight, she had made her decision. She would find him. The search proved more challenging than she'd anticipated. This was 1974, before the internet would make locating people a trivial matter. The New York phone directory listed 12 Gary Wilsons, none of whom, when carefully called, admitted to annotating old novels. Library records offered no help. Bookstore owners shook their heads. 3 weeks later, Catherine caught a break. Mr. Grayson remembered a customer named Wilson, who had sold a collection of books the previous year. A decent fellow, former English professor, I believe, left an address for tax purposes. The address led to a brownstone in Brooklyn Heights. Catherine stood on the sidewalk for 20 minutes, rehearsing what she would say, before finally mailing a letter instead. She wrote and rewrote it 7 times. "Dear Mr. Wilson, my name is Catherine Mitchell. Recently I purchased a copy of Elizabeth Harmon's The Quiet Hours from Grayson's Antiquarian Books. I believe it once belonged to you, as it contains margin notes signed with your name. I hope you don't find this letter strange or intrusive, but I felt compelled to reach out. Your annotations transformed my experience of the novel. Your insights, humour and honesty spoke to me in ways the original text couldn't alone. I'm a librarian who has read thousands of books, but I've never encountered marginalia that felt like finding a kindred spirit across time. I simply wanted to thank you for inadvertently sharing your thoughts with a stranger. With appreciation, Catherine Mitchell." She included her return address, but expected nothing in response. 3 weeks later, an envelope arrived, postmarked from a town she'd never heard of upstate. "Dear Miss Mitchell, your letter provided the most pleasant surprise I've received in years. I'd completely forgotten about that old copy of The Quiet Hours, and I'm mildly embarrassed to know my scribbles have been exposed to discerning eyes. In my defence, I never expected anyone else to read those notes. They were conversations I was having with myself as much as with Harmon's text. I'm curious which passages resonated with you. The novel affected me deeply during a transitional period in my life when I was questioning many of my previous certainties. Perhaps that's why I couldn't keep my thoughts contained. If you're inclined to continue this unexpected correspondence, I would welcome hearing your thoughts on the book or on any other matter that interests you. Sincerely, Gary Wilson. Catherine wrote back the same evening, this time without agonising over every word. She quoted his annotation about solitude having dignity and explained how it had articulated something she'd felt but never named. She mentioned her favourite bookshops in the city and asked if he had recommendations. 2 weeks later, Gary's response arrived, longer this time, with observations about Catherine's observations and a list of bookstores worth visiting if she ever found herself in Albany. He asked about her work as a librarian and shared an anecdote about a memorable library from his childhood. By the third exchange, they had abandoned the formality of Dear Miss Mitchell and Mr. Wilson for first names. By the sixth letter, Catherine found herself sharing stories she had never told anyone, about the death of her father when she was 12, about a novel she'd started writing but abandoned, about her growing sense that life was passing her by while she watched from behind a reference desk. Gary's letters revealed a man who thought deeply but wore his intelligence lightly. He had taught English literature at a small college before leaving to write a book, which remained stubbornly unfinished, he admitted. He lived alone but didn't seem lonely, describing walks through woods near his home and conversations with an elderly neighbour who was teaching him to play chess. I've always believed that what we notice reveals more about us than what we say, he wrote in one letter. And I notice, Catherine, that your letters have become the highlight of my month. I find myself checking the mailbox with an eagerness that would embarrass me if anyone witnessed it. Catherine knew precisely what he meant. She had begun rushing home from work to check her mail, and on days when a letter from Gary waited, she would save it, preparing a cup of tea and settling into her favourite chair before carefully opening the envelope. In July, she sent him a pressed violet she'd found in Central Park. In August, he sent her a photograph of a spectacular sunset over a lake, with a note, "Wished you could see this. Words failed me." By September, the closing lines of their letters had evolved from "sincerely" to "with warm regards" to "thinking of you." Catherine found herself imagining his voice, his laugh, the way his face might change when he was considering a difficult question. Then came the letter she had both hoped for and dreaded. "Catherine, 6 months of letters, and I feel I know you better than people I've spoken with daily for years. There's a freedom in writing that conversation sometimes lacks, the space to consider words before committing to them, the absence of distracting facial expressions or interruptions. Yet I find myself increasingly curious about the woman behind these thoughtful letters. The way you tilt your head when you're listening intently, I imagine you do this. The sound of your laugh, whether you gesture when you speak as expressively as you write. I'll be in New York on October 12th. Would you consider meeting? I suggest Penn Station at 4 p.m. I'll be standing by the Neddick's hot dog stand holding a purple tulip. Your favourite flower, if I remember correctly from your April letter. If this suggestion makes you uncomfortable, I completely understand. Our correspondence has been a gift regardless. Thinking of you, Gary." Catherine read the letter 12 times. She wrote 4 different responses before settling on the simplest. "Yes, I'll be there. Looking forward to it more than I can say." October 12th arrived with Catherine in a state of nervous excitement she hadn't experienced since childhood, Christmases. She changed outfits 5 times before settling on a rust-coloured dress that complemented her auburn hair and a camel coat against the autumn chill. She arrived at Penn Station 20 minutes early, then decided to walk around the block to calm her racing heart, which made her 5 minutes late. The station buzzed with Saturday afternoon travellers. Catherine scanned the crowd looking for the promised purple tulip. Her imagination had constructed a Gary Wilson who matched his letters, thoughtful eyes, an easy smile, perhaps greying at the temples, though she imagined him around her age. Then she saw it, a single purple tulip held aloft above the crowd. Catherine navigated through groups of travellers, her pulse hammering in her ears. As she drew closer, her step faltered. The man holding the tulip was at least in his 60s, with silver hair and the slightly stooped posture of someone who had spent decades hunched over books. He wore a tweed jacket with leather elbow patches and a neatly trimmed beard. His eyes, keen and blue, scanned the crowd. Catherine felt a confusing mixture of emotions, disappointment, yes, but also curiosity and a stubborn affection for the mind she had come to know through his words. Age was just a number, she told herself, though the number was larger than she had anticipated. She approached him with a smile she hoped didn't reveal her surprise. "Gary, I'm Catherine." The man's face brightened. "Catherine, wonderful to meet you at last." He extended his hand, which she shook. His grip was warm and firm. "I was beginning to think you might have changed your mind." "Just circling the block to settle my nerves," she admitted. "Understandable. It's not every day one meets a pen pal who started as a book margin." He gestured toward a nearby bench. "Shall we sit for a moment before we head out? I thought we might walk through Bryant Park if that appeals to you." They sat, and Gary asked about her work, referring to specific details from her letters with impressive recall. Catherine found herself relaxing despite her initial shock. This was the same thoughtful person she'd come to know, just packaged differently than she had imagined. After about 15 minutes of conversation, Gary checked his watch and smiled. "I believe we should be moving along now." "Of course," Catherine said, gathering her purse. Gary stood and looked over Catherine's shoulder, raising his hand in a beckoning gesture. She turned to see a young man approaching, tall with dark hair and the same striking blue eyes as the man beside her. He wore a navy peacoat and carried a book. The older man's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Catherine Mitchell, may I introduce my son, Gary Wilson Jr.? Catherine's mouth fell open. She looked between the two men in confusion. The younger Gary extended his hand, his expression both amused and apologetic. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Catherine. I hope my father hasn't been too awful." "Your father," Catherine repeated, feeling as if she had stepped into an alternate reality. Gary Sr. chuckled. "I may have neglected to specify which Gary Wilson annotated that book. Junior inherited not only my name, but my tendency to argue with authors in the margins." "This was your idea, wasn't it?" Catherine asked Gary's father with fond exasperation. "Entirely," the older man admitted without a trace of remorse. "When Junior told me about this fascinating librarian he'd been corresponding with, I insisted on vetting you first. Call it paternal prerogative." Catherine looked at Gary Jr., understanding dawning. "You wrote the letters?" He nodded, colour rising in his cheeks. "Every word. Dad just thought it would be funny to make sure you weren't some sort of book-obsessed axe murderer," Gary Sr. finished cheerfully. "I approve, by the way. She's exactly as she seemed in the letters, Junior." Catherine couldn't help herself. She burst into laughter, the kind that comes from relief and absurdity colliding. When she could speak again, she playfully punched Gary Sr. in the arm. "That was terrible of you." "Guilty as charged," he agreed, not looking remotely contrite. "But now that we've established you're not dangerous, unless one counts that right hook, I should head home before my wife thinks I've run off with a mistress." He winked at Catherine and clasped his son's shoulder. "Don't mess this up, Junior." As Gary Sr. walked away, his son turned to Catherine with a mixture of embarrassment and hope. "I swear this wasn't my idea. I'd understand completely if you want to call it a day after this." Catherine studied him, the same height as his father but with broader shoulders, the same intelligent eyes but with laugh lines still in their early stages. He was holding a weathered copy of T.S. Eliot's collected poems. "Do you argue with Eliot in the margins too?" she asked. He glanced down at the book in his hands and smiled. "Constantly. He's brilliant, but occasionally insufferable." "I think," Catherine said slowly, "that I'd still like to take that walk, if the offer stands. I have a lot of questions about a certain annotated novel." They walked from Penn Station to Bryant Park, the October afternoon softening into early evening. Gary explained how the book had ended up at the bookstore. "I was between apartments last year and had to sell some of my library. I tried to keep the books I'd annotated, but a few slipped through. I had to pack in a hurry when my old lease ended unexpectedly." "Including the quiet hours," Catherine said, "which somehow found its way to you." He glanced at her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Dad calls that literary fate." The initial awkwardness dissolved as they fell into the easy rhythm they had established through letters. Gary asked about the reference question she had mentioned in her last letter, a woman researching the history of female lighthouse keepers, and Catherine found herself gesturing animatedly as she described helping the patron find obscure historical records. "You do tilt your head when you're interested in something," Gary observed, looking pleased. "I'd imagine that." Catherine felt heat rise to her cheeks. "What else did you imagine?" "That you'd be thoughtful and articulate in person, not just on paper, that your laugh would be genuine, that you'd call me out if I said something pretentious." He hesitated, then added more quietly, "that I'd feel as comfortable with you in person as I did writing to you." "And do you?" she asked. "More so," he admitted. "Letters let you curate yourself. This is messier, but better." They found an empty bench in Bryant Park and sat watching the last golden light fade from the sky. A street musician played saxophone nearby, the notes floating through the crisp air. "Tell me something you didn't put in a letter," Catherine said. Gary considered this. "I'm terrified of heights but love flying, which makes no sense. I can recite the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock from memory because I had an impossibly strict professor who required it. And," he paused, "I almost didn't write back after your first letter, because I was afraid the reality of me wouldn't live up to whatever you imagined, based on those margin notes." "I'm glad you did," Catherine said, "even if your father's prank nearly gave me a heart attack." "Your turn," Gary said. "Something you didn't write." Catherine thought for a moment. "I sleep with the window open, even in winter. I've kept every birthday card I've ever received in a box under my bed, and I've reread your letters so many times I've practically memorized them." The admission hung between them, a vulnerability offered without expectation. Gary reached over and took her hand, his fingers warm despite the cooling evening. "Would you like to get dinner?" he asked. "There's a little Italian place near here that serves tiramisu that might change your life." "That sounds perfect," Catherine said. The restaurant was tucked away on a side street, with candles in empty Chianti bottles and checkered tablecloths. Over pasta and red wine, they discussed books they loved and ones they couldn't finish, the merits of first-person versus third-person narration, and whether New York bagels were truly superior to all others. They agreed they were. "You mentioned in one letter that you left teaching to write," Catherine said as they lingered over coffee. "What are you working on?" Gary looked slightly embarrassed. "A novel, theoretically. It's been in progress for 3 years. What's it about?" "A man who inherits his grandfather's collection of rare books and discovers one contains a series of clues to a family secret." He took a sip of espresso. "More interesting than it is currently. I keep getting stuck on the third act." "I'd like to read it someday," Catherine said. "I promise to write notes in the margins." Gary laughed. "That would be fitting." After dinner they walked through the city, intentionally getting a little lost, discovering a hidden courtyard with a forgotten fountain, browsing a late-night bookstore where they challenged each other to find the most obscure title, and finally stopping for ice cream despite the October chill. At the entrance to the subway that would take Catherine home to her apartment in the village, they paused. "I have a confession," Gary said, suddenly serious. "I kept a copy of another book with my notes, a companion volume to The Quiet Hours. It's called The Luminous Dark. Same author." Catherine raised an eyebrow. "Are you bribing me for a second date with the promise of more marginalia?" "Is it working?" he asked with a hopeful smile. In answer, Catherine rose on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly. "Yes," she said, "but I'd have said yes anyway." 2 years later, Catherine adjusted the framed photograph on her desk. She and Gary on the steps of the New York Public Library, his arm around her waist, both laughing at something now forgotten. Outside her office window, Columbia University's campus was blanketed in fresh December snow, students hurrying between buildings with hunched shoulders and colourful scarves. Her new position as Special Collections Librarian had come with an actual door she could close, a luxury she still hadn't tired of after 6 months. Today she was using that privacy to wrap Gary's Christmas present, a first edition of John Updike's Rabbit, run she'd found at an estate sale, miraculously within her budget. A knock interrupted her careful creasing of the wrapping paper. "Come in," she called, hastily covering the book with a folder. Gary poked his head in, cheeks flushed from the cold. "Ready for lunch?" "I'm starving." "Just finishing something up," she said. 5 minutes?" Instead of leaving, he entered and closed the door behind him, unwinding his scarf. "I had a surreal experience this morning," he said, perching on the edge of her desk. "A student asked if she could interview me about my novel for the campus paper." Catherine smiled. The publication of Gary's book 3 months earlier had been modest but meaningful. A small university press, respectable reviews, and most importantly, the liberation of finishing something he doubted would ever be completed. "What did you tell her?" "That she should interview you instead," he said, "since you're the one who broke my writer's block." Catherine rolled her eyes, but couldn't deny the truth in his statement. After months of dating, she had finally convinced Gary to let her read his manuscript. Her detailed notes, some in the margins, others on separate pages, had helped him see the story from a new perspective. "Did you also tell her that the romantic subplot was entirely invented and bears no resemblance to us meeting through a book?" she asked. Gary laughed. "Some things are just for us to know." Catherine opened her desk drawer and removed a small package wrapped in simple brown paper. "Since you're here, you might as well have this now." Gary raised his eyebrows. "Christmas is still 2 weeks away." "This isn't your Christmas present," she explained. "It's an anniversary gift. 2 years ago today, I found a book with notes in the margins." Gary carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a slim volume bound in faded blue cloth. His eyes widened as he recognized The Quiet Hours. "How did you find it again?" he asked, turning it over in his hands with reverence. "I've been in touch with Mr. Grayson for months. He's been keeping an eye out, calling other booksellers. It turned up in a shop in Boston." Gary opened the book, fingers tracing his younger self's handwriting. "I can't believe some of the pretentious things I wrote," he said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Listen to this. Harmon understands that true connection requires vulnerability, but she fails to acknowledge the courage such vulnerability demands." He shook his head. "What did I know about vulnerability at 25? Catherine moved to stand beside him, looking over his shoulder at the familiar pages. "I fell in love with your mind through those notes." Gary closed the book and set it carefully on the desk, then pulled Catherine into an embrace. "And I fell in love with yours through your letters." He kissed her forehead. "I've been thinking, what if we wrote a book together?" "What kind of book?" she asked, intrigued. "Letters between strangers who connect through literature. We could each write one character's perspective." Catherine considered the idea, warmth spreading through her at the thought of creating something together. "I'd like that," she said, "as long as we promise not to let your father write the ending." Gary laughed and kissed her properly. "Deal. he said against her lips. Though I have to admit, his plot twist worked out pretty well for us. On her bookshelf at home, Catherine had created a special section, her collection of books with meaningful marginalia. Some contained Gary's thoughts from before they met. Others held conversations they'd had in the margins since then, agreements and arguments and inside jokes captured in ink. And there was space for many more, a library of love letters built word by word in the white spaces that most people overlooked. The end. Warsaw in the summer of 1939 possessed a peculiar luminosity, as if the city somehow knew to burn brighter before the coming darkness. The cobblestone streets captured late afternoon sunlight in ways that 17-year-old Jakub Novak, Kuba to everyone who knew him, desperately wished to preserve through the viewfinder of the Leica camera he coveted in the shop window on Nowy Świat Street. One day, he promised himself, pressing his nose against the glass. What he earned helping at his father's tailor shop barely covered the film for his battered Kodak Brownie, let alone the Leica's astronomical price. Kuba's fascination with photography had begun 3 years earlier, when a customer left behind a tattered copy of National Geographic. The images of distant lands and unfamiliar faces awakened something in him, a hunger to capture moments that would otherwise be lost to memory's imperfect archives. That Tuesday in July should have been unremarkable. His father had sent him to deliver a repaired suit to Professor Zielinski at the university, but the professor wasn't home. "My father is at the bookshop," his daughter explained from the doorway, a book clutched protectively against her chest. Her name was Zosia, and she had eyes the colour of amber held to sunlight. She wore her dark hair in a practical braid, and there was a smudge of ink on her left index finger. "I could take you there," she offered, already stepping onto the landing. "I know a shortcut." The shortcut took them through a hidden garden in Łazienki Park that Kuba, despite living in Warsaw his entire life, had never discovered. A section of wall, crumbling and forgotten, permitted access to a wilder, unmanicured portion of the grounds where wildflowers grew in defiant disarray. "How did you find this place?" Kuba asked, momentarily forgetting the suit draped over his arm. "Books," Zosia answered simply. "There's an old city map from 1823 at my father's shop that shows a groundskeeper's cottage here. The cottage is gone, but the garden remains." She touched a weathered stone bench partially reclaimed by moss. "Sometimes I come here to read. No one bothers me." "And now I've bothered you," Kuba said, suddenly self-conscious. Zosia laughed, a sound like wind through summer leaves. "Some bothers are worth having." They reached the bookshop an hour later, having taken the longest possible route. Professor Zielinski thanked Kuba for the suit, his eyes twinkling knowingly between his daughter and the tailor's son. As Kuba turned to leave, Zosia pressed something into his hand, a folded page torn from a notebook. "I'll be at the garden tomorrow at 4, was all it said. And so began the summer of stolen hours. While Europe trembled on the precipice of catastrophe, Kuba and Zosia exchanged stories, dreams, and eventually hearts. He showed her how to frame the world through an imaginary viewfinder. She taught him to see poetry in ordinary moments. "When I'm a famous photographer," Kuba told her one evening, as they sat beneath an ancient oak, "I'll capture revolutions and royalty. And when I'm a celebrated writer," Zosia countered, "I'll immortalise them with words." On the last perfect day of August, they carved their initials into the oak's broad trunk, Cape, surrounded by a crude heart. "No matter what happens," Kuba said, suddenly serious as rumours of war grew louder each day, "we'll find each other again." "Promise?" Zosia asked, her fingers intertwining with his. "I promise," he answered, sealing the vow with a kiss that tasted of imminent farewell. Neither knew that within days their world would rupture along fault lines drawn by distant men with maps and terrible ambitions. The first bombs fell on Warsaw on September 1st, an overcast Friday that dawned with the drone of aircraft and ended in fire. The initial raids targeted military installations, but accuracy was an afterthought in the Luftwaffe's campaign. By the third day, civilian structures were reduced to skeletal remains, including the Zielinski family bookshop. Kuba found Zosha digging through the rubble, her face streaked with soot, hands bloodied from pulling books from the debris. "My father's inside," she said without looking up. "He went back for first editions." Together they excavated Professor Zielinski's body, still clutching a leather-bound volume of Mickiewicz poems to his chest. They buried him in the bookshop's small courtyard as air raid sirens wailed their futile warnings. "Come home with me," Kuba urged. His family's apartment above the tailor shop had survived the initial bombardment, though for how long, no one could say. "I can't leave my mother," Zosha replied. Her mother, Rachel, was Jewish, a fact that had never mattered until now. Already there were whispers about what happened to Jews in German-occupied territories. For 2 weeks they existed in the surreal twilight of a city under siege. Water became precious, bread a luxury. They met daily at their garden, which remained untouched by bombs, an oasis amid destruction. On September 27th, Warsaw capitulated. German troops marched down streets still smouldering from bombardment. Within days, new ordinances appeared on walls and lampposts. Jews were to relocate to designated areas. Curfews were established. Identity papers were to be carried at all times. "We have to leave," Zosha told Kuba during their increasingly perilous garden rendezvous. "My mother's cousin in Łódź says we can stay with her until things improve." "When?" Kuba asked, his voice breaking. "Tomorrow. Early morning train. I'll meet you at the station." But Kuba never reached the station that morning. 3 blocks from home, he was stopped by the Gestapo officers conducting random checks. His camera, the old brownie he carried everywhere, drew suspicion. "What are you photographing, boy?" an officer demanded in harsh, accented Polish. "Nothing, sir. I'm a student of photography." "A spy more likely," another officer said, inspecting the camera. When he opened the back, exposing the film, Kuba lunged forward instinctively. "Please, you'll ruin it." The blow came swiftly, a rifle butt to his temple. As consciousness fled, Kuba's last thought was of Zosha, waiting at a station he would never reach. At that same moment, across the city, Zosha stood with her mother among hundreds of displaced Jews at the Warszawa-Wschodnia station. German soldiers moved through the crowd, separating families, directing some to trains bound for ghettos, others to more ominous destinations. "Papers," a soldier barked at Rachel, who presented their documents with trembling hands. "Zielinska," he read aloud. "Jewish?" "My husband was Polish, Catholic," Rachel answered, a fact that had never required explanation before. The soldier's gaze shifted to Zosha. "And the girl?" Before Rachel could answer, shouts erupted from the opposite end of the platform. A man had attempted to escape, creating momentary chaos. When order was restored, Zosha and her mother found themselves directed to different lines. "Mama!" Zosha cried, reaching across the human barrier that separated them. "Be strong," Rachel called back as she was herded toward a cattle car. "Remember who you are." As Zosia was pushed toward a different train, she caught a glimpse of someone being dragged across the main plaza. A young man, bloodied but struggling against his captors. Even from a distance, she recognized Kuba's defiant posture. Their eyes met across the crowded station. One crystallized moment of connection before the tide of humanity swept them in opposite directions. Neither knew that 6 years would pass before fate granted them another glance. Auschwitz revealed itself to Kuba not all at once, but in layers of progressive horror. The initial shock, the processing, the shaved heads, the dehumanizing uniforms, gave way to deeper terrors. The constant hunger that made men fight over potato peels, The casual brutality of guards who shot prisoners for sport, the haunting smell from the crematoria that soon became background noise to daily existence. His salvation, if it could be called that, came 3 months after his arrival. A guard noticed him sketching with a stolen pencil stub during a rare moment of rest. "You, what are you doing?" Kuba surrendered the scrap of paper, a rough portrait of his bunkmate, a former violinist whose fingers had been broken during interrogation. "You are an artist?" the guard asked, studying the drawing. "A photographer," Kuba answered truthfully. "Or I was." The next day he was transferred to the camp's photography unit, documenting new arrivals, creating identification photos, occasionally photographing visiting officers for propaganda. The work was less physically demanding than his previous assignment, unloading train cars, offering slightly better rations and the thin protection of being considered useful. In the photography lab, Kuba met Wilhelm, a German political prisoner who'd been a journalist before the war. Wilhelm taught him to create double exposures that would subtly sabotage official photographs and, more dangerously, how to make duplicate negatives. "They will destroy the evidence when the end comes," Wilhelm whispered one night as they processed images of a mass execution. "Someone must preserve the truth." Together they began smuggling duplicate negatives out of the lab, hiding them in a waterproof container beneath the floorboards of the barracks. Kuba knew the punishment for such action would be immediate death, yet the work gave purpose to his suffering. If he died, at least these images, this testament, might survive. Meanwhile, at Ravensbrück women's concentration camp, Zosha learned that survival required a different kind of resistance. After failing to convince the authorities that she was Catholic like her father, she was assigned to the camp's garment workshop, sewing uniforms for German soldiers. The workshop supervisor, Frau Lehmann, was unusually educated for a female SS officer and discovered Zosha could speak fluent German. She assigned Zosha to maintain inventory records, a position that occasionally allowed her access to extra food or medicine, which she secretly distributed among the sickest women in her barracks. In her second year at Ravensbrück, Zosha was selected for medical experiments conducted by Dr. Karl Gebhardt. The procedures, testing experimental antibiotics through deliberately infected wounds, left her with a latticework of scars across her back and a permanent limp in her right leg. During her recovery, she met Simone, a French resistance fighter who had survived both Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen before arriving at Ravensbrück. "You must make a promise," Simone told her, during the fevered nights when Zosha's wounds festered and death seemed merciful. "Promise that you will live to tell what happened here." "Why me?" Zosha asked through cracked lips. "Because you remember how to see beauty," Simone answered. "Those who can still see beauty will help rebuild the world." To maintain sanity, Zosha began composing stories in her mind during endless roll calls. Tales of the Warsaw that once was, of a hidden garden, of a boy with a camera who saw the extraordinary in ordinary things. At night, she whispered these stories to dying women, offering narrative journeys to replace the freedom their bodies were denied. Liberation came to both Kuba and Zosha in the spring of 1945, though neither experienced it as the moment of jubilation depicted in newsreels. For Kuba, liberation began with a death march westward as Soviet forces approached from the east. Hundreds died during the forced evacuation, shot when they couldn't continue, or simply collapsing from exhaustion. When American troops finally intercepted the column near the German-Czech border, Kuba weighed 90 pounds and was suffering from tuberculosis. Zosha's liberation came when Swedish Red Cross vehicles arrived at Ravensbrück in April 1945. She had survived typhus that winter, nursed by Simone, who died days before the white buses appeared. As she was carried to an ambulance, Zosha clutched a small cloth bundle containing her only possession, a book of Mickiewicz poems similar to the one her father had died retrieving, given to her by a Polish guard who had recognized her name. Both emerge from the war as hollowed versions of themselves, carrying memories that would wake them sweating in the dark decades later. Both survived because of small mercies granted by unlikely allies. Both carried the same question as they began their separate journeys toward recovery. Did you survive too? New York Harbor welcomed Cuba on a misty morning in October 1945, the Statue of Liberty emerging spectrally through the fog as the ship carrying European refugees approached Ellis Island. Unlike many who wept at the sight, Cuba felt nothing. His capacity for emotional response had atrophied during the war, like a muscle that had withered from disuse. "Name?" the immigration officer asked, barely glancing up from his paperwork. "Jakub Novak," he answered, then corrected himself. Jack Nowak. America, he had been told, preferred simpler names. Occupation? Cuba hesitated. The skills that defined his pre-war identity, Taylor's assistant, aspiring photographer, seemed to belong to someone else, a boy who had died somewhere between Warsaw and Auschwitz. "Survivor," he answered truthfully. The officer glanced up, momentarily startled, then checked a different box on the form. "I'll put down unskilled labour." With a stamp and a signature, Jakub Novak ceased to exist, replaced by Jack Novak, resident of the Lower East Side, where the Jewish Refugee Organization had established a halfway house for Holocaust survivors. For 3 years, Cuba worked at Moskowitz & Sons, a garment factory where his tailoring background earned him slightly better wages than other immigrants. Every spare dollar went into a coffee can labelled Leica Fund, not because he still dreamed of owning the camera, but because having a goal, however modest, gave structure to days that might otherwise dissolve into formless grief. At night, he wrote letters, dozens of them, to organisations tracking displaced persons. Each letter contained the same inquiry: information regarding Zofia Zielinska, last seen at Warszawa Wschodnia Station, September 1939. Each response contained the same diplomatic regret: no record found. In April 48, when the coffee can finally contained enough for a second-hand Rolleiflex, Cuba didn't buy the camera. Instead, he purchased a one-way ticket to San Francisco, a city as geographically distant from Warsaw as possible, where hills replaced plains and fog substituted for snow. "You're running away," observed Mr. Moskowitz, who'd come to view Cuba as something of a son. "I'm starting over," Cuba corrected, though both knew the distinction was merely semantic. Meanwhile, across the continent, Zosha stepped off a train at Chicago's Union Station in February 1st and sponsored by a Catholic relief organization. Unlike Cuba, she kept her name, a tether to the self she was trying to reclaim. Chicago's Polish neighborhood welcomed another war refugee without fanfare. Mrs. Kowalski, a widow who'd lost 2 sons at Normandy, offered Zosha a room above her flower shop in exchange for help with the business. The arrangement suited both women, providing companionship without the expectation of emotional intimacy neither could offer. Like Cuba, Zosha spent her first American years writing letters to refugee organizations. Like Cuba, she received only standardized regrets in response. Unlike Cuba, she continued writing even after hope had calcified into ritual. By '50, both had established versions of normal life. Cuba worked as a commercial photographer for a San Francisco department store, capturing blandly attractive models in the latest fashions. Zosia had progressed from flower shop assistant to clerk at Kramer's Books, where her knowledge of European literature made her valuable to the aging owner. Both were asked on dates, both occasionally accepted. Neither could explain to well-meaning friends why romantic entanglements never progressed beyond a polite coffee or dinner. "You're still young," Mrs. Kowalski told Zosha after yet another unfulfilled introduction. "But youth doesn't last forever." "I know," Zosha would answer, thinking not of youth but of promises carved into an oak tree in a garden that probably no longer existed. In 1953, Kuba received an unexpected opportunity when a gallery owner saw his personal photographs. Stark black and white images of San Francisco's forgotten corners, abandoned piers, weathered Chinatown balconies, the hollow eyes of war veterans sleeping in doorways. "There's something European about your perspective," the gallery owner noted. "Something experienced." The exhibition, titled Peripheral Vision, sold modestly but earned reviews that used words like haunting and authentic. More importantly, it led to assignments from magazines looking for images with similar emotional weight. That same year, Zosha was promoted to assistant manager at Kramer's Books, which had expanded to include a small publishing imprint specializing in translations of Eastern European works. Her first project, a collection of Polish poetry rendered in English, received a brief but favorable mention in the Chicago Tribune. Neither success filled the void they carried, but each provided a framework for continuing. Life acquired a rhythm. Work, occasional social obligations, solitary evenings, nights interrupted by the memories disguised as dreams. Then in early 1956, while leafing through a photography magazine, Kuba spotted an advertisement for an exhibition at the San Francisco Museum of Art. Ansel Adams, a retrospective. Adams's work had fascinated Kuba since his arrival in California. The grandeur of untamed landscapes so different from Europe's cultivated vistas, the technical precision that captured both detail and emotion. Without conscious decision, he marked the opening date on his calendar. 3 weeks later and 2,000 miles away, Zosha received a call from the publisher she worked with. "We've been invited to participate in a literary conference in San Francisco this April," he explained. "Given your work on the Polish translations, I'd like you to represent us." "Why me?" Zosha asked, echoing the question she had once posed to Simone in Ravensbrück. "Because you understand what's been lost," the publisher answered, "and what might still be saved." As she packed for the trip, Zosha noticed a newspaper advertisement for the Ansel Adams exhibition. On impulse, she added the museum to her itinerary. Something about Adams' landscapes, their vast, unconquerable nature, reminded her that human tragedies, however immense, existed within a larger continuity. Neither Kuba nor Zosha could have articulated why this particular exhibition felt necessary to attend. Neither recognized that sometimes the heart navigates by stars too distant for conscious recognition. Sometimes paths that diverge across continents find their way back to intersection. Sometimes, against all evidence and logic, promises made by children endure. The San Francisco Museum of Art occupied the 4th floor of the War Memorial Veterans Building, a Beaux-Arts structure of white marble, whose classical symmetry struck Zosha as both beautiful and slightly absurd. European grandeur transplanted to this young, restless city at the edge of a continent. She arrived shortly after the museum opened, her conference sessions not scheduled until afternoon. April fog had given way to unexpected sunshine, and light flooded through the gallery's high windows, illuminating Adams' photographs with almost theatrical intensity. Zosha moved through the exhibition methodically, lingering before images that particularly resonated. Half-dome reflecting in a perfectly still lake, the moon rising over Hernandez, New Mexico, gnarled tree roots clutching a rocky outcropping with determined vitality. What transfixed her wasn't just the technical brilliance, but the emotional restraint. How Adams captured sublime moments without sentimentality. How he found majesty in ordinary wilderness. It reminded her of someone else's way of seeing, though that comparison brought a familiar ache she tried to dismiss. Meanwhile, Kuba had overslept and arrived at the museum later than intended. He moved through the galleries with professional interest, studying Adams's meticulous printing techniques, analysing compositions. Photography had become his language, his method of organising experience, and Adams was a master whose fluency both inspired and intimidated. They converged in the exhibition's final gallery, where Adams's later works were displayed. Cuba, backing up to better frame a photograph titled Clearing Winter Storm Yosemite, collided with someone studying the same image. "I'm so sorry," he apologized automatically, steadying the woman he had jostled. "It's quite all right," she responded in English, tinged with an accent that triggered an almost physical response in him, recognition that bypassed conscious thought. Cuba turned fully toward her. She was slender, with dark hair now threaded with silver, cut in a practical style that framed features both familiar and transformed. The years had refined rather than diminished her beauty, etching character into what had once been youthful softness. But it was her eyes, amber in certain light, that stopped his breath. 16 years in America had smoothed the edges of his Polish accent, but it returned full force as he whispered, "Zosia, is that you?" She stared back, her expression transitioning from confusion to shock to something beyond language. The gallery, the other patrons, Adam's monumental landscapes, everything receded, leaving only this impossible moment suspended between heartbeats. "Cuba?" Her voice broke on the name she hadn't spoken aloud in nearly 2 decades. They reached for each other simultaneously, an embrace that collapsed time and distance. Tears came, silent at first, then accompanied by half-formed questions, confirmations, expressions of disbelief. Museum visitors glanced curiously at the middle-aged couple clinging to each other beside a photograph of a storm-cleared valley. But even the most inquisitive sensed this was a private moment not meant for observation. "I looked for you," Cuba said when speech became possible again. "For years." "As did I," Zosia answered, her hand still gripping his arms as if he might vanish. "Where?" "Auschwitz," he said, the word still difficult to voice. "And you?" "Ravensbrück." A complete understanding passed between them with those 2 words, a shared geography of suffering requiring no elaboration. "Come," Cuba said eventually, aware they had created a small spectacle. "There's a cafe downstairs." They sat across from each other at a corner table, hands intertwined on the formica surface, attempting to compress 16 years into coherent narrative. Their stories emerged in fragments: liberation, immigration, the separate paths that led them both to America, the coincidence that brought them to this museum on this particular day. "Not coincidence," Zosia corrected when Cuba used the word. "Promise." He looked at her questioningly. "You promised we would find each other again," she reminded him. "That day in the garden." The oak tree, Cuba remembered, his thumb unconsciously tracing the scar on her palm, a new mark she hadn't explained yet. They talked until the cafe closed, then continued at a nearby diner, then walked San Francisco's hills until dawn, gradually reconstructing the lives they had built separately while coming to terms with the miracle of reconnection. "We lost so much time," Cuba said as they watched sunrise from Telegraph Hill. Zosia leaned against him, her head fitting perfectly against his shoulder, as it always had. "No," she corrected gently. "We lost many things, but not time. Every moment that brought us here was necessary." 2 weeks later, after Zosia returned briefly to Chicago to resign from her position and pack her modest belongings, they stood together in Cuba's dark room. He had been showing her his photographs, commercial work that paid bills, personal projects that sustained his spirit. Among the latter was a series called Witnesses, portraits of fellow Holocaust survivors living in the Bay Area. "You should publish these," Zosia said, studying the faces that reflected her own experience. "People need to see." "Maybe someday," Cuba answered, "when there's more distance." Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, the building manager delivering a special delivery package that had arrived for Zosia. Inside was a letter from a lawyer in New York representing a Swiss bank that had been identifying dormant accounts belonging to Holocaust victims. Rachel Zielinska had apparently deposited family valuables before the war. including a particular item she had designated for her daughter. When Zosha unwrapped the small velvet pouch enclosed with the letter, her hands trembled. Inside was her mother's engagement ring, a modest diamond flanked by tiny sapphires. Kuba watched as she slipped it onto her finger, then took her hand in his. "Marry me," he said simply. "Yes," she answered with equal simplicity. They wed 3 months later in a civil ceremony attended by the small circle of friends each had gathered during their years apart. The reception was held at the gallery that had first exhibited Kuba's work, now displaying a collection titled Return and Paired Photographs of European Landmarks Before and After Reconstruction. For their honeymoon, they travelled to Poland, their first return since the war. Warsaw had been rebuilt, though not always faithfully to its original form. Soviet influence was evident in the stark architectural choices and ubiquitous propaganda, but beneath the imposed aesthetic, the city's essential character endured. They visited the site where the Zielinski bookshop had stood, now occupied by a state-run publishing house. They found the street where Kuba's father had operated his tailor shop, the building itself gone, but the corner recognisable from neighbouring structures. Finally, they made their pilgrimage to Łazienki Park. The formal gardens had been restored to their pre-war elegance, but the hidden section Zosha had once accessed through a crumbling wall was now inaccessible, incorporated into a security zone for government officials. "It doesn't matter," Kuba assured her, seeing her disappointment. "We carry it with us." "Like we carried each other," Zosha agreed. Their return to San Francisco marked the beginning of a second life neither had dared imagine. Kuba's photography career flourished as magazines discovered his unique perspective. Zosha completed the novel she'd composed in her mind during the darkest days at Ravensbrück. A story of Warsaw before the storm, published to critical acclaim in 1961. They never had biological children. The medical experiments Zosha had endured left that possibility remote. But they became surrogate parents to young photographers and writers who sought Kuba's technical expertise or Zosha's editorial insights. Their home in North Beach became a salon of sorts, where Holocaust survivors mingled with beat poets, where conversations about art's responsibility to memory unfolded over Polish dishes Zosha recreated from recollection. Time, which had once seemed frozen, accelerated. The 1960s brought social upheaval that reminded them how fragile civilized norms could be. The 1970s saw renewed interest in Holocaust testimonies, with both Kuba and Zosha recording oral histories for university archives. By the mid-80s, they had become elders in the survivor community, called upon to speak at commemorations and educational events. Through it all, their private ritual remained consistent. An annual visit to the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, which had moved to a new location, specifically to exhibitions featuring Ansel Adams or photographers influenced by his work. "Our patron saint of second chances," Kuba called him. In 2006, for their 50th anniversary, Zosha suggested they return to Poland once more. The country had transformed again after the fall of communism, opening to the West while reclaiming its distinctive identity. Łazienki Park now welcomed visitors freely, its grounds beautifully maintained. When they explained to a sympathetic guide that they sought a particular oak tree from before the war, he arranged special access to areas usually closed to the public. The tree improbably had survived, now massive, its lower branches supported by steel cables, its trunk bearing witness to nearly 70 years of history. And there, partially absorbed by decades of growth but still discernible, Cape Cid within a heart. Kuba, now 84, traced the carving with fingers that had captured countless images. Zosha, 83, leaned against him as she had in the San Francisco dawn 50 years earlier. "We kept our promise," he said. "We did," she agreed. "And it was worth everything." When Kuba died peacefully in 22, just after his 100th birthday, Zosha held his hand until the final moment, then continued holding it well after. Their story had become legend among friends and family, the separated lovers reunited against impossible odds, the photographer and the writer who preserved memories others wished to forget. In 2023, the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art mounted a retrospective celebrating the centennial of Ansel Adams's birth. Among the supplementary exhibitions was a small display titled Influenced by Adams, featuring photographers who had acknowledged his impact on their work. Kuber's contribution was a black and white portrait taken on April 9, 1956, the day he and Zosia reunited. In it, she stands before Adams's clearing winter storm, her profile illuminated by gallery light, her expression capturing the precise moment of recognition. The photograph's title, inscribed in Kuber's distinctive handwriting, Through the Ashes into the Light. Beside it hung Zosia's handwritten reflection, composed shortly after Kuber's death. Some fires destroy, others purify. Some lights extinguish, others guide us home. Visitors to the exhibition often noticed an elderly woman who sometimes sat quietly observing their reactions. Few recognised her as the subject of the photograph, now a renowned author in her own right. Fewer still understood that they were witnessing not just artistic appreciation, but a continuing conversation between souls temporarily separated by death, but eternally connected by a promise carved in oak. As Zosia once wrote into the epilogue to her novel, "History records what was destroyed, love remembers what endures." The end. The painting before Lena was older than the building that housed it. A 17th century depiction of lovers caught in an eternal embrace, their faces forever young despite the canvas's cracking patina. Under her careful touch, history breathed again. She dabbed her solvent-soaked cotton swab along the edge, removing centuries of grime with the precision of a surgeon. It's a bit morbid, isn't it? Preserving something that should have faded away naturally. The voice startled her. In the conservation studio of Aix-en-Provence's Museum of Fine Arts, visitors weren't permitted. Lena turned to find a tall man leaning against the doorframe, a press badge dangling carelessly from his neck. "You're not allowed in here," she said, not lowering her tools. "Callum Hayes," he held up his badge, "doing a piece on forgotten masterpieces. Your director said I could observe the conservation process." His accent was unmistakably British, but softened by something else, the linguistic ghosts of too many countries visited. "Preservation isn't morbid," Lena repeated, returning to her work. "It's respectful." "Is it?" He approached, studying the painting over her shoulder. He smelled of cedar and rain-dampened wool. Maybe art, like everything else, is meant to have a lifespan, a beginning, middle, and end. Lena set down her tools, annoyed by both his proximity and his philosophy. "Some things deserve to outlast us, but that's just it, isn't it?" His eyes, an unsettling shade between green and gold, fixed on the lovers in the painting. "Nothing really outlasts us. Even this painting will eventually disintegrate despite your best efforts. The universe tends toward entropy." "How cheerful," Lena's tone was flat. "Perfect attitude for a travel journalist. Why bother seeing anything if it's all temporary?" His laugh was unexpected, warm and genuine. "Quite the opposite. It's because everything is temporary that we should see it all. Right now. Today." Later, Lena would recall this moment as the first thread of an unravelling she couldn't stop. How his eyes caught the filtered museum light. How his fingers brushed the frame of the painting without quite touching it. How something in his casual dismissal of permanence both irritated and intrigued her. Their second meeting wasn't chance. He claimed it was, running into her at Café de l'Horloge 3 days later, but the way he recognised her immediately, calling out the preservationist, across the crowded terrace suggested intention. "Are you following me, Mr. Hayes?" she asked as he invited himself to her table. "Following the story," he corrected, ordering a coffee. "The director mentioned you're restoring the Clément collection. That's the centerpiece of my article." Lena had lived in Aix for 7 years. It was a small city, but not so small that coincidences like this happen naturally. "You could have scheduled an interview." "I've found that scheduled interviews yield scheduled answers." He stirred his coffee without looking at it. "I prefer authentic conversations." Against her better judgment, she allowed him to interview her about the collection. He asked insightful questions that betrayed a deeper knowledge of art history than she'd expected from a travel writer. He listened with genuine interest, his pen occasionally scratching across his notebook. Their third meeting was at the Place de Quart d'Heure during the twilight market. She spotted him examining a vintage camera at an antique stall. "The preservationist," he said, noticing her approach. "Come to save more relics from their natural decay?" "That camera is overpriced," she responded, "and likely damaged." He bought it anyway. Their fourth meeting was at the Pavillon Vendôme, where Lena was consulting on a newly discovered ceiling fresco. He was photographing the gardens with his overpriced vintage camera. "Does it even work?" she asked. "No," he admitted, "but it's beautiful. Not everything needs to be functional to have value." It was there, among the symmetrical hedges and stone fountains, that he first kissed her, impulsively, after she'd critiqued his photography technique. His lips tasted of the orange he'd been eating, and when he pulled away, her carefully constructed isolation felt suddenly irrevocably compromised. "Why did you do that?" she demanded. "Because I might not get another chance." This became his refrain over the next weeks as he methodically dismantled her orderly life. Because I might not get another chance was why he convinced her to wade into the fountain at midnight. Why he pulled her into an unexpected dance when a street musician played Edith Piaf. Why he showed up at her apartment with train tickets to Nice for the weekend. "You can't just appear with tickets," she protested. "I have commitments." "What's more important? Your commitment to dead art or to living a little?" He held the tickets out. "The early train leaves in 40 minutes. "You're impossible. I'm persistent. Different thing entirely." She went to Nice, and then to Marseille the following weekend, and then, as spring unfolded into early summer, to a dozen small villages along the coast where he photographed peeling shutters and weathered fishermen, while she sketched the landscapes in a notebook he'd given her. It was on one of these excursions, sitting on a stone wall overlooking the Mediterranean, that Callum first showed a crack in his carefree facade. "Do you ever wonder," he asked, his camera idle in his lap, "if we leave anything behind that matters? Like art?" She was sketching the horizon, the meeting point of sea and sky. "Like anything. Anything that says I was here, I existed, I mattered." The vulnerability in his voice made her look up. For the first time she noticed the faint tremor in his right hand as it rested on his knee. "Are you all right?" He closed his hand into a fist. "Perfect. Just philosophical today." His smile returned, but something had shifted. "Race you to that outcropping." Later that night, in the small coastal hotel room with windows open to the sea breeze, his passion had an edge of desperation that hadn't been there before. He traced her body like he was memorizing it, whispering, "Remember this," against her skin. It wasn't until weeks later, when she met Emma, that the pieces began to align into a pattern she couldn't ignore. Emma Carter arrived at Lena's apartment unannounced one afternoon. A striking woman with close-cropped dark hair and a camera bag slung across her chest. "You're Lena," she stated rather than asked. "We need to talk about Callum." "Who are you?" "His best friend. His colleague. The person who's been by his side for the past 10 years. Emma's expression was unreadable. "The person who knows why he's really in France." Emma explained that she and Callum had been planning to document forgotten European art towns together, but their project had a more urgent timeline than he'd admitted. "He's sick, isn't he?" Lena asked, the tremors, the headaches, the occasional moments of disorientation suddenly making horrible sense. "Has he told you anything?" "No." Emma's laugh was bitter. Classic Callum, living in denial until the last possible moment. She stood to leave. "Ask him about CAA. Make him tell you the truth." That night, when Callum arrived with a bottle of wine and plans for a midnight picnic, Lena was waiting. "What's CAA?" she asked without preamble. The bottle nearly slipped from his fingers. For the first time since she'd met him, Callum Hayes looked afraid. "Emma came to see me," Lena said when Callum remained silent. He set the wine bottle on her kitchen counter with deliberate care. "I should have known she would." "So it's true. You're sick." "I prefer temporarily challenged." His attempt at humour fell flat against her unwavering gaze. He sank into a chair, suddenly looking exhausted. "Cerebral amyloid angiopathy, I looked it up," Lena cut him off. The medical websites had been clinically brutal. Protein deposits in cerebral blood vessels, progressive, no effective treatment, risk of spontaneous hemorrhage, fatal outcome. "Why didn't you tell me?" "And say what?" "Hello, I'm Callum. I'll be dead within a year. Fancy a coffee?" The bluntness of his words struck her like physical blows. "But you let me..." She stopped, unable to articulate exactly what he'd let her do. Fall for him? Build fantasies of a future? Step outside the carefully constructed walls she'd maintained since her mother's death? "I didn't plan on you," he said quietly. "The assignment was real. Coming to Aix was real. Meeting you was..." He paused. "An unexpected complication." "A complication," she repeated. The word was so inadequate it was almost offensive. "I should have walked away that first day, when I realised I was attracted to you. But you didn't. No." His eyes met hers. "'Cause I might not get another chance." The phrase that had charmed her now revealed its darker meaning. Every impulsive adventure, every moment of intensity, they weren't just his philosophy, they were his countdown. How long? They can't be precise. The amyloid deposits can cause a major bleed at any time, but based on progression... He looked away. 8 months, maybe a year. And then what? Then nothing. Game over. Lena felt the room tilt. She'd spent her life in the company of old things, paintings, sculptures, buildings that had weathered centuries. Her work existed in the long arc of time, the idea of Callum simply stopping, of his vibrant presence being extinguished, violated every principle of continuity she believed in. There must be something, research trials, experimental treatments. "I've explored them all, twice." His voice was gentle but firm. "I'm not in denial, Lena. I've had 3 years to adjust to this reality." 3 years? But you said a year left. Yes, I was diagnosed at 29. The revelation struck her anew. He'd been living with this knowledge while travelling the world, writing his stories, building his career, all with an invisible clock ticking. "So what now?" she asked. "Now, I finish my article. I move on to the next assignment." His expression softened. Unless, come with me." The proposal hung between them, absurd and tempting in equal measure. "I can't just leave. I have work, commitments, all to things that are already dead." His intensity returned. "I'm offering you something alive, for however long it lasts." "That's not fair." "None of this is fair." He stood approaching her with the urgency she now recognised as his defining characteristic. "I know I should walk away. I know it's selfish to ask you to watch me deteriorate, but I want whatever time I have left to include you." Lena stepped back. "I need to think." "Of course. He reached for his jacket. Oh, but don't think too long. I don't have... Don't say it. She cut him off. Please. After he left, Lena sat alone in her apartment for hours, staring at the small collection of sketches she'd made during their trips. Cliffs, harbours, and Callum himself, always in motion, always looking toward the horizon. She thought of her mother's long illness, the gradual fading that had turned her vibrant parent into a ghost long before death made it official. She'd sworn never to watch someone she loved die again. Yet here she was, contemplating exactly that. She called her father, something she rarely did. "Papa, how did you know it was worth it? With Maman?" Gérard Vauclair, a man of few words and fewer emotional displays, was silent for so long she thought they'd been disconnected. Finally, he said, "There is no calculation that makes sense in matters of the heart, Lena. Your mother was dying from the day I met her. We all are. I just had the misfortune of knowing exactly how and when." A pause. "And the fortune of loving her anyway. But the pain is the price of admission." His voice, usually so stoic, wavered slightly. 23 years later, I would pay it again." 3 days passed. Callum didn't call or visit, giving her the space she'd requested, or perhaps protecting himself from her rejection. On the 4th morning, Lena walked to his hotel, her decision made. The desk clerk recognised her. "Mr. Hayes checked out yesterday morning, mademoiselle." "Did he leave a forwarding address, a message?" "No, but he did leave this." The clerk handed her an envelope. Inside was a handwritten note and a train ticket to Barcelona dated for that afternoon. "I won't presume your answer, but I've left possibility open. If you come, I'll be waiting at the Font Magica at sunset. If not, know that meeting you is worth whatever pain follows. C.P.S. The Clement painting of the lovers." The conservator's notes indicate the artist painted over their faces 7 times before getting them right. 7 chances to tell their story perfectly. I've had 1 chance with you, and even imperfect, it's the best story I've told. Lena packed a single bag, called the museum to request emergency personal leave, and caught the train with minutes to spare. Barcelona greeted her with warm sea air and the fading light of sunset. The Font Magica, Montjuic's famous fountain, was crowded with tourists watching the evening water display. Coloured lights transform the cascading water into liquid artwork, changing from crimson to azure to gold. She didn't see him at first. Then the crowd shifted, and there he was, leaning against a railing, his camera raised to capture the display. Even from a distance she could see the slight instability in his stance. "Callum," she called, too quietly for him to hear over the music accompanying the fountain show. She pushed through the crowd. "Callum!" He turned, his expression transforming from concentration to disbelief to joy. When she reached him, he gathered her into an embrace so tight it bordered on painful. "You came," he whispered against her hair. "I came." Later, in his hotel room with the windows open to the Barcelona night, they made love with a desperate tenderness. Afterward, lying in the tangle of sheets, Lena traced the contours of his face. "I need you to promise me something." "Anything," he said. "Don't protect me. Don't hide what's happening to you. If I'm in this, I'm in completely." He was quiet for a long moment. "Even when it gets ugly." "Especially then." He took her hand, kissing each fingertip. "Promise, complete honesty, no matter how difficult." "And one more thing." She propped herself up on an elbow. "We don't talk about the end. We don't count down days. We just live." "Just live," he repeated, as though testing the phrase. "I can do that." "Good." Lena settled back against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "'Cause we have a train to catch tomorrow." "Oh? Where are we going?" "Wherever you haven't been. Summer blazed into autumn with a ferocity that matched their determination to outrun time. They traced unplanned routes across Europe, Florence for its Renaissance treasures, Prague for its haunted spires, the Greek islands for their ancient stones and turquoise waters. Callum wrote his articles on trains and ferries, in hotel lobbies and beachside cafes, while Lena learned to sketch quicker, rougher impressions of the places they visited. In Athens, standing beneath the Parthenon in merciless August heat, Callum had his first significant episode. "The light is wrong," he said, suddenly stopping mid-sentence during their tour. "It's just the sun angle," Lena replied, not yet recognising the change in his voice. "No, the light." His expression became confused, lost. "It shouldn't. I can't see the edges." Then came the nosebleed, crimson drops staining the ancient stone at their feet. By the time they reached the hospital, Callum was himself again, embarrassed by the fuss. "Just a minor short circuit," he insisted as doctors examined him. "Happens sometimes." The neurologist was less cavalier. "The CT scan shows a small bleed near the occipital lobe," he explained in accented English. "Not immediately life-threatening, but indicative of disease progression." Callum nodded as though receiving a weather report rather than his own mortality forecast. "So we continue as planned? With caution, no excess physical strain, stay hydrated, and at the first sign of visual disturbances, severe headache or confusion. Nearest hospital, got it." Callum turned to Lena. "See? Just a maintenance update." But that night, when he thought she was asleep, Lena watched him sit by the hotel window, staring at his trembling hands. She pretended not to notice the silent tears that tracked down his face. In September they reached Venice. The tourist crowds had thinned, and the city possessed a melancholy beauty that suited their unspoken awareness of time's acceleration. They rented a small apartment overlooking a quiet canal, and for the first time since Barcelona they slowed down. Emma joined them there, arriving with her cameras and a forced cheerfulness that cracked when she first saw Callum. "You look like hell, Hayes," she said, embracing him. "Charming as ever, Carter." But he held on to her longer than usual. That evening, while Callum napped, his fatigue now a daily companion, Emma and Lena sat on the apartment's small balcony with glasses of wine. "He's declining faster than the doctors predicted," Emma said without preamble. "You see it too." It wasn't a question. Lena nodded, watching the golden light fade from the terracotta rooftops. "The Athens incident scared him more than he admitted," she said. "He's been writing letters since then, when he thinks I'm not looking. Letters? To me, I think, for after." Lena's voice remained steady, though her grip on the wine glass tightened. "He leaves them in his blue notebook. I haven't read them." Emma studied her with newfound respect. "Most would have. I'll have the rest of my life to read his words. He should have some privacy now." They sat in silence as Venice transitioned from day to evening, the canal below reflecting deepening blues and scattered stars. "He loves you," Emma finally said. "I've known him for a decade, through a dozen countries and 100 adventures. I've never seen him like this." "Like what?" "At peace with standing still." The next morning Callum woke disoriented, unable to remember which city they were in. The episode passed within minutes, but it left a shadow neither of them could ignore. "I should get back to work," Lena said over breakfast, breaking their unspoken agreement not to discuss the future. "My leave of absence is nearly over." Callum set down his coffee cup with deliberate precision. "You want to go back to X? I thought we might. Together." She reached for his hand. "Oh, you could finish your article series there. I could resume my position. We could..." She trailed off, realizing she was sketching a domesticity that had no place in their reality. "Have normal lives," he finished, his tone gentle rather than mocking. "For however long we have. Is that so terrible? No, he squeezed her hand. It's rather wonderful, actually. I've never had a home base before. Really? Not even in England? Especially not in England, he smiled. But I think I could make one with you. They left Venice the following week, Emma promising to join them in Aix after completing her Italian assignment. The return journey felt different. A retracing rather than an exploration, a closing of a circuit they had opened in Barcelona. Aix welcomed them with familiar golden light and the scent of late summer lavender. Lena's apartment, closed for months, felt like a museum artifact itself, preserved but unlived in. They opened all the windows, letting the Provençal air sweep away the stillness. It needs life, Callum declared, and the next day returned with an absurd number of plants. Living things, he explained as he arranged them on every available surface. Lena resumed her work at the museum, finding unexpected joy in returning to the Clement collection. Callum set up his makeshift office in her spare room, walls soon covered with maps and photographs as he assembled his article series. For 6 weeks they crafted a version of normality. They had favourite cafes, a Sunday market routine, friends who welcomed Callum into their circle. They hosted dinner parties where no one mentioned his occasional memory lapses, or the days when fatigue kept him in bed. I feel like I'm cheating time, he confessed one evening, as they sat on her tiny balcony, watching the sunset paint X's rooftops. Living a life I wasn't supposed to have. Maybe this is exactly the life you were supposed to have, she replied, just condensed. The good days still outnumbered the bad, but the balance was shifting. October brought more frequent headaches, more alarming memory gaps. One morning he couldn't remember Emma's name when she called. Another day he spent hours looking for his camera before Lena found it in the refrigerator. Still, they persisted in their fragile normalcy. Callum submitted his articles, Forgotten Canvases, Europe's Overlooked Artistic Heritage, to his publisher. Lena completed the Clement restoration. They planned a weekend trip to Paris to celebrate both accomplishments. The night before their departure, Callum had a seizure. It happened without warning. One moment they were cooking dinner, arguing playfully about the amount of garlic needed, and the next he was on the kitchen floor, his body rigid, eyes rolled back. Lena kept enough presence of mind to call the emergency number, to move dangerous objects away, to time the episode as the dispatcher instructed. 3 minutes and 17 seconds of helpless watching before his body relaxed and consciousness returned, confused and fragmented. At the hospital, the neurologist confirmed what they already knew. The disease was accelerating. A new scan showed multiple microbleeds, pressure building within his skull. How long? Callum asked directly, his speech slightly slurred from the anti-seizure medication. The doctor's compassionate expression said everything. Weeks, rather than months, Mr. Hayes. I'm sorry. In the taxi back to the apartment, Callum stared out the window at the city lights. I should never have let you come to Barcelona, he said suddenly. Don't. It wasn't fair. Stop it. Lena's voice was sharper than intended. You don't get to regret us now, not when regret is a luxury we don't have time for. He turned to look at her, his eyes clearing briefly from their medicated haze. Sometimes I forget that beneath that careful exterior, you're the strongest person I've ever met. Not strong, she corrected, just stubborn. That night, while Callum slept heavily under the influence of his new medications, Lena finally opened his blue notebook. Inside were not letters, as she'd assumed, but journal entries, daily observations, memories of their travels, fragments of poetry, and sketches, dozens of them, of her. Lena at the Parthenon, at the Venice canals, in their ex-apartment. Lena sleeping, reading, laughing. On the final written page was an unfinished letter. My Lena. By the time you read this, I'll have left you. Not by choice, never that, but because some journeys can't be shared to their conclusion. I'm writing this while I still remember the exact blue-grey of your eyes, the precise curve of your smile, the particular way you tuck your hair behind your ear when you're concentrating. You once told me that art preserves what matters. I understand now what you meant. You've preserved me, not just in your sketches or memories, but in the way you've loved me without reservation, without surrender to the shadow hanging over us. Here is what I know for certain. I have lived more in these months with you than in all the years before. If time is measured not in minutes but in moments that matter, then I have lived a century in your arms. When I'm gone, the letter broke off mid-sentence. Lena closed the notebook and placed it exactly where she'd found it, then curled beside Callum, listening to the rhythm of his breathing, memorizing it for the day when memory would be all she had left. November arrived with relentless rain and rapidly diminishing hope. After a second seizure, more severe than the first, Callum was hospitalised for a week. He emerged changed, thinner, slower, his trademark spontaneity replaced by caution born of necessity. No more adventures for a while, he conceded, as Lena helped him settle back into the apartment. Doctor's orders. But his surrender to medical authority didn't extend to their most fundamental disagreement. Despite Lena's pleading and Emma's barely contained fury, Callum refused more aggressive interventions. The treatments would buy a few weeks at most, he explained, during what became known as the Kitchen Table Summit, with Lena and Emma facing him like prosecutors. Weeks I'd spend drugged, confused, and in hospitals. That's not living, it's just postponing. But research is advancing every day, Emma argued. If you could just hold on a little longer. There's no miracle cure coming, Em, not in time for me. So you're just giving up? The accusation hung between them. No. Callum's gaze was steady despite the visible tremor in his hands. I'm choosing how to use what remains, quality over quantity. Emma stormed out, Lena stayed, torn between understanding his decision and resenting it. Would you do it differently? He asked softly when they were alone. If our positions were reversed? The question forced her honesty. No, I'd choose the same. After that, they established new rhythms, gentler mornings, afternoon rest periods, early nights. Callum began recording audio commentaries for his photographs, speaking into a recorder when writing became too difficult. Lena arranged for extended leave from the museum, using vacation days she'd never bothered to take before. Emma returned 3 days after their argument, chastened but determined. She'd contacted Callum's family in Manchester, the estranged father and stepmother he rarely mentioned, and was surprised by their immediate offer to help. They want to come, she told him. No. His response was immediate. They don't get to play concerned parents now. Callum, they made their choice when I was diagnosed. Pray harder and you'll be healed. Remember that gem of advice? I don't need their guilty consciences complicating things. Emma didn't press, but she stayed in Aix, renting a room nearby. Her presence was a relief to Lena, who found herself increasingly exhausted by the constant vigilance Callum's condition required. You need breaks, Emma insisted one afternoon while Callum napped. You're not superhuman. I can't leave him. You can for an hour. I'm perfectly capable of watching him sleep. Emma's direct gaze brooked no argument. Go, walk, breathe, be a person rather than a caretaker for 60 minutes. Lena resisted at first, but as November stretched into December, she accepted these small reprieves, quick walks through the winter-quiet streets, solitary coffees at their favourite cafe, brief returns to the museum to check on the Clément collection. It was during one of these escapes that she encountered Gérard Vauclair at the museum, examining the newly restored lover's painting. Papa, she kissed his cheeks in greeting. I didn't know you were visiting. I called yesterday, but you didn't answer. His expression was difficult to read. I wanted to see what you've accomplished. They stood before the painting in silence. The conservation work had revealed vivid colours and details obscured for centuries. The lover's hidden smile, the symbolic pomegranate in the background, the subtle terror in the woman's eyes despite her passionate embrace. "It's beautiful," Gerard finally said, "and disturbing." "How so?" "The fear in her expression. She loves him, but she's afraid." Lena had never noticed this interpretation. "I see determination, not fear." "Perhaps both," her father conceded. "How is your Englishman?" The abrupt change of subject startled her. "Declining. The doctors say weeks, maybe." Gerard nodded solemnly. "Will you bring him to Loire for Christmas? Your aunts would like to meet him." The invitation shocked her. Her father had never shown interest in her partners before, and his family's traditional Christmas gathering was reserved for relatives only. "I don't think he can travel that far." "Then we will come to you." His tone left no room for argument. Family should be together at such times. Later, recounting the conversation to Callum, she marvelled at her father's unexpected gesture. "He called you my Englishman," she said, adjusting Callum's pillows as he rested on the sofa. "He's never acknowledged anyone I've dated before." "Clearly he recognises quality when he sees it," Callum joked, though the humour was undercut by his now constant breathlessness. "Or perhaps he's just pleased I won't be around long enough to disappoint you." "Don't." "Sorry." He caught her hand. "Bad joke. I'd like to meet your family, actually. Show them I'm worthy of his daughter, even on a shortened timeline." As December progressed, Callum's mobility decreased dramatically. The apartment became their entire world, a universe contracting to match his diminishing strength. Emma moved her belongings into their spare room, officially becoming part of their household without discussion or ceremony. The seizures came more frequently now, smaller but cumulative in their damage. Each one stole another piece of him, a memory, a word, a skill. After one particularly bad episode, he couldn't recall how to use his camera, the tool that had been an extension of his body for over a decade. "It's all right," Emma assured him, showing him the basics again with infinite patience. "Like riding a bicycle, it'll come back." But they all knew it wouldn't. Nothing was coming back now. They were in a time of pure subtraction. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, Callum asked to be taken outside. "It's freezing," Lena protested. "Please," he said, with such naked longing that further argument was impossible. They bundled him in layers and helped him to the small courtyard behind their building. The night was clear, stars pricking the black sky with ancient light. "Look up," he instructed, his voice stronger than it had been in days. "Most of those stars are already dead. The light we're seeing travelled for years, centuries, millennia to reach us. Even though its source is gone, the light continues." Emma wiped away tears, not bothering to hide them. "Are you getting philosophical on us, Hayes?" Someone has to provide the profound thoughts in this trio. His smile was ghostly in the starlight. "I need you both to promise me something." "Anything," they answered in near unison. "When I'm gone, don't let me be just a sad story you carry. Let me be light that continues. Be happy. Create things. Love again." "Callum," Lena began, but he squeezed her hand with surprising strength. "Promise me." "I promise," Emma said first, her voice breaking. Lena couldn't speak, her throat constricted with the enormity of what he was asking. How could she promise to be happy in a future without him? To love someone else when he had carved himself so completely into her heart? But looking at his face, gaunt now, shadowed with pain even through his medications, she understood this wasn't about her grief. It was about his peace. "I promise," she whispered. 2 days before Christmas, Gerard arrived in Aix, along with Lena's aunt Marguerite. They brought food, wine and decorations, transforming the apartment into a fragile facsimile of festivity. Callum rallied for their arrival, dressed in proper clothes for the first time in weeks, his hair combed neatly despite the effort it cost him. He charmed Marguerite within minutes and engaged Gerard in a surprisingly technical discussion about historical preservation techniques. "I can see why you've upended your life for him," Marguerite whispered to Lena as they prepared dinner. "He burns bright." "Too bright," Lena replied softly. "That's the problem." Christmas Eve dinner was a delicate balance of normality and accommodation. They ate slowly to match Callum's diminished capacity, paused the conversation when fatigue clouded his eyes, pretended not to notice when he couldn't remember the word for wine, and pointed instead to his glass. After dinner, as tradition dictated, Gerard read from Victor Hugo's poetry while Emma took photographs of their improvised family gathering. Callum fell asleep before the reading finished, his head resting against Lena's shoulder. "He's a good man," Gerard told Lena later, as they washed dishes together. "I understand your choice." From her stoic father, this was tantamount to a blessing. Lena dropped her guard enough to ask the question that had haunted her since November. "How did you bear it when Maman died?" Gerard's hand stilled in the soapy water. "I didn't. For a long time, I existed rather than lived." He glanced at her. "Unfair to you." "Papa, I never—" "Let me finish." His voice was gentle but firm. "I made a mistake after your mother died. I preserved her memory like one of your paintings, unchanging, untouchable. But memories aren't meant to be preserved. They're meant to be lived with, to change as we change." He dried his hands. "Don't make my mistake, Lena. When the time comes, grieve him, then let him become part of who you are, not a shrine you tend at the cost of your own life." On Christmas morning, Callum gave Lena her gift, a leather-bound album containing prints of his photographs from their travels, with his handwritten notes beside each one. The final page held a photograph she'd never seen. The two of them reflected in a Venice window, unaware of Emma's camera capturing their silhouettes against the canal light. Callum's inscription beneath it read, "Two temporary beings creating something permanent. Love caught in light." January arrived with a cruel clarity, washing the world in sharp winter sunlight that seemed to mock their dimming hopes. Callum's decline accelerated after Christmas, as though he had been holding himself together through sheer will for their holiday celebrations. The morning after Gerard and Marguerite departed, he couldn't get out of bed. By afternoon, he struggled to form complete sentences. By evening, the doctor confirmed what they already knew. The final phase had begun. "Days," the physician said quietly to Lena and Emma in the hallway. "Perhaps a week. He should be in hospital." "No," they responded in unison. They had promised him. No hospitals at the end, no machines, no sterile corridors. He would die in their apartment, with the plants he had bought still thriving on every windowsill, with the winter light streaming through the windows he'd insisted always remain open. They established a rotation, Lena, Emma, and a hospice nurse, who arrived like a silent guardian angel, showing them how to administer the morphine that kept pain at bay, how to recognize the signs of distress, how to moisten his lips when he could no longer swallow properly. "Talk to him," the nurse advised. Hearing is often the last sense to go, so they talked, filling the quiet apartment with words. Emma told stories of their travels before Lena, adventures in Thailand, mishaps in Peru, the time they got lost in a Moroccan Medina for 7 hours and emerged with their best photo essay ever. Lena read from his favourite books, Hemingway, Marquez, Calvino, and described the painting she would restore in the coming year, as though he would witness her work. On the third night, during Lena's watch, Callum opened his eyes with unexpected lucidity. "Lena," he whispered, his voice faint but clear. "The blue notebook. Did you read it?" "Yes," she admitted, taking his hand. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. I wanted you to." His fingers tightened weakly around hers. "There's an unfinished letter. Will you complete it for me?" "How?" "You'll know." His eyes drifted closed again, but his lips curved in a shadow of his old smile. "You always know?" Shortly before dawn, his breathing changed, becoming shallower, irregular. Lena woke Emma and they sat on either side of his bed, holding his hands as the first grey light filtered through the shutters. "It's all right," Lena whispered, her lips close to his ear. "You can let go now." Whether he heard or not, they couldn't know. But within the hour, as the January sun broke over X's ancient rooftops, Callum Hayes took his last breath, gently, without struggle, his fingers still loosely entwined with Lena's. The world didn't stop. Birds sang in the plane trees outside their window. Neighbours called greetings to each other in the street below. The clock on the bedside table continued its relentless ticking. Emma made necessary calls. The doctor came and went. The funeral home sent discreet men who treated Callum's body with quiet dignity. Friends brought food that no one ate, the apartment filled with flowers that no one had arranged. Through it all, Lena moved as though underwater, functional but distant, completing tasks by rote while some essential part of her remained suspended between before and after, unwilling to acknowledge the boundary she had crossed. It wasn't until the evening after the small memorial service, when the last well-meaning visitor had departed, that she allowed herself to truly look at his absence. His clothes still hung in the closet. His passport still lay on the bedside table. His half-finished cup of tea, 3 days old now, still sat on the kitchen counter where he had left it. She picked up the cup, intending to wash it, but found herself frozen, realising that emptying it would erase the last trace of his living presence. The tea had been warm when he held it. She sank to the floor, the cup clutched to her chest, and finally wept, deep, wrenching sobs that came from a place she hadn't known existed within her. Emma found her there hours later and silently sat beside her until the storm passed. "I don't know how to do this," Lena confessed when she could speak again. "How to be the person who survived." "None of us do," Emma replied. "We just keep breathing until it becomes bearable." In the weeks that followed, they established a fragile routine. Emma stayed in X, extending her leave from the photography agency. Lena returned to the museum part-time, finding solace in the familiar rhythms of conservation work. They sorted through Callum's belongings together, deciding what to keep, what to donate, what to send to his publisher for the posthumous collection of his travel articles. The blue notebook remained untouched on Lena's bedside table. She couldn't bring herself to open it again, to see his final unfinished words. Not yet. February brought unexpected snow to Aix, transforming the terracotta city into a monochrome dream. Walking home from the museum one evening, Lena stopped on the Pont des Deux Eaux, watching snowflakes disappear into the dark water below. A memory surfaced, Callum photographing this same bridge last autumn, telling her that bridges were his favourite metaphor, neither here nor there, but necessary for the journey. She realised suddenly that she was stranded on her own bridge, unable to return to before, afraid to continue to after. That night, she finally opened the blue notebook. The unfinished letter waited on the last page. "When I'm gone." She picked up a pen and continued where he had left off. "When I'm gone, remember that love doesn't follow the rules of physics. It doesn't diminish with distance or time. It doesn't require physical presence to exist. When I'm gone, find joy again. Not despite having loved me, but because you did. Let loving me be a door that opened, not one that closed. When I'm gone, forgive yourself for the days you wished this burden hadn't fallen to you. Forgive yourself for the moments of resentment, the flashes of anger. I had them too. When I'm gone, look at the world through both our eyes. Your eye for permanence, my eye for the fleeting moment. Both are true, both are necessary. When I'm gone, live fully. That's how you honour what we were. When I'm gone, remember that I was happiest when I was with you, and that is a gift no disease could take from me. All was yours, Callum. She closed the notebook, certain he would have approved of her ending. It was the last time she would speak in his voice, she knew. From now on, she would have to find her own words again. Spring came to Provence with its customary explosion of colour. The cherry trees near the museum erupted in pale pink blossoms that reminded Lena of the first time she'd seen Callum laugh. The markets filled with early strawberries, his favourite fruit, which he'd eaten by the handful during their summer travels. Emma returned to London in March, promising to visit often. He'd be proud of you, she told Lena before boarding her train. You haven't become a shrine keeper. Not externally, at least, Lena admitted. Inside, I'm still learning. We all are. In April, the museum unveiled the fully restored Clément collection. The centrepiece, the lover's painting that Callum had first commented on, now hung in a place of honour, illuminated by carefully designed lighting that revealed its complete story. 7 faces painted over one another, visible only through the advanced imaging techniques Lena had employed in her restoration work. At the opening reception, Lena found herself standing before it, champagne untouched in her hand, when a voice beside her asked, "Did they get their happy ending?" She turned to find a woman in her 60s who was studying the painting with genuine interest. "I don't think that was the point," Lena replied. "I think the point was that they found each other at all." The woman nodded thoughtfully. Like gravity, 2 bodies influencing each other's trajectories, even if only briefly. "Exactly," Lena smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit. "Are you a physicist?" "Once," the woman said. "Now I teach art history in Paris. The universe has a strange sense of humour." Later that evening, as Lena walked home through the soft spring night, she felt a shift within herself, subtle but unmistakable. The weight she had carried since January hadn't disappeared, but it had transformed, becoming less like a stone and more like a compass, a presence that oriented rather than burdened. At the apartment, she opened all the windows as Callum had always insisted on doing. The night air carried the scent of jasmine from the courtyard below. She picked up her sketchbook, neglected since his death, and began to draw, not with her usual precise technique, but with quick, impressionistic strokes. She drew from memory, Callum on the Barcelona beach, laughing into the wind. Callum in the Venice apartment, framed by morning light. Callum with his camera, capturing a world she had only begun to see through his eyes. When she finished, she wrote beneath the sketches, "The light continues." Summer returned to X with scorching brilliance. 1 year since their first meeting, Lena prepared for an exhibition of her own work. Not restored paintings this time, but her sketches and Callum's photographs, paired to tell the story of their journey across Europe. Emma had helped her select the images, and Callum's publisher had arranged the venue. The night before the opening, Lena returned to the Pont de Deux Eaux. The river below flowed on as it had for centuries, as it would for centuries more. She thought of Callum's words about bridges, about being neither here nor there. She was no longer on that bridge, she realised. She had crossed it. The woman who stood here now was not the Lena who had methodically brushed centuries of grime from old paintings, believing that preservation was the only defence against inevitable loss. Nor was she the woman who had raced across Europe, desperately trying to outrun time itself. She was someone new, forged in grief, tempered by love, carrying both the past and the present within her. As the summer twilight deepened around her, Lena whispered to the river below, to the star-scattered sky above, to the memory that lived within her. "I kept my promise." Somewhere between the air and water, in the liminal space where science meets faith, she felt rather than heard his response. "I never doubted you would." She remained on the bridge until full darkness fell, watching the lights of X reflect in the flowing water, constant yet ever-changing, like memory itself, like love itself, like the light that continues long after its source is gone. Camille Fournier's fingers were perpetually stained with ink. No amount of scrubbing could remove the stubborn marks that had become as much a part of her as her hazel eyes, or the unruly curl that always escaped her carefully pinned hair. The ink was her secret badge, hidden beneath gloves during the day while she tutored the Beaumont children in their opulent home near the Seine. At night, those same ink-stained fingers danced across pages by candlelight, weaving stories that no one but the mice in her modest Montmartre apartment had ever heard. "Camille, for heaven's sake, you've ruined another pair of gloves!" Madame Fournier's voice carried the weight of a woman who had buried a husband and most of her fortune in the same year. She stood in the doorway of their small apartment, holding the offending gloves between pinched fingers. "How do you expect to appear presentable to Henri when you look like a printer's apprentice?" Camille tucked her hands beneath the table. "I'm sure Henri cares more for my mind than my fingertips, maman." "A woman's mind is appreciated only after her appearance has opened the door," her mother replied with the practiced cadence of someone who had repeated the same lesson for years. "We cannot afford another pair. Do try to remember that your engagement is the only thing keeping this roof over our heads." As her mother retreated to prepare supper, Camille returned to the letter before her. Not her manuscript, but an invitation from Madame Beauchamp, the most influential literary salon hostess in Paris. It had arrived that morning addressed to Mademoiselle Camille Fournier, whose observations on Balzac have intrigued our circle. One of the Beaumont children must have mentioned her. Camille had often discussed literature with them, forgetting herself in those moments, speaking with the passion she hid from proper society. Now the invitation sat before her like a key to a forbidden door. On the night of the salon, Camille wore her best dress, a deep blue that had belonged to her mother in better days, altered to fit current fashions as best they could manage. Her copper-tinged brown hair was pinned severely, as if to contain the unruly thoughts within. She tucked her perpetually stained fingers into white gloves that had been meticulously cleaned. "Remember," her mother said as Camille prepared to leave, "you're there to make connections that might benefit Henri's business, not to discuss your writing fancies." The Beauchamp residence on Boulevard Saint-Germain glowed with golden light, spilling warmth onto the cobblestones. Inside, cigarette smoke hung in lazy halos above the heads of Paris's intellectual elite. Poets with unkempt hair gestured wildly next to perfectly coiffed critics. Women in silk gowns leaned forward in their chairs, ignoring propriety to engage in heated debates about Zola's latest work. Camille stood at the periphery, clutching a glass of champagne she'd barely touched, wondering if she might dissolve into the patterned wallpaper. The conversations around her sparkled with wit and audacity that made her own thoughts seem dull by comparison. "Moreau, you've mistaken sentimentality for emotional truth." A corpulent man with a walrus moustache jabbed his finger at a slim figure partially obscured by the crowd. "Your latest work romanticizes love to the point of absurdity. And you, Belmont, have mistaken cynicism for intelligence." The responding voice was rich and melodious, carrying above the murmurs of the crowd. "Love is not merely a biological impulse or social contract, as your essays suggest. It's the only force powerful enough to make us create beyond ourselves." The crowd parted slightly, and Camille caught her first glimpse of Julien Moreau. He was leaning against a bookshelf, one arm gesturing expressively, while the other held a cigarette. His dark hair fell in waves over his forehead, and his eyes, even from a distance, seemed to burn with an intensity that made her breath catch. How convenient that you've built your reputation on writing about the very thing you treat so carelessly in life, Belmont sneered. How many hearts have you broken this month alone, Moreau? I break no hearts that aren't willing to be broken, Julian replied, with a lazy smile that didn't reach his eyes. At least I don't pretend that love can be dissected like a laboratory specimen. You speak of love as if it were separate from duty, Belmont countered. A childish fantasy that duty without love is slavery. The words escaped Camille's lips before she could catch them. Suddenly dozens of eyes turned toward her, including Julian's piercing gaze. A heartbeat of silence followed before Belmont huffed. And who might you be, mademoiselle? Camille's throat tightened, but something in Julian's curious expression gave her courage. Someone who believes that duty can be meaningful when paired with love, but hollow without it, like a beautiful binding around empty pages. Julian's smile shifted, transforming from practiced charm to genuine intrigue. Well said, though I suspect Monsieur Belmont prefers his books judged solely by their covers. He raised his glass to Camille, and she felt as though she had been singled out by a spotlight. Later, as guests flowed between rooms like tributaries of a social river, Camille found herself near an open window, grateful for the cool night air on her flushed cheeks. "You've caused quite a stir, mademoiselle," a voice spoke from behind her. "Fournier," she supplied, turning to find Julien Moreau standing closer than propriety allowed. "Camille Fournier. Julien Moreau," he bowed slightly. "Though I suspect you already knew that. Your reputation precedes you, Monsieur Moreau. As does yours, apparently. Madame Beauchamp tells me you're a writer." Heat rushed to Camille's face. "I merely dabble with words." "One doesn't merely dabble with words any more than one merely dabbles with fire." He studied her with unsettling directness. "What do you write, Mademoiselle Fournier, when no one is watching?" The question felt intimate, as if he'd asked what she dreamed about. "Stories," she admitted, "about people who live more boldly than I dare." "And why don't you dare?" His voice lowered, becoming almost a caress. Before she could answer, a lady in crimson silk approached, laying a possessive hand on Julien's arm. "Darling, you promised to introduce me to Daudet." "So I did." Julien's eyes remained on Camille for a moment longer. "We'll continue this conversation another time, Mademoiselle Fournier." As he walked away, Camille realised she'd been holding her breath. She also realised with a sinking feeling that her engagement ring, Henri's grandmother's modest diamond, had left an imprint on her gloved finger where she'd been unconsciously twisting it. That night, she wrote until dawn, filling pages with a fervour she hadn't felt in months. When she finally slept, she dreamed of ink that burned like fire. 3 days after the salon, Camille sat in the back room of Librairie Rosenthal, a bookshop in Le Marais where Monsieur Rosenthal allowed her to browse volumes most booksellers wouldn't show a young woman. She was lost in a collection of Baudelaire when a shadow fell across her page. "I thought I might find you here." Julien Moreau stood before her, holding a leather-bound book. Gone was the immaculate evening attire, replaced by a slightly rumpled white shirt and vest. In daylight, she noticed the faint shadow beneath his cheekbones and the tiny scar that curved along his jaw. Camille closed her book. "How did you know where to find me?" "I asked Madame Beauchamp about the mysterious woman who silenced Belmont. She mentioned you tutor the Beaumont children, who apparently adore their teacher, who tells them stories of adventures and passion." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Their words, not mine." Camille felt exposed, as if he'd opened a drawer containing her private thoughts. "You've been investigating me." "I've been curious." He dropped into the chair opposite hers. especially after finding this. He slid a manuscript across the table, her manuscript, the one she'd submitted to La Revue de Paris 6 months ago under the pseudonym C.F. Laurent. Her blood ran cold. Where did you get that? From the slush pile at La Revue. I occasionally read submissions for them. His expression grew serious. Your name is penciled on the inside cover. Your real name. Camille felt a flash of anger. Come to mock me, the tutor who thinks she can write? Quite the opposite. I've come because your work is extraordinary. She blinked. She'd misheard. Pardon? Your novel. It has flaws, certainly, but your voice, he leaned forward, eyes alight with genuine enthusiasm. It cut through all those mediocre submissions like a siren's call. You understand something about longing that most writers spend lifetimes trying to capture. Camille's heart hammered against her ribs. No one had ever read her work before, let alone praised it. Then why was it rejected? Because Fontaine, the editor, is a fool who thinks women should write only about domestic matters. Julian's dismissive wave suggested he considered this the height of stupidity. He probably never read past the protagonist's contemplation of leaving her fiancé. She flinched at the parallel to her own situation. I should go. My students will survive an afternoon without Latin declensions. He reached for her hand as she stood, but stopped short of touching her. Meet me tomorrow. Let me help you revise it for submission elsewhere. Why would you help me? His expression softened. Because talent like yours shouldn't remain hidden. And selfishly, because I want to read what you write next. Camille should have refused. She had responsibilities. To her mother, to Henri, to propriety itself. Instead, she heard herself say, tomorrow then, here at 4. That single tomorrow stretched into weeks of tomorrows. They met in bookshops, in quiet cafes, once in the Luxembourg Gardens when the spring rain paused long enough for them to sit on a damp bench, huddled over pages dotted with revisions. Julian was both a harsh critic and an ardent champion, challenging every cliché, celebrating every moment of brilliance. Your protagonist apologizes too much, he noted one afternoon at Café Procope. She's constantly sorry for existing. Perhaps because women are taught to occupy as little space as possible, Camille replied, stirring her coffee. Julian looked up sharply. Is that how you feel? That you should apologize for the space you occupy? The directness of his gaze made her uncomfortable. I simply meant, I know what you meant. He covered her hand with his, and this time he didn't pull away. Your words deserve space, Camille. They deserve to expand until they fill rooms and minds and hearts. The warmth of his hand sent a current through her that she felt in every extremity. This was dangerous, far more dangerous than discussing revolutionary ideas or reading forbidden books. This was the kind of danger that could collapse the careful structure of her life. Yet she couldn't bring herself to end their meetings. With Julien she felt awake for the first time. He argued with her, challenged her, made her defend positions she hadn't even realised she held. In his presence her mind seemed to work faster, her thoughts flowing with a clarity she'd never experienced. One evening, as twilight wrapped Paris in indigo shadows, they walked along the Seine. Street lamps cast golden pools on the cobblestones, and the air smelled of rain and chestnuts. You're quiet tonight, Julian observed, walking close enough that their shoulders occasionally brushed. I had dinner with Henri yesterday, Camille admitted. He's planning our future in Bordeaux, a house near his family's business, introductions to the right social circles, she trailed off, unable to convey the sensation of slowly drowning that had overcome her as Henri detailed their comfortable, predictable life. Julian was silent for several steps. And is that what you want? Bordeaux, social circles, a life mapped out like a train schedule? It's a generous offer. Henri is kind, stable. That's not what I asked. Julian stopped walking, turning to face her. What do you want, Camille? Not what you should want, or what would please your mother, or what makes practical sense. What makes your heart beat faster? The intensity of his question left her breathless. They stood close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes, close enough to notice how his breath quickened to match her own. I want... The words lodged in her throat. Saying them aloud would make them real, impossible to take back. I want to write stories that make people feel less alone. I want to walk the streets of cities I've only read about. I want to feel everything, even if it hurts. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I want to stop being afraid. Julian's hand came up to brush a strand of hair from her face, his fingers lingering against her cheek. What are you afraid of? He asked, his voice rough at the edges. This, she gestured between them. What's happening between us? I'm engaged, Julian. To a man you speak of with all the passion one reserves for discussing the weather. His thumb traced the line of her jaw. Tell me you feel nothing when we're together, and I'll walk away. Camille closed her eyes, trying to gather her resolve, but the warmth of his touch scattered her thoughts. I can't, she whispered. When his lips met hers, it wasn't the gentle kiss of a suitor. It was hungry, almost desperate, as if he'd been starving for the taste of her. Camille's hands clutched the front of his coat, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. The kiss deepened, and the world around them, the river, the city, propriety itself, seemed to dissolve. A passing carriage splashed through a puddle nearby, breaking the spell. Camille stepped back, hand pressed to her mouth, eyes wide with the realization of what she'd done. I have to go, she said, gathering her skirts and hurrying away before he could see the tears that threatened to spill down her cheeks. That night she sat at her desk but couldn't write. Instead, she stared at her manuscript, at the story of a woman torn between duty and desire, and wondered when she had become her own character. The next morning, Camille received a letter from Henri's mother, describing the house they would occupy in Bordeaux, a respectable brick home with a garden where Camille could grow roses and entertain Henri's business associates. The letter included a sketch of the parlour where Madame Duval wrote, "You may keep a small writing desk for correspondence, though I caution that a merchant's wife has little time for such leisurely pursuits." Camille traced her finger over the sketch, trying to imagine herself in that parlour limited to writing thank you notes and dinner invitations. The thought felt like a hand around her throat. She avoided Julien for a week, throwing herself into her tutoring and spending evenings with Henri, who interpreted her distraction as excitement about their future. He spoke of his father's shipping business, of contracts with vineyard owners, of the solid, predictable prosperity that awaited them. "You're a fortunate girl," her mother reminded her daily. "Many would envy your position." Camille nodded and smiled and twisted her engagement ring, wondering why fortune felt so much like a cage. On the 8th day, she found Julien waiting outside the Beaumont residence as she finished her lessons. "You're avoiding me," he said without preamble. He looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept well. "I've been to the bookshop, the cafe. I can't do this, Julien." She walked quickly, forcing him to keep pace. "Whatever's happening between us, it has to stop." "Just like that?" His voice held more hurt than anger. "We go back to being strangers? We were never anything else." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. "A few weeks of literary discussions don't constitute—" "Don't!" He caught her arm, pulling her to a stop in the shadow of a chestnut tree. "Don't diminish what we have." "And what is that exactly?" Camille demanded, frustration breaking through her composure. "Stolen moments? Forbidden kisses? A scandal waiting to happen that would ruin my reputation and my mother's security?" Julien's expression hardened. "Comes down to security, just like every other—" "Don't you dare judge me," she hissed. "You, with your family fortune and literary connections, have never had to choose between passion and survival." Something flashed in his eyes. Pain, perhaps, or recognition. You think my life is without constraints? That I haven't paid for my so-called freedom? He ran a hand through his already dishevelled hair. My family fortune, as you call it, was cut off 3 years ago when I refused to join my father's law practice. Every franc I earn comes from my writing and editing. This revelation momentarily silenced her. She'd assumed, like everyone, that his bohemian lifestyle was underwritten by family wealth. I didn't know. You didn't ask. His voice softened. I'm not asking you to throw away security, Camille. I'm asking you not to throw away yourself. A carriage rattled by, spraying rainwater from a puddle. In the momentary space it created, Camille made a decision. I submitted my manuscript to Mercure de France, she said quietly. Under my own name, Julien's expression transformed from confusion to delight. Camille, that's wonderful! If they accept it, perhaps I could find a way to support myself and my mother. She bit her lip, afraid to voice the hope taking root within her. But if they don't, then we try elsewhere. His hand found hers, squeezing gently. Your words deserve to be read, regardless of what happens between us. For the first time, Camille allowed herself to imagine a future governed by her own choices. Not easy, perhaps not secure, but hers. She let Julien walk her to the omnibus, his presence beside her both terrifying and exhilarating. 2 days later, Henri arrived at her apartment with a jewellery box containing a strand of pearls, a gift from his mother. For you to wear at our engagement dinner next month, he explained, placing the cool beads around her neck. As he fastened the clasp, his hands lingering on her shoulders, Camille caught sight of their reflection in the small mirror above the mantel. Henri, solid and dependable, his sandy hair neatly combed, his expression one of satisfied ownership, and herself, pale and constrained, the pearls like a beautiful shackle around her throat. You've been distant lately, Henri remarked, turning her to face him. Mother says it's natural for a bride to have nerves, but I've assured her you're not the flighty type. Of course not, Camille murmured, wondering when she had become such an accomplished liar. Henri studied her face. There's something different about you, something I can't quite place, because I'm awakening, she thought, because I've tasted what it means to be fully alive. Aloud she said, I'm just tired. The Beaumont children are particularly energetic this spring. Henri nodded, accepting this explanation with the same unquestioning ease with which he accepted everything about her. He'd never asked about her writing, never wondered what she thought of Zola or Hugo, never suspected that beneath her agreeable exterior lay depths of passion and ambition. Was that her fault? Had she hidden herself so completely that even the man who claimed to love her had never actually seen her? The following afternoon a messenger delivered a letter from Mercure de France. Camille's hands trembled so violently that she tore the envelope opening it. Inside was a single page that began with regret. While your work shows promise, the subject matter is unsuitable for our publication. The moral ambiguity of your protagonist's choices, particularly regarding her betrayal of her fiancé, would send a troubling message to our readers. The rejection cut deeper than she'd anticipated. It wasn't just her work they'd dismissed, but her deepest truths, the complex, messy reality of a woman's heart divided. She found herself walking without direction, the rejection letter crumpled in her pocket, until she realised she'd arrived at Julien's building in the Latin Quarter. A light burned in his third-floor window. In that moment, standing on the rain-slicked street looking up at his window, Camille understood that she stood at a crossroads. To turn back meant safety, respectability, a life of quiet desperation. To go forward meant risk, uncertainty, but also the possibility of joy. With a deep breath, she entered the building and climbed the narrow stairs. Julien opened his door on the second knock, his expression shifting from irritation to surprise to concern as he registered Camille standing there. soaked from the spring rain she hadn't even noticed was falling. "They rejected it," she said without preamble, pushing past him into his apartment. It was a small space dominated by bookshelves and a desk buried under manuscripts and notebooks. A single bed occupied one corner, its sheets rumpled. Who rejected what? Julian closed the door, watching as she paced the worn carpet. Mercure de France. She pulled the crumpled letter from her pocket and thrust it at him. They called my protagonist morally ambiguous, said her choices would send a troubling message. Julian scanned the letter, his jaw tightening. Mercure has always been conservative. There are other publishers. It's not just about the rejection. Camille hugged herself, suddenly aware of the impropriety of being alone with him in his rooms. It's that they're right. I am betraying Henri. Every time I meet you, every time I imagine a different life, I'm betraying the man who's offered me nothing but stability and kindness. Julian set the letter on his desk. Is it betrayal to recognize that you want different things, that you've outgrown the future he offers? It's betrayal to kiss another man while wearing his ring, she countered, the memory of their kiss by the Seine still vivid enough to bring heat to her face. Then give him back his ring. Julian stepped closer, his voice low and intense. Tell him the truth, that you want more than the life he's offering. And then what? Camille challenged. I have no income of my own. My mother depends on me. Where would we live? How would we eat? On air and poetry. On my income, until your writing sells. He reached for her hands, grasping them tightly. I have enough for a small apartment, for food. It wouldn't be the luxury Henri offers, but you're asking me to become dependent on you instead of him. She pulled her hands away. To trade one cage for another. Anger flashed in his eyes. Is that what you think this is? Another cage? Isn't it? You want me to leave everything familiar, to risk scandal and poverty, to gamble my future on feelings that might fade as quickly as they ignited. Our feelings aren't the problem, Camille. Your fear is... He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. You're so afraid of making the wrong choice that you'll accept a half-life instead of risking everything for a whole one. His words struck like physical blows. That's unfair. Is it? You've written a character brave enough to choose passion over security, yet you can't make that choice yourself. It's not the same. But even as she protested, Camille knew he'd identified the truth at the heart of her hesitation. Not duty or practicality, but terror of the unknown. Julian moved to the window, staring out at the rain. I never thought myself capable of the kind of love that endures, he said quietly. I've had affairs, yes. Passionate, consuming, but ultimately fleeting. Then I read your manuscript, and it was like finding pieces of my soul scattered across the pages. And when I met you... He turned back to her, his expression stripped of its usual confidence. You terrify me, Camille. The depth of what I feel for you terrifies me. But I'd rather live with that terror than pretend I can be satisfied with less. The raw honesty in his voice undid her. She crossed the room to him, closing the distance she'd been so careful to maintain. I'm afraid, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Afraid of wanting too much, of failing, of disappointing everyone who depends on me. And what about disappointing yourself? He cupped her face in his hands. 40 years from now, looking back on your life, which choice would you regret more? The question hung between them, impossible to evade. In his eyes she saw not just desire, but a reflection of herself as she could be. Fierce, unapologetic, fully alive. When she kissed him this time, it wasn't with the startled confusion of their first embrace, but with deliberate choice. His arms encircled her, drawing her against him until she could feel the rapid beat of his heart matching her own. Later, much later, they lay tangled in his sheets, the rain still pattering against the windows. Julienne's fingers traced lazy patterns on her bare shoulder as she rested her head on his chest. "Tell me about the story you're writing next," he murmured into her hair. "I haven't decided yet." She traced the line of his collarbone, marvelling at the intimacy of this moment, at how right it felt despite everything that should have made it wrong. "Write about this," he suggested, "about finding courage, about choosing love despite the cost." Camille raised herself on one elbow to look at him. "You think anyone would publish such a scandalous tale?" His smile was tender. "I think people are hungry for truth, even when it's uncomfortable, especially then." In that moment, something clicked into place for Camille, a certainty that had eluded her until now. Whatever happened tomorrow, whatever obstacles they would face, this was where she belonged. Not in Henri's carefully planned future, but in the uncharted territory of a life shaped by her own desires. "I should go," she said reluctantly, aware of the lateness of the hour. "My mother will be worried." Julien nodded, though his arms tightened briefly around her. "What will you tell Henri?" The question sobered her. "The truth. That I can't marry him, that it wouldn't be fair to either of us." She sat up, gathering the sheets around her. "He deserves someone who loves him completely, not someone who's always looking over his shoulder at a different life." "And your mother?" Camille sighed. "That will be harder. She's sacrificed so much for my security." She twisted a strand of hair around her finger, a habit from childhood. "Perhaps I can find more tutoring positions, enough to support us both." "Or perhaps," Julien said, reaching for a folder on his nightstand, "this might help." He handed her a letter on Edition Gallimard letterhead. Camille's eyes widened as she read. "They want to publish my novel, but how?" "I sent it to them while you were avoiding me," he admitted. "André Gide is a friend. He recognised your talent immediately." Tears sprang to her eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming relief. "This changes everything." "It changes nothing," Julien corrected gently. "Your worth as a writer, as a woman, wasn't determined by this acceptance, but it does make the practical aspects easier." Dawn was breaking when Camille finally left Julien's apartment, the Gallimard letter tucked safely in her reticule. The streets of Paris were quiet except for the early merchants setting up their stalls and the street cleaners with their brooms. As she walked home, rehearsing the difficult conversations that lay ahead, Camille felt lighter than she had in years, as if she'd set down a burden she hadn't even realised she was carrying, the burden of living a life shaped by others' expectations rather than her own desires. Henri didn't shout when Camille returned his ring. He didn't plead or threaten. Instead, he looked at her with a mixture of hurt and resignation, as if he'd been expecting this all along. "It's him, isn't it?" he asked quietly. "That writer everyone whispers about, Moreau." Camille could have denied it, could have claimed she simply wasn't ready for marriage, but Henri deserved better than more lies. "Yes," she admitted, "but it's not just about him. It's about the life I want, the work I need to do." Henri nodded, turning the ring in his palm. "I always knew there was a part of you I couldn't reach. I thought perhaps after we were married, when you had the security of my name." He trailed off, then squared his shoulders. "I hope he makes you happy, Camille. I truly do." His dignity in the face of rejection made her guilt sharper. "You're a good man, Henri. You'll find someone who loves you as you deserve to be loved." "Perhaps," he pocketed the ring. "Or perhaps I'll become one of those confirmed bachelors who dotes on his nieces and nephews and never quite recovers from his first heartbreak." He attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Rather romantic, don't you think?" After he left, Camille sat alone in the small parlour, wondering if she'd made an irreparable mistake. The silence of the apartment pressed in on her, broken only when her mother returned from the market. Madame Fournier took one look at her daughter's face and set down her basket. "What have you done?" Camille had prepared a careful explanation about the book deal, about financial independence, about following her heart, but in the face of her mother's dismay, the words scattered. "I can't marry Henri," she said simply. "I've returned his ring." Her mother sank into a chair, one hand pressed to her heart. "Have you lost your mind? What will become of us?" Wordlessly, Camille handed her the letter from Gallimard. Her mother's hands shook as she read it, her expression shifting from despair to confusion. "A novel? You've written a novel?" She looked up at Camille as if seeing her for the first time. "When? How?" "At night, mostly, after you went to bed." Camille knelt beside her mother's chair. "Maman, I know this isn't the future you imagined for me, but it's the one I need to pursue. The advance alone will support us for a year, and if it sells well, if..." Her mother clutched the letter. "Our future balanced on an if. And what about this Moreau person? The neighbours have been whispering about you two for weeks." Camille hadn't expected that. "What have they been saying?" "That you've been seen with him in cafes, walking by the river. That he looks at you the way a man shouldn't look at a respectable engaged woman." Her mother's gaze was sharp. "Is he the reason you've thrown away your security?" "He's part of it," Camille acknowledged. "But the larger part is that I can't live the life Henri offered, not and remain true to myself." Madame Fournier's laugh was brittle. "Truth to oneself is a luxury, Camille. One I had hoped you'd never have to learn." The week that followed was one of strained silences and careful negotiations. Camille increased her tutoring hours, brought home the advance check from Gallimard, and began the revisions her editor requested. Her mother moved through the apartment like a ghost, grieving the future she'd counted on. Julien kept his distance, understanding that Camille needed time to rebuild her relationship with her mother. He sent notes, sometimes just a line of poetry, sometimes pages of encouragement about her revisions, but did not intrude upon her fragile new reality. Then came the morning when Camille found her mother at the kitchen table, surrounded by old letters and photographs. Her father's pocket watch lay open beside them. "He believed in impossible things too," Madame Fournier said without looking up. "Your father, he was going to write the great French novel, change the literary landscape forever." She touched the watch gently. "When he died, all he left were fragments and debts." Camille sat across from her mother. "I didn't know that about Papa. Why would you? I wanted to protect you from the pain of shattered dreams." Her mother's eyes softened with memories. "He had such talent, such vision. But talent isn't always enough in this world." "Is that why you pushed me towards security? Why you never encouraged my writing?" "I saw too much of him in you, the same fire, the same stubbornness." Madame Fournier reached across the table to touch Camille's ink-stained fingers. "I was afraid for you, afraid you'd suffer as he did, as I did watching him." For the first time, Camille saw her mother not as an obstacle to her dreams, but as a woman who had loved and lost and feared losing again. "I might fail," she admitted. "My book might disappear without a trace. But I have to try, Maman. I have to know." Her mother was quiet for a long moment. "Your father would be proud of you," she said finally. "He always said the world needed more honest words, even when they're painful to hear." She squeezed Camille's hand. "I've been reading your manuscript. You left it open on your desk." Camille's breath caught. "And?" "It's beautiful, disturbing in parts, but true." She straightened, some of her former composure returning. "If this Moreau character hurts you, I shall have to poison his coffee." The unexpected jest startled a laugh from Camille. "I believe you would." "Of course I would. I'm still your mother." She began gathering the letters, returning them to their box. "Now, tell me about this editor of yours. Is he paying you what you're worth?" It wasn't complete acceptance, but it was a beginning. 2 weeks later, Julien invited Camille to see his latest play at Théâtre du Châtelet. She arrived with her mother, who insisted on accompanying her, partly as chaperone, partly out of curiosity about the man who had upended their lives. The theatre hummed with anticipation. Julien's previous play had scandalised and delighted Paris in equal measure, and expectations for this new work were high. As the lights dimmed, Camille felt a flutter of nerves. She had read drafts of the play during their collaboration, but hadn't seen the final version. From the first scene, she recognised elements of their story. A young woman trapped between duty and desire, a writer who challenges her to reach for more than security. But as the play progressed, it diverged from reality. The protagonist, faced with the choice between safety and passion, chose safety. She married her stolid fiancé, abandoned her writing, and years later encountered her former love, now a celebrated author whose work she secretly read and wept over. In the final scene, the woman, now middle-aged and hollow-eyed, stood at the edge of the Seine, holding her unpublished manuscripts. As she cast the pages into the water, watching her words dissolve, the audience grew utterly silent. The actress's voice carried through the hushed theatre. Some choices cannot be undone. Some rivers carry us to shores from which we can never return. As the curtain fell, the silence held for 3 heartbeats before the theatre erupted in thunderous applause. Camille sat frozen, tears streaming down her face, struck by the vision of what could have been her fate. Her mother leaned close. "It seems your Monsieur Moreau understands the stakes," she murmured. "Perhaps he's more serious than his reputation suggests." Backstage was chaos. Admirers pressed forward with congratulations. Critics scribbled notes. Actors still in costume embraced one another. Julien stood at the centre of it all, accepting praise with the practiced charm that had once seemed so superficial to Camille, but which he now recognised as a necessary armour. When he saw her, he broke away from the crowd, crossing to where she stood with her mother. "Mademoiselle Fournier," he bowed, unexpectedly formal. "Madame Fournier, I'm honoured you could attend." "A most provocative piece, Monsieur Moreau," Madame Fournier replied, studying him with undisguised scrutiny, "though I found the ending unnecessarily tragic." "As did I," Julien agreed, his eyes on Camille. "But sometimes we need to see the darker path to appreciate the courage it takes to choose a different one." Madame Fournier's gaze shifted between them. After a moment she sighed. "I shall go speak with Madame Thibault. I believe I recognised her in the 3rd row." She fixed Julien with a stern look. "You have 15 minutes, monsieur. We still maintain some proprieties in this family." When she had gone, Julien took Camille's hands. "You're crying." "Your play. It was a warning, wasn't it? About what might happen if I chose safety over truth." "It was a fear," he corrected gently. "My fear. That you might look back someday and regret the path not taken." "I won't," she promised. "The day I returned Henri's ring, I chose my path. Whatever comes, success or failure, together or apart, I won't regret choosing to live fully." He pulled her closer, public opinion be damned. "I've had a letter from London. A publisher there wants to translate your novel once it's released here." "London?" Camille's eyes widened. "But I've never been to England." "We could go," he suggested, a new eagerness in his voice. "After your book launches, London, then perhaps Italy. You could write about cities you've never seen before, and I..." He hesitated. "I could write about a love that doesn't end in tragedy." The promise in those words, of a shared future, of adventures yet to come, filled Camille with a joy so acute it was almost painful. "I'd like that," she whispered. "All of it." 6 months later. The bookshop on Rue de Rivoli was crowded with people clutching copies of Libéré by Camille Fournier. Her photograph graced the back cover, not the demure portrait her publisher had initially suggested, but one taken by Julien in his apartment, her hair loose around her shoulders, her expression fearless and direct. Camille sat at a small table, signing books and answering questions, while her mother handed out glasses of champagne with unexpected enthusiasm. In the corner, Julianne watched with quiet pride, content to remain in the background of her moment. When the crowd thinned, a young woman approached, clutching the book so tightly her knuckles were white. "Mademoiselle Fournier," she began hesitantly. "Your novel, the way you write about choices, about defying expectations." She glanced nervously at an older woman, her mother perhaps, hovering nearby. "Gave me courage to show my own writing to someone." Camille's heart swelled. This was why she had written, why she had risked everything for this moment, for this connection across the gulf of experience. "May I give you some advice?" she asked the girl. "Please, write the story that scares you the most," Camille said, echoing words Julianne had once spoken to her. "That's the one worth telling." Later that night, in their small but comfortable apartment overlooking a courtyard filled with chestnut trees, Camille sat at her desk, a blank page before her. Julianne moved behind her, placing a cup of tea at her elbow before pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Beginning the next one already?" he asked, nodding toward the page. "Just making notes." She leaned back against him. "Ideas for a story about a young woman who finds her voice, and a man who learns that loving doesn't have to mean losing himself." "Sounds familiar," he teased, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. "Though I hope this one ends happily." Camille turned in her chair to look up at him. Does such a thing exist? A truly happy ending? Perhaps not an ending, he conceded, but a happy continuation that I believe in. As he spoke, Camille dipped her pen in ink, the familiar stain of possibility marking her fingers, and began to write. Not an ending, but a continuation of a story still unfolding, a love written in ink that would never fade, the end. Sienna Marchesi never stayed in one place long enough for dust to settle on her camera lenses. At 32, she had photographed monsoon rains in Mumbai, northern lights in Iceland, and dawn breaking over Machu Picchu. What she hadn't captured was a reason to stay anywhere. "Perfect, just perfect," she murmured, adjusting her aperture as golden light bathed the Napa Valley vineyard. September in wine country meant harvest season, when the vines hung heavy with fruit and the air smelled of soil and possibility. She'd been hired to document the vineyard's transition through seasons for their new marketing campaign. 3 days into the assignment, she already knew these would be portfolio-worthy shots. The way sunlight filtered through the leaves created natural spotlights on the purple-black Grenache grapes. As Sienna crouched between rows of vines, a movement caught her eye through the viewfinder. A tall figure stood at the end of the row, silhouetted against the sunset. Without thinking, she adjusted her focus and clicked. The man turned at the sound, catching her in the act. "Did you just take my picture?" His voice carried an edge of surprise rather than annoyance. Sienna lowered her camera. "Professional hazard. Sorry about that." She wasn't actually sorry. The shot was magnificent, his profile carved in amber light. He approached with measured steps, dressed in a tailored suit that seemed at odds with the rustic surroundings. "I'd appreciate if you deleted it. I'm here for a private event." "The Townsend wedding rehearsal." Sienna stood, brushing soil from her knees. "They know I'm here. I'm doing the vineyard's seasonal portfolio." He stopped a few feet away. Close up, she noticed how the golden hour softened what might otherwise be a stern face. Strong jawline, straight nose, eyes the colour of roast coffee beans. Daniel Carter. He extended his hand with a precision that suggested he measured each movement. Sienna Marchesi. Her hand met his, warm and calloused from years of gripping camera equipment. "Want to see how you look through my lens?" Reluctance crossed his features, but curiosity won. He nodded. Sienna pulled up the image on her camera's display. In the photo, Daniel stood with one hand in his pocket, face turned slightly toward the setting sun. The light transformed his serious expression into something wistful, almost yearning. "That's not how I see myself," he said, voice softer. "That's why we need photographers," Sienna replied. "We capture what you can't see in the mirror." A small group called from the terrace above the vineyard. "Dan, we're starting the toast!" "That's my cue." He lingered a moment longer than necessary. "Are you staying for the evening tasting? The vineyard opens it to everyone on the property." Sienna hadn't planned to, but something about the way the light caught in his eyes made her reconsider. "I might. I've been told I should experience what I'm photographing. Then maybe I'll see you there." He turned to leave, then paused. "And you can keep the photo." The evening tasting was held in the vineyard's stone cellar, where hanging lights cast a warm glow over oak barrels and glasses of ruby liquid. Sienna arrived just as the sommelier began explaining the blind tasting process. "Each numbered glass contains one of our award-winning wines. Your challenge is to identify them using only your senses." Sienna found herself at a table with strangers, including Daniel, who had loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. The formal facade had cracked slightly, revealing something more approachable underneath. "Not a wine connoisseur?" he asked, when she sniffed a glass with theatrical exaggeration. "I know what I like when I taste it," she replied. "But my expertise stops at red and white and occasionally bubbly." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Systematic approach works better. First colour, then aroma, then... Where's the spontaneity in that?" She cut him off, reaching for glass number 3 without looking at her tasting notes. "Sometimes you have to trust your instincts." They reached for the same glass simultaneously. Their fingers brushed, then lingered. In the split second before they both pulled away, something electric passed between them. "Your systematic approach is making you predictable," she teased, covering the moment with humour. "And your spontaneity is making you reach for a Merlot when you clearly preferred the Cabernet." Sienna raised an eyebrow. "You've been watching what I drink?" "I notice details," he said simply. "Occupational necessity." "And what occupation requires such attention?" "Architecture." He took a deliberate sip from his glass. "I design spaces for people to inhabit. Getting the details wrong means creating a beautiful space no one wants to live in. So you build permanent structures, and I capture fleeting moments," Sienna mused. "We couldn't be more different." Something unreadable crossed his face. "Perhaps that's what makes this conversation interesting." As the evening progressed, they drifted away from the group, finding a quiet corner where vineyard maps hung on stone walls. Sienna learned that Daniel's firm was based in San Francisco, that he'd known the groom since college, that he lived alone in a converted industrial loft he'd designed himself. In turn, she told him about growing up in a family of academics who couldn't understand her need to wander, about the time she'd been stranded on a Greek island during a ferry strike, about the photo that had launched her career, a simple shot of her grandmother's hands kneading bread. "So what brings a wandering spirit to Napa?" he asked as they shared a final glass of wine. "Seems too settled for someone like you." "A job's a job," she answered automatically, then reconsidered. "Honestly, I needed to slow down. I've been chasing light across continents for a decade. Sometimes you need to sit still and let the light find you." Daniel's eyes held hers. "And has it found you?" The question felt weighted with meaning she wasn't ready to examine. Sienna glanced at her watch. "It's late. I should go. Early shoot tomorrow." He walked her to her rental car, their steps synchronized on the gravel path. "Will you be at the wedding tomorrow?" he asked. Sienna shook her head. "I'll be shooting the East Vineyard at dawn, then heading back to San Francisco. The golden hour waits for no photographer. They reached her car, and an awkward moment followed. The universal uncertainty of endings between people who feel a connection but lack context for it. It was nice meeting you, Daniel Carter. Likewise, Sienna Marchesi. She drove away, watching his figure grow smaller in the rearview mirror, certain their brief intersection was complete. By morning, he would return to his structured world of straight lines and permanent foundations, while she would chase the next perfect frame of light. Neither of them could have predicted the crooked path fate had already begun drawing between them. 3 weeks later, Sienna stood in the empty canvas gallery in San Francisco's art district, directing the hanging of her latest exhibition, Transience, a collection of moments captured in golden hour light around the world. Among them a vineyard in Napa Valley, though she'd carefully excluded any photos featuring a certain architect. The lighting needs to be warmer on the vineyard series, she instructed the gallery assistant. They were shot during golden hour. I need viewers to feel that warmth. The architects handling our renovation suggested cooler tones for this wall, the assistant replied. Something about complementing the structural elements, Sienna frowned. Well, the architects aren't the artists. The work determines the lighting, not the... Actually, the architects considered the interplay between art and environment quite carefully. The voice behind her was familiar enough to raise goosebumps on her arms. Sienna turned slowly, already knowing who she'd find. Daniel Carter stood in the gallery doorway, portfolio in hand, looking as structured as she remembered. Charcoal suit, crisp white shirt, expression suggesting he'd already calculated every angle in the room. "You're the renovation architect," she stated rather than asked. "Lead on the project, yes," no surprise showed on his face. "Small world." "Or cosmic joke," Sienna muttered, then louder. "The lighting stays warm on the vineyard series." A slight inclination of his head acknowledged her authority over her own work, though something in his eyes suggested the conversation wasn't over. The gallery assistant looked between them, sensing the tension. "I'll adjust the track lighting," she said, quickly retreating. Left alone, Sienna crossed her arms. "Did you know I'd be exhibiting here? Your name wasn't on the project brief." Daniel set his portfolio on a nearby bench. "Though I admit to being less surprised than you are." "Why is that?" "The universe has patterns. You notice them in architecture. Repeated motifs, golden ratios. People reappear in your life for reasons." Sienna nearly laughed. "That sounds suspiciously like fate for someone so structured." "I said patterns, not fate." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "When are you leaving San Francisco?" Or the question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm leaving?" "You said it yourself. You chase light across continents. San Francisco is just another stop." Something about his certainty irritated her. "Actually, I've taken a 6-month residency with the gallery, teaching master classes, curating, exhibiting my work." Now she had surprised him. The barely perceptible widening of his eyes gave him away. 6 months in one place? He questioned. "That's practically settling down for someone like you." "Someone like me," she echoed, voice cooling. "You've spent all of 3 hours with me, Daniel. You don't know what kind of someone I am." He inclined his head, acknowledging the rebuke. "Fair enough. Perhaps we could remedy that." "Remedy what?" "The limited hours." He maintained steady eye contact. "Dinner tonight? There's an excellent restaurant near my office." "I don't do reservations and white tablecloths," she interrupted. Daniel considered this. "Then what do you do?" "I follow what looks interesting. No plans, no reservations." Something shifted in his expression, a challenge accepted. "All right, no plans. Meet me at the gallery entrance at 7. Sienna almost refused on principle, but curiosity won out. "Fine, 7 o'clock, but I'm not dressing up." "I wouldn't expect you to change who you are," he replied, gathering his portfolio. "The lighting stays warm on the vineyard series. I'll make the adjustments in our plans." He left with measured steps, and Sienna turned back to her photographs, wondering what patterns the universe was weaving around them. At precisely 7, Daniel waited outside the gallery. He'd changed from his work suit to dark jeans and a charcoal sweater, still impeccable but less formal. Sienna arrived at 7:12, unchanged from earlier except for a vintage leather jacket thrown over her outfit. "So, where's this excellent restaurant?" she asked instead of greeting him. "I cancelled the reservation," he replied. "Tonight we follow whatever looks interesting, your rules." Surprise registered on her face. "You're willing to wander aimlessly through San Francisco?" "I wouldn't say aimlessly. I never go anywhere without knowing where I am." Sienna smiled, a real one this time. "That's not wandering, Daniel. That's just walking with extra steps." She grabbed his hand suddenly, pulling him toward the street. "Come on. First rule of wandering, move quickly when the light turns green." They spent the evening in a way Daniel had never experienced his own city. Sienna led them down alleys decorated with vivid murals, through a farmer's market closing for the evening, where they collected bread, cheese and fruit from vendors packing up, and finally to a hidden courtyard where street musicians played for scattered audiences. "This is dinner?" Daniel asked as they spread their market finds on a stone bench. "No," Sienna corrected, breaking off a piece of sourdough. "This is an experience that happens to include food." As they ate, Daniel found himself relaxing into the unplanned moment. The music, the cooling night air, the way Sienna's face animated when she talked about her work. It all created a scene he couldn't have designed, but somehow felt perfectly constructed. "You really never do this?" Sienna asked, popping a grape into her mouth. "Just exist without a schedule?" Daniel considered the question seriously. "My work requires precision. People live and work in the spaces I create. If I miscalculate a support beam by even a few inches..." "I'm not talking about your work," she interrupted gently. "I'm talking about your life." The distinction unsettled him. "They're intertwined." "They don't have to be." Sienna leaned back, studying him. What did little Daniel want to be before adults taught him to be responsible? The question transported him to a memory he rarely revisited. "I wanted to build tree houses," he admitted, "elaborate ones with rope bridges and secret rooms. I filled sketchbooks with them." "What happened to those sketchbooks?" "My father explained that architecture was about buildings that lasted, not tree houses that rotted away." Sienna's expression softened. "Some things aren't meant to last forever, Daniel. That doesn't make them less valuable." The statement hung between them, loaded with meaning beyond childhood dreams. As the evening ended, they walked along the Embarcadero, the Bay Bridge illuminated against the night sky. Their conversation had evolved from playful banter to deeper waters, her fear of losing her edge if she stayed in one place too long, his admission that his ordered life sometimes felt like a cage he'd built himself. "I should get home," Sienna said as they reached the ferry building. "Early gallery meeting tomorrow." Daniel nodded, suddenly reluctant for the evening to end. "I'll walk you to your car." "I took the BART." "Then I'll drive you home." Sienna smiled. Trying to plan the unplannable, architect. Before he could respond, she rose on her toes and kissed his cheek, a fleeting touch that somehow felt more intimate than it should have. "Thank you for cancelling your reservation," she said softly. "Good night, Daniel." She walked away, leaving him standing alone with the sensation of her lips still warm on his skin and the unsettling feeling that something in his carefully constructed world had just shifted on its foundation. Over the following weeks, Sienna and Daniel's lives intersected in ways neither had anticipated. His firm's work on the gallery renovation meant regular site visits. Her residency meant she couldn't simply disappear when emotions grew complicated. They established an unspoken routine. He would arrive for project meetings. She would pretend not to notice until he found a reason to approach her. They would exchange barbed banter that thinly veiled a growing attraction, then part ways until circumstance brought them together again. On a foggy Tuesday morning, Daniel arrived at the gallery to find Sienna alone, reorganising her exhibition. "The contractors aren't here yet," she said without looking up from her task. "I know, I'm early." He set down his briefcase. "Need help?" Sienna glanced at him, noting his immaculate suit. "You'll get dusty." "I have other suits." The simple statement, so at odds with his careful nature, made her pause. "Well, if you insist. Hold this level while I adjust the frame." They worked in companionable silence, her artistic eye complementing his technical precision. When the last photograph hung perfectly, they stepped back to admire their work. "Why'd you rearrange them?" Daniel asked. "The narrative wasn't flowing right. A collection tells a story. The order matters." Daniel studied the photographs. "What story are these telling?" Sienna hesitated, suddenly vulnerable. That beauty exists in impermanence, that something doesn't need to last forever to matter. Their eyes met, and the subtext hung heavy between them. "Have dinner with me again," Daniel Sibyl said, breaking the moment. "Somewhere real this time." "Define real." "My place. I'll cook." Sienna raised an eyebrow. "You cook?" "Architecture is just chemistry and physics with aesthetic considerations. So is cooking." She laughed, the sound echoing in the empty gallery. "All right, architect, show me your chemistry and physics." That evening, Sienna arrived at Daniel's loft in the renovated warehouse district. The space was exactly as she'd imagined. Minimalist but warm, with exposed brick, steel beams and large windows overlooking the city. What surprised her were the photographs hanging on his walls. Black and white landscapes, architectural details from around the world, all perfectly composed. "These are good," she said, examining them closely. "Who's the photographer?" "I am." Daniel handed her a glass of wine. "Another hobby my father thought impractical." Sienna turned to him, re-evaluating everything she thought she knew about Daniel Carter. "You're full of surprises." "I prefer to think I'm more complex than my suit suggests." Dinner was simple but perfect. Handmade pasta with heirloom tomatoes, fresh herbs from his rooftop garden, bread still warm from the oven. They ate at his balcony table as lights blinked on across the city and fog rolled in from the bay. "Why architecture?" Sienna asked as they finished the wine. "If you love photography too?" Daniel considered his answer carefully. "I believe in creating spaces that last. Photography captures what's already disappearing. I wanted to build what remains." "There's nobility in capturing the fleeting," Sienna countered, "in reminding people to appreciate what won't endure." "Is that why you never stay in one place? Because you don't believe anything endures?" The question hit a nerve Sienna hadn't known was exposed. "I stay in motion because that's where I find truth. The moment you settle, you start building illusions of permanence." "And what's wrong with permanence?" Daniel's voice remained gentle despite the challenge in his words. "Nothing, if it's honest. But most permanence is a comforting lie we tell ourselves." Daniel set down his glass. "Is that what you think I'm doing? Lying to myself? I think you've built a life around the idea that control equals safety. That if you design everything perfectly, nothing can hurt you." His expression tightened. "And you're different? Always ready to leave before anything gets too real?" The accuracy of his observation stung. Sienna stood, suddenly needing space. Maybe this was a mistake. The dinner or the conversation? Both. Neither. She ran a hand through her hair in frustration. "I don't know how to do this, Daniel." "Do what?" "This. Whatever's happening between us, it doesn't fit any pattern I recognize." Daniel rose, moving closer but not touching her. "Maybe that's the point. Maybe we're building something new." The word building hung between them. His verb, not hers. Sienna fought the urge to run. "I have an assignment," she said abruptly. 3 days in Big Sur shooting coastal landscapes for a conservation magazine. Daniel absorbed this information, his face unreadable. When do you leave? Tomorrow morning. He nodded once, processing. Then, surprising her, he asked, Do you want come? The question was so unexpected that Sienna could only stare. You want to come to Big Sur? What about work? I have accumulated vacation days, 3 years' worth according to my assistant. You'd take unplanned time off just like that? A smile touched his lips. Not just like that. For you. The simple honesty of his statement disarmed her completely. This man who measured twice and cut once, who calculated load-bearing capacities and stress tolerances, was offering to step into her unpredictable world without blueprints. It won't be luxury accommodations, she warned. I booked a cabin, 1 bedroom. His eyes held hers steadily. I'm not concerned about the accommodations. The weight of what they weren't saying filled the space between them. Sienna took a deep breath. Pack light. We leave at dawn. The drive down the coast the next morning was a study in contrasts. Sienna drove with the windows down, music loud, changing stations whenever a song bored her. Daniel sat beside her, jacket folded neatly on the back seat, gradually surrendering to the chaos of her road trip style. The cabin perched on a cliff overlooking the Pacific was rustic but charming, all weathered wood and panoramic views. While Sienna immediately unpacked her camera equipment, Daniel explored the space, his architect's eye noting the clever use of natural light, the way the structure seemed to grow from the landscape rather than impose upon it. It's beautiful, he admitted, joining her on the deck where she was already photographing the sunset, though the support beams in the main room show concerning wear. Sienna lowered her camera to look at him. Always the architect. Some habits are hard to break. And some shouldn't be broken, she conceded. Your attention to detail is part of who you are. He moved closer, carefully not touching her equipment. And your ability to find beauty in chaos is part of who you are. The setting sun bathed them in golden light as they stood side by side, watching waves crash against the cliffs below. Something had shifted between them, a mutual recognition that their differences weren't flaws but facets of a complex whole. That night, after a simple dinner, they sat before the fireplace sharing stories that had shaped them. Her parents' academic disappointment when she chose art school over university, his mother's death when he was 12, which had taught him the fragility of life and his father's response to control what could be controlled. Is that why you need everything in its place? Sienna asked softly. Because you learned early that chaos brings pain. Daniel stared into the fire. Perhaps I simply find beauty in order, the way you find it in spontaneity. They're not mutually exclusive, she mused. Order and chaos, structure and freedom. No, he agreed, finally meeting her eyes. They're not. The moment stretched between them, taut with possibility. When he finally leaned forward to kiss her, it felt inevitable, like gravity, like tide pulled by moon, like all the forces of nature they'd both spent their lives documenting and designing around. Later, as moonlight filtered through the cabin windows, Sienna traced the line of Daniel's shoulder with her fingertip. What are we doing? She whispered. He caught her hand, bringing it to his lips. I don't know, but I'm not sorry. Neither am I. She nestled closer. But I leave for Tokyo in 3 months. The Iwata Gallery wants an exhibition. Daniel was quiet for a long moment. 3 months is a lifetime in the right company. The statement was so unlike him, so unburdened by plans and calculations, that Sienna felt something crack open inside her chest. Who are you, Daniel Carter? He smiled in the darkness, someone who's learning that foundations can be strong without being rigid. The following weeks unfolded like a dream sequence. Daniel's ordered world blending with Sienna's spontaneity, to create something neither had experienced before. She taught him to shoot in manual mode with her spare camera. He showed her structural sketches of buildings that had never been built. They spent weekends exploring hidden corners of Northern California and weeknights at gallery events or quiet dinners in his loft. For the first time in her adult life, Sienna found herself thinking of a place as home, not because of its geography, but because of the person who waited for her there. And Daniel, who had measured his life in completed projects and 5-year plans, discovered the exhilaration of unplanned days that somehow never felt wasted. But as autumn deepened toward winter, reality began its inevitable intrusion. The Tokyo exhibition is confirmed for February, Sienna told him one evening, as they sat on his rooftop garden. 3 months, starting with the installation in January. Daniel continued watering his herbs, face carefully neutral. 3 months is manageable. I have a conference in Osaka in March. We could meet there. The practical response should have comforted her. Instead, it raised a question Sienna had been avoiding. What happened when the conference ended, when the exhibition closed? Were they planning a life of airport reunions and video calls across time zones? Daniel, she waited until he looked at her. What are we doing? He set down the watering can. Building something day by day. But what happens when the building is complete? A shadow crossed his face. Is that how you see us, with an expiration date? Everything has an expiration date. That's reality. That's fear talking, Daniel countered, his voice gentle but firm. Not reality. Sienna stood suddenly restless. My career requires mobility. Yours requires stability. Those aren't compatible long term. They could be with compromise. The word hung between them, loaded with implications neither was ready to articulate. Before they could continue, Daniel's phone rang, his assistant calling about an emergency at a project site. The conversation was postponed, but the questions remained, settling into the spaces between them like dust on unused furniture. 2 days later, as Sienna was reviewing prints for her Tokyo exhibition, her gallery liaison approached with an envelope. Special delivery, the woman said, handing it to Sienna, from Emerson Wade. Sienna's hands froze on the envelope. Emerson Wade was the editor of Geographic Eye, the world's most prestigious documentary photography magazine. She opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a letter offering her a position as their global features photographer, a dream assignment that would take her to conflict zones, environmental crisis points, and cultural revolutions around the world. A 2-year contract, starting in 1 month. When Daniel arrived at her apartment that evening, he found her surrounded by old portfolios and tear sheets, a half-packed suitcase open on the floor. What's happening? He asked, taking in the scene. Wordlessly, Sienna handed him the letter. He read it carefully, his expression unchanging. 2 years, he finally said, returning the letter. Congratulations, this is what you've worked for. Yes. Her voice sounded hollow even to her own ears. When would you leave? December 15th. Training in New York, then straight to Venezuela for the first assignment. Daniel nodded once, processing. That's 3 weeks from now. Yes. He looked around at the partially dismantled apartment, understanding dawning in his eyes. You've already decided to take it. It wasn't a question, but Sienna answered anyway. It's Geographic Eye, Daniel. It's everything I've worked towards since I picked up a camera. I understand. His voice was steady, but something had gone still in his face. What can I do to help? The question undid her completely. Not argument, not emotional appeal, just simple support, even as she prepared to leave him behind. Daniel, she moved toward him, but he took a small step back. I think we both need time to process this. His architect's mask was firmly in place now. I have meetings tomorrow. Can we talk the day after? Sienna nodded, fighting the urge to bridge the physical distance between them. Of course. He left without touching her, his footsteps measured and even on the stairs. Sienna sat among the scattered evidence of her nomadic life, feeling for the first time that the freedom she'd cultivated might actually be another kind of cage. Daniel didn't call the next day or the day after. When Sienna finally reached him at his office, his assistant informed her that he'd flown to Chicago for an emergency client meeting. The pattern repeated for a week. Brief, polite texts explaining his unavailability, always with legitimate reasons that nonetheless formed an impenetrable barrier. 10 days after she'd received the letter, with her departure date looming, Sienna made a decision. She took a taxi to his loft, used the key he'd given her months earlier, and waited. It was past midnight when Daniel finally returned home, looking exhausted. He stopped short at the sight of her sitting on his couch. "Sienna," her name sounded rough in his throat. "I didn't know you were coming." Clearly, she stood studying the man who'd somehow become essential to her. "You've been avoiding me." "I've been working." The defense sounded weak even to his ears. "You've been hiding," she corrected gently, "and I understand why." Daniel set down his briefcase, removing his jacket with careful movements. "Do you?" "You're protecting yourself. Building walls before I can leave you." He looked at her then, really looked at her, his composure finally cracking. "What would you have me do, Sienna? Beg you to stay? Ask you to choose between me and the career you've worked toward your entire adult life?" "No," she said quietly. "I'd never ask you to give up architecture for me. I wouldn't expect you to ask me to give up photography for you." "Then we've reached an impasse. Have we?" Sienna moved closer. "Or have we just failed to imagine an alternative design?" Something flickered in his eyes. Hope, perhaps, or at least willingness to listen. "I'm taking the geographic eye position," she continued. "It's 2 years, and yes, I'll be travelling constantly, but that doesn't mean we have to end." Daniel's laugh held no humour. "Long distance for 2 years? With your schedule? Mine? It won't be easy," she admitted, "but nothing worthwhile ever is." "And after the 2 years, what then? Another assignment in another part of the world?" The question hit the heart of their dilemma, not just the immediate separation, but the fundamental difference in how they viewed life. Home for him was a physical place with foundations. For her, it had always been wherever her camera led. Until now. "I don't know what happens after 2 years, Sienna admitted. But I know that for the first time in my life I'm scared of leaving somewhere. Someone! She reached for his hand, relieved when he didn't pull away. "I'm not asking you to wait for me, Daniel. I'm asking if we can find out what this is without sacrificing who we are." Daniel looked down at their joined hands, the architect in him calculating structural integrity, stress points, the mathematics of a relationship stretched across continents. "I need time to think," he finally said. "Not to avoid you, but to actually think this through." Sienna nodded, releasing his hand. "I understand. I'll be at the gallery tomorrow, finalising shipments for Tokyo." She moved toward the door, then turned back. "For what it's worth, I never expected you. You weren't in any plan I made." "Nor you in mine," Daniel replied softly. "Perhaps that's why this matters so much." December arrived with unrelenting rain, turning San Francisco's hills into glistening rivers and the sky into a uniform grey that made Sienna's photographer's heart ache for contrast. 5 days before her scheduled departure for New York, she stood in the empty gallery where her exhibition had been, watching workers crate the last photographs for shipment to Tokyo. The renovation Daniel's firm had designed was nearly complete. New lighting that respected the artwork, expanded walls that created better flow, a central skylight that would bathe the main gallery in natural illumination. His vision realised in physical space, even as the architect himself had been absent for days. "Miss Marchese," the gallery director approached. "There's someone asking for you at reception." Hope flared briefly, then died when a courier appeared instead, holding a small package. Delivery for Sienna Marchese. The box contained a leather-bound book with no note. Opening it, Sienna found photographs. Daniel's photographs, spanning years. Shots of buildings he'd designed, architectural details from his travels, and mixed among them newer images. Her profile against a Big Sur sunset, her hands adjusting a camera lens, her silhouette in his loft doorway. The final page held a single image, the candid shot she'd taken of him in the vineyard during golden hour, their very first meeting. Beneath it, in architect's precise handwriting, the Napa Valley Vineyard, 7:15 p.m, September 12th. The moment my foundation shifted. With trembling fingers, Sienna turned to the book's last page, where she found not a photograph but a detailed architectural drawing, a treehouse elaborate enough for adults, with rope bridges and secret rooms perched in ancient redwoods. In the corner, GPS coordinates she recognised. Big Sur. Her phone rang. Daniel's name appeared on the screen. "You built it," she said instead of "hello," her voice barely steady. "I broke ground 2 weeks ago." His voice sounded different, lighter somehow. "It won't be finished for months, but the foundation is solid." "Daniel, let me finish." A deep breath. "I've taken a sabbatical from the firm, 1 year, possibly 2. I'll oversee current projects remotely, consult on new ones as needed." Sienna sank onto a nearby bench, mind racing. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I've arranged my life to be more portable. I'll never be as free as you, but I don't need to be anchored to one city anymore. Technology makes it possible to design from anywhere. And the treehouse? A compromise, something permanent but inherently connected to nature. Somewhere we could return to between your assignments." Tears blurred her vision. "You hate travel, you hate unpredictability." "I don't hate it," he corrected gently. "I just never saw its value until you. I'm not suggesting I follow you everywhere. You need your space, your freedom. But maybe we meet in the middle. 2 weeks in Venezuela, then a month in Big Sur. 3 weeks in Ukraine, then time together in Paris." The proposal was so unexpected, so unlike the rigid man she'd met in the vineyard, that Sienna couldn't immediately respond. "Where are you?" she finally managed. "Look up." Sienna raised her eyes to the gallery's entrance. Daniel stood in the doorway, phone still at his ear, watching her with an expression of such vulnerable hope that it stole her breath. "I can't ask you to change your entire life for me," she said, both into the phone and to the man now walking toward her. "You didn't ask," I offered. He stopped a few feet away, lowering his phone. "I've spent my life building structures that will outlast me, believing that was the only kind of permanence that mattered. You showed me there's permanence in fleeting moments too, if they're captured properly." He closed the distance between them, taking her hands. "I don't want to be the reason you stay, Sienna. I want to be the reason you always have somewhere to return to." "And if it doesn't work," she whispered, "if the distance is too much?" "Then we'll have tried something extraordinary." His thumbs traced circles on her palms. "I'm an architect. I understand that sometimes the most beautiful structures require the biggest risks." Sienna looked into the eyes of this man who had reconstructed his entire worldview to accommodate her within it, and felt something settle in her chest. Not the weight of commitment, but the lightness of possibility. "When do we start?" she asked. His smile was like the first time she'd photographed him, illuminated by golden light, revealing the person behind the careful facade. "We already have." 3 months later, Sienna stood in a downpour outside a small cafe in Caracas, photographing children dancing in puddles after 6 weeks of drought. Her satellite phone buzzed with a message, a photograph of the treehouse now with walls and windows surrounded by towering redwoods. The caption read, "Home takes shape, as do I." She sent back an image she'd captured that morning, dawn breaking over the mountains, the first rays of sun turning raindrops into suspended gold. beauty in transition, like us. That night, as she uploaded her day's work, Sienna opened the leather portfolio Daniel had given her. Behind the photographs, she found a sheet of his precise architectural graph paper where he'd written, "Conventional wisdom says a building cannot be both rooted and mobile, both structured and free. Conventional wisdom has not met us. We are building something unprecedented, a love that neither constrains nor abandons. You chase light across continents. I create spaces that hold it. Together, we've designed something that honours both. See you in the golden hour." Sienna touched the words, feeling the indentations his pen had made on the paper. Then she reached for her camera and photographed the note in the warm light of her temporary home, capturing the moment when she finally understood that love wasn't about staying or leaving. It was about finding someone who made every place feel like exactly where you were meant to be. 6 different cities, 4 continents, and countless photographs later, Sienna returned to the Napa Valley vineyard where it had all begun. Daniel waited among the vines, just as he had that first evening, except now he welcomed her with the ease of someone who understood that her wandering always led back to him. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, bathing everything in amber light, he handed her a small wooden box crafted from the same redwood as their treehouse. "What's this?" she asked, turning it in her hands. "Open it and see." Inside lay a simple gold band, designed to nest against her camera equipment without snagging. "This isn't about keeping you in one place," Daniel said before she could speak. "It's about acknowledging that wherever we are, together or apart, we're building this connection that defies conventional architecture." Sienna looked from the ring to the man offering it, this person who had learned to find beauty in impermanence just as she had learned to value foundations. "Ask me," she whispered. Daniel took the ring, his architect's hand steady, even as his voice wavered. "Sienna Marchesi, will you marry me, not to change who we are, but to celebrate what we've become together?" She nodded, words momentarily beyond her. As he slipped the ring onto her finger, the golden hour light caught the metal, sending prisms dancing across their skin. "Perfect timing," she finally said. Daniel smiled, understanding completely. "I've learned from the best." Later, as they walked through the vineyard where they'd first met, Sienna raised her camera to capture his profile against the sunset. The structured man who had learned to embrace uncertainty, the architect who had redesigned his life to include spontaneity alongside precision. "What will we tell people when they ask how we make it work?" she wondered, reviewing the image on her screen. Daniel considered the question with his characteristic thoughtfulness. That love isn't about choosing between roots and wings, it's about finding someone who gives you both. As the last light of day painted the sky in impossible colours, Sienna and Daniel stood between vineyard rows where they'd once been strangers. Now they were something else entirely, 2 people who had discovered that the most enduring structures are sometimes built in the most fleeting moments, captured forever in the golden hour light. Maya Castillo's heels clicked against the polished marble of Wexler and Associates' lobby, the sound echoing in the empty space. It was nearly midnight, but the weight of expectation kept her tethered to her desk long after her colleagues had gone home. 36 hours until the Donovan presentation, her chance to prove she deserved the associate partnership that had eluded attorneys twice her age. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead as she gathered her files, her reflection fragmented in the glass walls surrounding her. At 27, she had sacrificed everything for this career. Relationships, sleep, even the small pleasures that made life bearable. But it would be worth it. It had to be. Her gaslight blinked angrily as she merged onto the freeway. A detour sign redirected her through an unfamiliar part of East Los Angeles, streets she normally avoided. Maya gripped the steering wheel tighter, anxiety crawling up her spine as she pulled into the only gas station for miles. The place was a relic from another era. Neon signs buzzing with electrical imperfections, concrete stained with decades of motor oil. As she stepped out of her pristine BMW, Maya felt immediately out of place in her tailored suit and $100 blouse. "You lost?" The voice came from behind her. Maya turned to find a man leaning against a matte black Dodge Challenger, arms crossed over his chest. He wore faded jeans and a white t-shirt that did little to conceal the intricate tattoos winding up his forearms. His dark hair was pulled back in a messy knot, and there was a smudge of grease across his jawline. "I'm perfectly fine, thank you," she replied curtly, turning back to the pump. "Your gas cap is on the other side," he said, amusement lacing his voice. Maya closed her eyes, exhaling slowly before pulling back into her car and repositioning it. When she stepped out again, the man was still watching her, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "Rough day?" he asked. "Rough life," she muttered, immediately regretting the uncharacteristic honesty. "I'm Ronan," he offered, extending a hand that bore the calluses and tiny scars of someone who worked with machinery. "Maya," she replied, briefly taking his hand, surprised by the warmth that travelled up her arm at the contact. The relative quiet was suddenly shattered by the arrival of 3 heavily modified cars, their engines reverberating through the night air. The drivers, 2 men and a woman, nodded at Ronan with a familiarity that spoke of shared history. "Tonight's the night, Hayes," called one of them, a lanky man with a sleeve of neon-coloured tattoos. "King's putting up 10 grand, you in or you scared?" Maya watched as something shifted in Ronan's expression, a flash of intensity that transformed his casual demeanour into something electric. "Wouldn't miss it," Ronan replied, his voice carrying an undercurrent of tension. He turned to Maya. "You ever see a real street race?" "Not the Hollywood version, the real thing." "No, and I don't plan to," she answered, replacing the gas cap and reaching for her receipt. "Some of us have responsibilities." Ronan laughed, the sound unexpectedly rich. "And some of us have lives. When was the last time you felt something genuine, Maya? Not planned, not calculated, just real." The question struck a nerve, exposing a truth she'd buried beneath billable hours and career aspirations. When was the last time? "That's what I thought," Ronan said, reading her silence. "One night, one race. What's the worst that could happen? I could witness an illegal activity, be disbarred and throw away 7 years of education," she countered. "Or you could remember what it feels like to be alive." His eyes, a startling shade of green that reminded her of summer storms, held hers. Sometimes the biggest risk is playing it safe your whole life. Maya should have walked away, should have gotten into her car and driven back to her sterile apartment with its untouched furniture and empty refrigerator, should have reviewed her notes for tomorrow's deposition and fallen asleep to the sound of legal podcasts. Instead, she heard herself say, "If you get arrested, I'm not representing you." Ronan's smile widened, revealing a chipped front tooth that somehow added to rather than detracted from his appeal. "Noted counsellor." And just like that, Maya Castillo, who had never so much as jaywalked, found herself climbing into the passenger seat of a stranger's car, the smell of leather and motor oil filling her lungs as they pulled away from the safety of the gas station's fluorescent lights and into the neon-drenched unknown. The interior of Ronan's Challenger was surprisingly immaculate, a stark contrast to his dishevelled appearance. Every gauge and button gleamed with meticulous care, and the engine purred with a disciplined power that spoke of hundreds of hours of tuning and refinement. "You're surprised," Ronan observed, navigating through streets that grew increasingly narrow and industrial. "That your car isn't a rolling trash can." "A little," Maya admitted, You can tell a lot about a person by how they treat their machine, he said, downshifting with practiced ease as they approached a red light. It's the one thing in life you can completely control, every response, every movement, every outcome. Maya glanced at him, surprised by the philosophy. Sounds a lot like the law. Ronan's laugh was short. Except the law isn't honest. Cars are. They don't care who you are or where you come from. They respond to respect and attention to detail. Nothing more, nothing less. They pulled into what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse district. Despite the dilapidated exteriors, the place was alive with activity. Dozens of cars lined up, their polished bodies reflecting the improvised lights strung between buildings. People milled about, a diverse crowd united by an electric anticipation that hung in the air like static. "Welcome to the real Los Angeles," Ronan said, parking alongside vehicles that collectively represented millions in modifications and engineering. As they stepped out, Maya felt immediately conspicuous in her business attire. Eyes turned toward her, curious and calculating. A woman with silver hair and full-sleeve tattoos approached, eyeing Maya with undisguised suspicion. "You bringing cops now, Hayes?" she asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "She's with me, Vex," Ronan replied, his hand finding the small of Maya's back in a gesture that was both protective and possessive. "Maya, this is Vex. Best fabricator in the city, and the only person I'd trust to build a roll cage." "Charmed," Maya managed, extending a hand that Vex reluctantly shook. "A lawyer, huh?" Vex said, glancing at Ronan with raised eyebrows. "Living dangerously, Romeo." Before Maya could ask how Vex knew her profession, a tall man with close-cropped hair and an air of dangerous authority approached. The crowd parted for him, conversations dimming to whispers. "That's Axel King," Ronan murmured. "Local legend and complete psychopath. He's why we're here tonight." King stopped before them, his gaze dismissing Maya entirely as he focused on Ronan. "Hayes, didn't think you'd show after what happened in Long Beach." "Wouldn't miss it," Ronan replied, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. 10 grand, quarter mile, no restrictions, King said, "unless you're not up for it." "I'm up for it," Ronan replied evenly. "Let's make it interesting. If I win, you forgive Decker's debt." King's eyes narrowed. "And if I win?" "You get the challenger. Title and keys, no questions asked." Maya stiffened beside him. The car wasn't just transportation. It was clearly Ronan's livelihood, his passion. Betting it was like an artist wagering their hands. "Deal," King said with a predatory smile. 10 minutes. As he walked away, Maya turned to Ronan. "Are you insane? That car is your—" "It's just a car," Ronan interrupted, though the tightness around his eyes suggested otherwise. "Decker's my friend, and King will destroy him over a $5,000 loan. Some things matter more than metal and engines." Before Maya could respond, they were swept into the preparations for the race. Ronan handed her his phone and wallet, their fingers brushing in a contact that sent an inexplicable current through her. "For safekeeping," he explained, his voice softer than before, "in case things go sideways." "That's not reassuring," Maya replied, clutching the items as the implications of what was about to happen settled over her. This wasn't just illegal, it was dangerous. People died in these races. The cars lined up, Ronan's Challenger against King's modified Nissan GT-R, a vehicle that looked more weapon than transportation. Drivers took their positions, engines growling like caged predators. The crowd formed a corridor, and at the centre stood a woman with a flare in each hand. "If the cops show, run for the east exit," Vex instructed Maya, materialising beside her. "And stay close to me. Some of these people would love to get their hands on a pretty lawyer like you." The flares ignited, casting the woman's face in an eerie red glow. She raised her arms and the engines roared in response, drowning out all other sound. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs as the flares dropped, and the cars launched forward with such violence that her breath caught in her throat. What followed was a blur of sound and light, screaming engines, squealing tyres, the flash of headlights as the vehicles reached impossible speeds down the improvised track. The crowd surged forward, following the race to its conclusion, carrying Maya along like a leaf in a current. By the time she pushed through to the finish line, it was over. Ronan stood beside his car, face flushed with victory, as King slammed his door in undisguised fury. The crowd erupted, money changing hands as bets were settled. "You did it," Maya breathed as she reached him, surprised by the relief flooding through her. "Did you doubt me, counsellor?" Ronan asked, his smile genuine for the first time that night. "Completely," she admitted, returning his grin. The celebration was cut short by the distant wail of sirens. The crowd scattered instantly, a well-rehearsed evacuation that spoke of frequent police intervention. "Time to go," Ronan said, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the challenger. Maya found herself laughing as they peeled away from the scene, the adrenaline of the moment overriding her usual caution. They drove in companionable scent until the city fell away, replaced by winding roads that climbed into the hills overlooking Los Angeles. Ronan finally pulled over at a secluded viewpoint. The city sprawled below them like a circuit board of light. "What did you think?" he asked as they leaned against the hood of his car, the cooling engine ticking beneath the metal. "I think you're all going to end up in prison or the morgue," Maya replied honestly. "Probably," Ronan agreed with a surprising lack of concern. "But at least we'll have lived before we get there." His words hung between them, an indictment of the safe, controlled existence she had constructed. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked finally. "'Cause you look like someone who needed to remember what it feels like to not know what comes next," Ronan said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "To feel something without analysing it first." In the dim light, with the city glittering below and the stars scattered above, Maya felt a dangerous shift in her carefully ordered world. This man, this stranger with his philosophical observations and reckless decisions, had seen through her in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. "I should go home," she said, the words lacking conviction even to her own ears. "Should and want are different things," Ronan observed, turning to face her. "What do you want, Maya Castillo?" The question hung between them, loaded with possibilities. What did she want? Not just in this moment, but in the life stretching before her, a life suddenly revealed as a series of safe choices leading to a predetermined outcome. "I want," she began, the words sticking in her throat. "I want to feel like this isn't a mistake." Ronan's smile was slow, understanding. The best things in life usually start as mistakes. When he kissed her, it wasn't gentle or hesitant. It was like the race, fast, intense, full of risk and reward. Maya found herself responding with an abandon that should have frightened her, her hands tangling in his hair as the night air cooled her heated skin. Later, as he drove her back to her car, reality began to reassert itself. This had been an aberration, a momentary escape from the pressures of her real life. Nothing more. "This was," she started as they pulled up beside her BMW. "A moment," Ronan finished for her, no trace of resentment in his voice. "A night you needed, but nothing more." Maya nodded, relieved by his understanding yet inexplicably disappointed. "Thank you," she said, the words inadequate for the strange gift he'd given her. A few hours of freedom from her own expectations. Ronan didn't push. He just smiled, that crooked smile that did something unusual to her equilibrium. "I'll see you around, lawyer." As Maya drove home, the taste of him still on her lips, she told herself it was over. An impulsive decision never to be repeated. By tomorrow it would feel like a dream, hazy and distant. But as she crawled into bed, the horizon already lightening with dawn, she knew with a certainty that terrified her. Nothing would ever be the same again. 3 days passed in a blur of depositions and client meetings. Maya moved through them with mechanical precision, her mind occasionally drifting to the memory of engine roars and a chip-toothed smile. By the 4th day, she had almost convinced herself it had been a stress-induced hallucination. "Earth to Maya," said Jerome, her paralegal, waving a hand before her face. "The Mitchell files? You asked for them an hour ago." "Right, sorry," Maya said, accepting the stack of documents. "Late night." "All your nights are late," Jerome observed, perching on the edge of her desk. "But you're usually laser-focused. What gives?" "Nothing," Maya replied too quickly. "Just the Donovan presentation. It's a big opportunity." Jerome studied her with the perceptive eye of someone who had worked alongside her for 3 years. "This isn't about work. You've got that look." "What look?" "The I did something I'm not supposed to talk about look. Last time I saw it was when Gabriella from accounting installed dating apps on your phone at the Christmas party." Maya's phone chimed with a notification, cutting short her denial. An unknown number had sent a simple message. Same time, same place me. Her heart performed an acrobatic maneuver that had nothing to do with arrhythmia. How had he gotten her number? Then she remembered. Her contact information was on the business cards in her wallet. He must have taken one when she wasn't looking. "That's definitely not a work message," Jerome noted, observing the colour rising in her cheeks. "Who's R?" "No one," Maya insisted, tucking her phone away. "A potential client." "Uh-huh," Jerome said, clearly unconvinced. "Well, your potential client just made you blush for the first time since I've known you. Might be worth exploring that retainer." After he left, Maya stared at the message. The responsible thing would be to delete it, forget it ever happened, focus on the partnership that was finally within reach. Instead, she found herself typing, "Can't tonight, working late." The response came almost immediately. "Work will still be there tomorrow. Freedom has an expiration date." Maya smiled despite herself. "Are you always this philosophical? Only when trying to convince beautiful lawyers to make bad decisions." She shouldn't respond, shouldn't encourage whatever this was, and yet she typed, "The Bartlett Gala. Tomorrow night. I need a +1 who can behave for a few hours." There was a longer pause before his reply. "Behaving isn't my specialty, but I can make an exception." "Address?" Maya sent her apartment details before she could reconsider, already wondering if she'd lost her mind. Bringing a street racer to a gala filled with judges, prosecutors and law firm partners was career suicide. And yet the thought of seeing Ronan again, of introducing this chaotic element into her structured world, sent a thrill through her that she couldn't ignore. The next evening, Maya scrutinized her reflection with unusual care. The black dress was conservative enough for the professional setting, but fell in a way that accentuated curves usually hidden beneath tailored suits. Her dark hair cascaded past her shoulders instead of being pulled into its usual severe knot. At precisely 7, her doorbell rang. Maya took a steadying breath before opening it, prepared for the leather jacket and messy bun. What she found instead left her momentarily speechless. Ronan stood before her in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, his hair neatly styled, face clean-shaven. The only hints of his usual self were the tattoos peeking from beneath his cuffs and the mischievous glint in his eyes. "You look surprised again," he noted, his gaze travelling over her with an appreciation that made her skin warm. "I was expecting more grease," Maya admitted, stepping aside to let him enter. "I clean up when the occasion demands it," Ronan replied, handing her a small box. "For you." Inside was a corsage of deep blue orchids that complemented her dress perfectly. "How did you—" "I may have bribed your doorman for details," he admitted, without a trace of remorse. "He was very helpful once I convinced him I wasn't a stalker." "Just a criminal," Maya said lightly. allowing him to slip the corsage onto her wrist. Alleged criminal, Ronan corrected, his fingers lingering on the inside of her wrist where her pulse betrayed her composure. No convictions yet. The drive to the gala was filled with a tension that had nothing to do with the upcoming social navigation and everything to do with the man beside her. Maya found herself stealing glances at his profile, trying to reconcile this polished version with the grease-smudged mechanic from the gas station. "How do you know how to tie a Windsor knot?" she asked finally. Ronan smiled, keeping his eyes on the road. "My father insisted all his sons learn. Said you never know when you'll need to look respectable." "And your father is deceased," Ronan replied, the word clipped. "Heart attack 6 years ago. My mother remarried and moved to Switzerland." "I'm sorry," Maya said, sensing the complex emotions beneath the simple statement. "Don't be. We weren't close," Ronan said, his tone lightening as they pulled up to the hotel. "So, what's my cover story? Ex-convict turned paralegal? Professional escort, long-lost cousin twice removed." "How about we stick as close to the truth as possible?" Maya suggested. "You're a mechanical engineer I met recently." "Boring but plausible," Ronan agreed as the valet opened her door. "I'll try not to mention the illegal racing and near arrests." The Bartlett Gala was held in the grand ballroom of the Alexandria Hotel, a space dripping with old-world elegance. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light over marble floors, and the state's legal elite mingled in expensive formal wear, their laughter carrying the practiced cadence of people accustomed to performative social interactions. "Impressive crowd," Ronan murmured, as they accepted champagne flutes from a passing waiter. "So these are the people who decide who goes to prison." "Some of them," Maya confirmed, already scanning the room for her colleagues. "Others just make obscene amounts of money interpreting laws written by people who don't understand them." "And that's your aspiration?" Ronan asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Before Maya could respond, a hand clasped her shoulder. "Maya Castillo," boomed the voice of Judge Raymond Holbrook, a man known for his harsh sentences and harsher opinions. "Your opening statement in the Westlake case was magnificent. Had Prosecutor Simmons sweating through his shirt." "Thank you, Your Honour," Maya replied with practiced humility. "This is my friend Ronan Hayes." The judge extended a hand which Ronan shook with perfect poise. "Hayes, any relation to Edward Hayes of Hayes Automotive?" Maya glanced sharply at Ronan, whose expression revealed nothing beyond polite interest. "My grandfather, sir." "Fantastic man," the judge continued. "Revolutionized American muscle cars in the 70s. Your father must be Christopher then. Shame about his passing. Brilliant engineer." "You knew my father?" Ronan asked, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. "Served on several charitable boards with him," the judge confirmed. "Your family's contributions to the Children's Hospital wing were most generous. Are you following in the family tradition?" "In my own way," Ronan replied diplomatically. As the judge moved on to greet other guests, Maya turned to Ronan with wide eyes. "Hayes Automotive, the luxury car empire? That Hayes?" Ronan took a long sip of his champagne. "It's not something I advertise." "So all that talk about not having advantages was true," Ronan interrupted, his voice low but intense. "I walked away from that life. Haven't taken a dime from the family trust since I was 22. "Why?" Maya asked, genuinely confused. The Hayes fortune was estimated in the billions, their custom vehicles the choice of celebrities and royal families worldwide. "Because it came with conditions I couldn't live with," Ronan replied, his gaze sweeping the room. "A predetermined path, expectations, board meetings, and shareholder concerns. Sound familiar?" The parallel to her own life wasn't lost on Maya. Before she could respond, her boss materialized beside them, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Maya, a word." Gregory Wexler didn't wait for a response before steering her away from Ronan, his grip on her elbow just shy of painful. "What are you thinking bringing him here?" "He's a family friend," Maya lied smoothly. "Is there a problem?" "The problem is that you're up for the Donovan case, a senator campaigning on a platform that includes cracking down on illegal street racing," Wexler hissed. "And you're parading around with Ronan Hayes, who's been arrested 3 times for exactly that. Do you think the legal community doesn't gossip?" Maya's stomach dropped. "You've done research on him?" "The moment I saw him with you," Wexler confirmed. "His family may have influence, but he's a liability. End this, whatever it is, or you can forget about the partnership." As Wexler strode away, Maya felt as though the floor had tilted beneath her. Everything she'd worked for was suddenly at risk, and for what? A man she barely knew, whose world was the antithesis of everything she had built her life around. Maya turned to find Ronan watching her, understanding in his eyes. Without a word, he offered his arm, leading her through the crowd and onto the terrace where the cool night air offered temporary reprieve from the suffocating atmosphere inside. "Your boss seems charming," Ronan said dryly, loosening his tie. "He says I should stay away from you," Maya replied, deciding honesty was the simplest approach. "Smart man," Ronan agreed unexpectedly. "I'm definitely bad for your career trajectory." "Is that all you have to say?" Maya asked, surprised by his calm acceptance. "What do you want me to say? That he's wrong?" "He's not." Ronan leaned against the balustrade, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. "I am a liability to someone like you. I have arrests on my record. I race illegally. I fix cars under the table for people who can't afford legitimate shops." "Then why did you agree to come tonight?" Maya demanded, frustration rising. "Because I wanted to see your world," Ronan replied simply. "Wanted to understand what keeps you so tightly wound, what makes you afraid to live beyond the lines." The assessment stung precisely because it contained truth. Maya had spent her entire adult life constructing a persona of control and ambition, sacrificing spontaneity and joy in pursuit of a goal that kept shifting just beyond her reach. "You don't know me," she said, the words lacking conviction. "I know enough," Ronan countered. "I know you were the first person in your family to go to college. I know you worked through law school and graduated with honours despite holding down 2 jobs. I know you haven't taken a vacation in 3 years because you're afraid someone will take your place while you're gone." Maya stared at him. "How could you possibly—" "I have a cousin who works in admissions at UCLA Law," Ronan explained with a shrug. "And Google exists. You're not the only one who can do research." "So we've been investigating each other," Maya said, unsure whether to be flattered or disturbed. "I was curious about the woman who got into my car despite every instinct telling her not to," Ronan admitted. "The woman who looked at street racing and saw something beyond criminals and chaos." "What did I see?" Maya asked, genuinely curious about his perception. "Freedom," Ronan said simply. "The thing you want most and fear most at the same time." The words settled over her with the weight of undeniable truth. For a long moment they stood in silence, the sounds of the gala muted behind them. "I should go back inside," Maya said finally, though everything in her wanted to stay in this moment, suspended between worlds. Ronan suggested, a familiar mischief returning to his expression, "You could come with me." "Where?" "To see how the other half lives," he replied, extending his hand. "No races this time, something different." Maya knew what the responsible choice was. She should rejoin the gala, network with the partners, secure her position. She should nod politely to Ronan and walk away, back to the life she had carefully constructed. Instead, she placed her hand in his, the simple action feeling like the most reckless thing she'd ever done. "Lead the way," she said, and followed him into the night. Days turned into weeks, and what had begun as a curiosity transformed into something neither of them had anticipated. Maya found herself living a double life, meticulous lawyer by day, adventurous companion by night. Ronan introduced her to a Los Angeles she'd never known existed. Underground art shows in abandoned warehouses, midnight motorcycle rides along the coast, impromptu gatherings of mechanics and racers where the conversation flowed as freely as the beer. In return, Maya opened his eyes to her world, the intricate dance of legal strategy, the satisfaction of constructing an airtight argument, the rush of victory in a courtroom battle. "It's not so different from racing," she explained one night as they sat on the hood of his car overlooking the city. "It's all about anticipating your opponent's next move, finding the gap in their defense, pushing the limits of what's possible within the rules." "Except there are actual rules," Ronan pointed out, his thumb tracing circles on the inside of her wrist. "Rules can be reinterpreted," Maya replied with a sly smile. "That's what makes it interesting." Their relationship existed in stolen moments, late-night drives, early morning breakfasts in diners where no one would recognize either of them, weekends spent in the garage where Ronan worked, Maya perched on a stool with legal briefs spread before her while he transformed machines from broken to beautiful. "Hand me the 10 Mao," Ronan requested one Saturday, his voice muffled from beneath a vintage Mustang. Maya selected the correct socket wrench from the organised tray, no longer needing to ask which was which. After weeks of observing him work, she had absorbed the basics of automotive repair through a combination of curiosity and her natural aptitude for detailed information. "You're getting good at this," Ronan observed as he emerged, a streak of oil across his forehead. "I have an excellent teacher," Maya replied, wiping away the smudge with her thumb, "though I'm not sure amateur mechanic will look impressive on my resume." "Depends on the job you're applying for," Ronan said, pulling her against him, despite her token protests about his dirty clothes. When he kissed her, Maya still felt the same electric current that had shocked her that first night, a sensation that hadn't diminished with familiarity, but had instead deepened into something more profound and more terrifying. "I need to get back," she murmured against his lips. "The Donovan brief is due Monday." Ronan released her with a reluctant sigh. "The Donovan case, still fighting the good fight against dangerous street racers like me." It was a point of tension between them, the fact that Maya's biggest career opportunity involved working with a senator whose pet project was eliminating the very subculture that had given Ronan purpose and community. "It's just a case," Maya insisted, though they both knew it was more than that. It was the culmination of years of sacrifice, the validation she had sought since entering law school. "Keep telling yourself that," Ronan said, turning back to the Mustang. "One day, you might believe it." They parted with the unspoken understanding that hung between them like an approaching storm. This couldn't last. Their worlds, briefly intertwined, were pulling them in opposite directions. The crisis came sooner than either expected. 3 days later, Maya sat in Wexler's office, fighting to maintain her professional composure as he delivered the news. "Senator Donovan was impressed with your preliminary strategy," Wexler said, sliding a folder across his desk. "He wants to take it a step further. Not just legislation, but actual prosecutions, high-profile cases to set precedents." Maya opened the folder to find surveillance photos, police reports, and a list of names. Her blood froze when she saw Ronan's among them, along with several people she'd met through him. Vex, Decker, others who had cautiously accepted her into their circle. "We have informants who've provided details on upcoming races," Wexler continued, oblivious to her distress. "The senator wants coordinated raids, arrests that will make the evening news. Show the public he's serious about cleaning up the streets." "These are just kids mostly," Maya heard herself say. "Working-class people blowing off steam. There are actual criminals out there." "These are actual criminals," Wexler interrupted, his expression hardening. People die in these races, Maya. Innocent bystanders. This isn't victimless. She couldn't argue with that. She'd seen the risks firsthand, had felt the adrenaline rush that came from pushing machines and bodies to their limits, had witnessed the allure that drew people back again and again, despite the dangers. The raids happen this weekend, Wexler said, closing the subject. I expect you'll be there to observe, take notes for the cases you'll be building. Maya nodded mechanically, her mind racing faster than any car she'd seen. The moment she left the office, she pulled out her phone, typing a warning to Ronan. Her finger hovered over send, ethics warring with emotion. Sending this message would be a direct violation of her professional obligations, potentially ending her legal career before it truly began. Before she could decide, a text from Ronan appeared. Big race tonight. King's final offer. 50k. Can't say no. Maya's heart sank. The location listed in the raid documents was the same industrial district where she'd first watched Ronan race. King would be there, the primary target on the senator's list. She tried calling, but the call went straight to voicemail. Ronan was already preparing, already committed to a race that could end with him in handcuffs. Or worse. Maya made her decision. She deleted the warning message and instead typed, "Need to see you. Important. Where are you?" His response came an hour later. "Garage. Final tuning. Come by." The garage was a hive of activity when Maya arrived. Ronan's crew, a mix of professional mechanics and amateur enthusiasts, swarmed around the Challenger, making minute adjustments to a vehicle that had been transformed from merely exceptional to something approaching perfection. "Maya," Ronan greeted her with surprise, wiping his hands on a rag. "Didn't expect you till later. We're kind of in the middle of something." "I can see that," she replied, taking in the focused intensity of the preparations. "Can we talk privately?" Ronan led her to the small office at the back of the garage, closing the door on the mechanical symphony outside. "What's going on?" he asked, his expression shifting from focused to concerned as he took in her tense posture. "You can't race tonight," Maya said, the words tumbling out before she could frame them more diplomatically. Ronan's eyebrows rose. "That's not your decision to make." "There's going to be a raid," she said, lowering her voice despite the closed door. "Police, federal agents, news cameras, the works. Senator Donovan is making his big move and you're all walking into a trap." Understanding dawned on Ronan's face, followed quickly by suspicion. "And you know this how?" Maya hesitated, the weight of her professional oath pressing against her conscience. "I can't tell you that." "Can't or won't," Ronan challenged, stepping closer. "You're working on the Donovan case, the case specifically targeting people like me, and now you're warning me about a raid that hasn't been publicly announced." "I'm trying to protect you," Maya insisted, "by betraying your client, breaking attorney-client privilege." Ronan shook his head. "That's not you, Maya. You don't cross those lines." "Things change," she said quietly. "People change." Ronan studied her face, his expression softening. "You're risking everything by telling me this." "I know." "Why?" The question hung between them, demanding an answer Maya wasn't sure she was ready to give. Because somewhere between that first night at the gas station and now, the line between their worlds had blurred. Because the thought of him in handcuffs, or worse, in the path of a desperate racer trying to evade arrest, was unbearable. "Because I care about what happens to you," she said finally. "More than I should." Ronan ran a hand through his hair, conflict evident in his posture. "I can't back out now. Not from this race." "Why? What makes this one so important?" Maya demanded, frustration rising. "Because King has something I need," Ronan replied, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Something I've been working toward for 2 years." "Money?" that worth going to prison for? Not money, Ronan corrected. Proof. Documentation that he's been fixing races, threatening drivers, running a chop shop out of the East Side. The kind of evidence that would put him away for a long time. Maya stared at him. You're collecting evidence? Against King? I'm not just racing for the thrill, Maya, Ronan said, a shadow passing over his features. King killed my friend Marcus 2 years ago. Forced him off a canyon road during a race when Marcus refused to throw the competition. Made it look like an accident, but we all knew. Why didn't you go to the police? Maya asked, though she already knew the answer. With what? The word of illegal street racers? Ronan gave a bitter laugh. Besides, King has half the local precinct in his pocket. Small payments, looking the other way, the occasional tip about rival operations. The system you believe in so much. It failed us a long time ago. The revelation threw Maya's carefully constructed worldview into disarray. She had always seen the law as imperfect but fundamentally sound, a system that, for all its flaws, strived toward justice. Yet here was Ronan pursuing justice through means the law would condemn. So what's your plan? She asked. Win the race, get the evidence, then what? Give it to someone who can actually do something with it, Ronan replied. Someone with the integrity and position to make sure it doesn't disappear into a filing cabinet. The implication was clear. He had been planning to give it to her, had been watching her, evaluating her, from the moment they met. Is that why you approached me that night? Maya asked, the possibility sending a cold ripple through her. Was I just convenient? No, Ronan said firmly, reaching for her hand. That was coincidence, pure chance. But the more I got to know you, the more I realized you might be the answer I'd been looking for. Someone inside the system who still believes in what it's supposed to stand for. Maya withdrew her hand, the tangle of emotions too complex to unravel in the moment. You should have told me. Would you have believed me? Would you have even listened before you knew me? Ronan challenged. Or would you have dismissed me as just another criminal with a grudge? He was right, and they both knew it. The Maya of 3 months ago would have directed him to file a police report and walked away, secure in her belief that the system would handle it. I need to do this, Jay, Ronan continued. I need what King has, but I'll tell the others about the raid, get them to stay away, minimize the collateral damage. And what about you? Maya demanded. If you're caught, I won't be, Ronan said with a confidence that didn't reach his eyes. I'm pretty good at disappearing when I need to. The unspoken implication hung in the air. If he ran, she wouldn't see him again. This fragile connection they'd built would be severed, sacrificed to the divergent paths they'd chosen long before they met. Don't do this, Maya pleaded, one final attempt. Ronan's response was to brush his lips against hers, the gesture both tender and resigned. Some races you can't walk away from, he murmured against her mouth, no matter the cost. As Maya left the garage, the bright afternoon sun incongruous with the darkness gathering in her chest, she realized she had reached a crossroads of her own. Continue on the path she had mapped out for herself, secure the partnership, build the career, maintain the safety of the known, or risk everything for a man whose world challenged everything she thought she wanted. By the time night fell, she had made her decision. The industrial complex pulsed with energy, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Unlike the chaotic gatherings Maya had witnessed before, this event had an organised precision that spoke of high stakes and serious money. Security patrolled the perimeter, and the crowd was smaller, more exclusive, serious players only. Maya moved through them with borrowed confidence, the leather jacket Vex had lent her serving as both disguise and armour. Her hair was pulled back in a tight braid, face partially obscured by the baseball cap pulled low over her eyes. It wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny, but in the shadowy environment, it was enough to avoid immediate recognition. She spotted Ronan near his car, surrounded by his crew. The Challenger gleamed beneath the improvised lights, a predator ready to pounce. Ronan himself was transformed. Gone was the philosophical mechanic, replaced by a focused competitor whose entire being seemed honed to a single purpose. Maya kept her distance, knowing her presence would only distract him. The raid was scheduled for midnight, giving her less than an hour to find a way to either stop this race or ensure Ronan wasn't caught in the inevitable chaos. "You're either very brave or very stupid," came a voice from behind her. Maya turned to find Vex, leaning against a stack of pallets, arms crossed over her chest. "Possibly both," Maya admitted. "He said you'd come, despite the risk," Vex said, her tone neutral. "Said you couldn't help yourself any more than he could." "Did he also tell you about the raid?" Maya asked, keeping her voice low. Vex nodded. Word spread. Most of the usual crowd stayed away. The only ones here are King's people and those with too much on the line to walk away. "Like Ronan." "Like Ronan," Vex agreed, her gaze drifting to where he stood, though his reasons are better than most. A commotion near the starting line caught their attention. King had arrived, flanked by the men whose posture and alertness suggested more than casual racing enthusiasm. The crowd parted for him, a combination of respect and fear creating a path to where Ronan waited. "Haze," King's voice carried across the space, the single word laden with history and antagonism. "Last chance to back out." "Not a chance," Ronan replied, his tone deceptively casual. "Unless you're having second thoughts." King's laugh was cold. "About taking your car? Never. It'll look good in my collection." "If you win," Ronan countered. "I always win," King said, his confidence absolute. "One way or another." The implied threat hung in the air as they moved toward their respective vehicles. Maya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "He's going to try something," she murmured. "Always does," Vex confirmed grimly, but Ronan's ready for it. He's been preparing for this moment for 2 years. As the drivers took their positions, Maya checked her watch. 30 minutes until the raid. Not enough time for the race to conclude and everyone to disperse. The trap was perfectly timed. The race format was simple but brutal. 3 laps around the industrial complex, through narrow alleys and around tight corners, a test of skill as much as speed. No rules beyond reaching the finish line first. As the signal was given and the cars launched forward with a violent surge of power, Maya realised she had never actually seen Ronan drive at his full capability. What she witnessed now was a revelation, a preternatural connection between man and machine, reflexes that seemed to anticipate rather than react, decisions made at speeds that defied human limitations. For the first lap, the cars remained close, neither driver willing to show their full hand too early. By the second lap, Ronan had gained a slight advantage, his car taking corners with a precision that spoke of countless hours of practice and preparation. It was during the final lap that King made his move. As they approached a particularly narrow section, his car swerved deliberately into Ronan's path, metal screaming against metal, as the Challenger was forced toward a concrete barrier. Maya's heart stopped as Ronan's car fishtailed, tyres struggling for purchase on the uneven surface. For a moment, disaster seemed inevitable. Then, with a manoeuvre that defied physics, Ronan regained control, dropping back to avoid another collision. King's victory seemed assured as they entered the final stretch, his car pulling ahead with the advantage gained through his dangerous tactics. The finish line approached, the crowd's energy building to a crescendo. What happened next occurred so quickly that Maya would later struggle to piece it together. Ronan's car suddenly surged forward with impossible speed, drawing even with King's. As they approached the final turn, King once again swerved toward him, but this time Ronan was ready. His car dropped back just enough for King's manoeuvre to miss, causing King's vehicle to momentarily lose traction. It was all the opening Ronan needed. He slipped past on the inside line, crossing the finish seconds before King, whose car skidded to a stop amid a cloud of burning rubber and frustrated rage. The crowd erupted, money changing hands as the unexpected outcome was confirmed. Maya found herself moving forward without conscious decision, drawn toward Ronan as he emerged from his car, face flushed with victory. Their eyes met across the churning crowd, a moment of connection amid the chaos. Then King was there, his face contorted with fury as he confronted Ronan. "You cheated!" he spat, shoving Ronan hard enough to make him step back. "No way that piece of junk outran my car without illegal mods." "Maybe you're just not as good as you think you are," Ronan replied evenly, though Maya could see the tension in his posture. "I won fair. Time to pay up." "Like hell," King growled, signalling to the men who had accompanied him. They moved forward, surrounding Ronan in a tightening circle. Maya pushed through the crowd, fear propelling her toward the confrontation. This was escalating beyond a simple racing dispute. "We had a deal, King," Ronan said, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the gathered spectators. "The evidence for the race. I won. Hand it over." King's laugh was ugly. "Evidence? You think I'm stupid enough to bring incriminating material to a race? You'll get nothing from me except maybe a lesson in respect." One of King's men reached for something beneath his jacket, but before the situation could deteriorate further, a new sound cut through the night. Sirens, approaching fast from multiple directions. "Cops!" someone shouted, and the crowd scattered like mercury, bodies flowing toward pre-planned escape routes. Maya locked eyes with Ronan across the dispersing crowd, panic rising as she saw King's men closing in despite the approaching police. This wasn't just about escaping arrest. King had no intention of letting Ronan leave. "Ronan!" she called, fighting against the tide of fleeing bodies. He saw her, nodded once in acknowledgement, then turned to face King, who had drawn a knife from his boot. "Tonight ends this," King snarled, lunging forward. What followed was a blur of motion as Ronan dodged the attack, his movements fluid and practiced. But he was outnumbered, and as King's men joined the assault, Maya knew he couldn't last long. Without conscious thought, she found herself running towards the conflict, adrenaline overwhelming caution. She grabbed a discarded wrench from nearby, the heavy tool fitting naturally into her grip as she swung it in a wide arc, connecting with the arm of one of King's men as he reached for Ronan. The man howled in pain, stumbling back. Maya positioned herself beside Ronan, the wrench raised in warning. "This isn't your fight, counselor," Ronan said, his breathing laboured, a thin line of blood tracing his jawline. "Clearly it is," Maya replied, not taking her eyes off their attackers. King's laugh was incredulous. "A lawyer? Really, Hayes? You brought a lawyer to a knife fight?" The momentary distraction was all Ronan needed. He lunged forward, his fist connecting with King's jaw with a sickening crack. King stumbled, the knife clattering to the concrete. The wail of sirens was deafening now, blue and red lights washing over the scene as police vehicles converged on the complex. In the chaos, King's men retreated, dragging their dazed leader with them. "We need to go," Ronan said, grabbing Maya's hand. "Now!" They ran through the maze of buildings, the sound of pursuit echoing behind them. Maya's lungs burned, her legal career flashing before her eyes with each step. If she was caught here, there would be no explaining away her presence, no professional redemption. They reached the far side of the complex where a chain-link fence separated them from the adjacent property. Ronan boosted Maya up, her hands gripping the cold metal as she climbed. She dropped to the other side, ignoring the sting as gravel bit into her palms. Ronan followed, landing beside her with a grunt of pain. Only then did Maya notice the dark stain spreading across his side. "You're hurt," she said, reaching for him. "It's nothing," he insisted, though his pallor suggested otherwise. "We need to keep moving." They made it 3 blocks before Ronan stumbled, his breathing increasingly laboured. Maya supported him as they ducked into the shadow of an abandoned storefront, her hands coming away slick with blood when she examined his wound. "This is bad," she said, fear sharpening her voice. "You need a hospital." "Can't," Ronan gasped. "They report knife wounds to the police. I'll be arrested the moment they patch me up." "So what's the alternative, bleeding out in an alley?" Maya demanded, applying pressure to the wound. "I'm not watching you die for pride." Ronan's laugh was pained. "Not pride, the evidence. It wasn't at the race because King keeps it where he thinks it's safe, in his house." "And you know this how?" Maya asked, though she already suspected the answer. "I've been planning this for 2 years," Ronan reminded her. "Every detail, every contingency. I knew he wouldn't bring it to the race, win or lose. The race was just to get him out of the house." Understanding dawned. "You have someone breaking in while he's at the race?" Ronan nodded, wincing at the movement. "Vex. She should be finishing up right about now." As if summoned by the mention of her name, a motorcycle rounded the corner, its engine a muted purr as it pulled alongside them. Vex removed her helmet, her expression shifting from triumph to concern as she took in Ronan's condition. "Got it," she said, patting a backpack secured to her chest. "Everything we need to put King away for a long time. But we've got bigger problems now. You look like hell." "Feel worse," Ronan admitted. "What about the others?" "Scattered when the cops came. Most got away," Vex reported. "King and his crew were picked up 3 blocks from here. Apparently King was too busy bleeding to run very fast." Despite the pain, Ronan smiled. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Vex turned her attention to Maya, her gaze assessing. "You went back for him?" It wasn't a question, but Maya nodded anyway. "I couldn't just leave him." "Guess you're not what I expected, lawyer," Vex said, the words carrying a weight of reluctant approval. "Come on, I know a place." The place turned out to be a veterinary clinic in East Los Angeles, its lights dim but not dark. The veterinarian, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanour, asked no questions as she examined Ronan's wound. "Not as bad as it looks," she declared after a thorough cleaning. "Missed anything vital, but you've lost blood. You'll need rest, antibiotics, and no sudden movements for at least a week." As she stitched the wound, Maya stood by the window, watching the street for signs of pursuit. Her phone had been buzzing incessantly, calls from Wexler, from colleagues, all wondering where she was as the raid unfolded without her presence. "What happens now?" she asked Vex, who was organising the contents of the backpack on a countertop. "Now we use this," Vex replied, indicating the files, memory drives and photographs spread before her. Bank records, race-fixing documentation, evidence of the chop shop operation, even a video of King threatening a driver. It's everything we need. "And how exactly do you plan to use it?" Maya asked. "You can't just walk into a police station." "No," Vex agreed, her gaze direct. "But you can walk into a prosecutor's office." The proposal hung in the air, its implications clear. They had obtained this evidence illegally. Using it meant implicating herself in that illegality. It could end her career, her future, everything she had worked for. But it could also bring justice for Marcus and everyone else King had harmed. It could dismantle a criminal operation that the traditional justice system had failed to touch. "I need to think," Maya said, stepping outside for air that didn't smell of antiseptic and hard choices. The night was cool, stars visible despite the city's light pollution. Maya leaned against the brick wall, closing her eyes as she tried to centre herself amid the chaos of the past hours. The door opened behind her, and Ronan emerged, moving carefully but steadier than before. "You should be resting," Maya said without opening her eyes. "Never been good at following doctor's orders," Ronan replied, easing himself against the wall beside her. "Or any orders, really." They stood in silence for a moment, the events of the night settling between them like sediment. "I'm sorry," Ronan said finally, "for putting you in this position, for risking your career, your future." "I put myself here," Maya corrected him. "Every step was my choice." "Still," Ronan insisted, "this isn't what I wanted for either of us." Maya turned to look at him, really look at him, illuminated by the distant streetlight. Despite the wound, despite the exhaustion etched into his features, there was something unbreakable in his posture, a core of purpose that had drawn her to him from the beginning. "What did you want?" she asked softly. Ronan's smile was tinged with melancholy. "Justice for Marcus. Closure. Maybe redemption in some way." "And after," Maya pressed, "if you'd gotten the evidence without complications, without me involved, what then?" "I don't know," Ronan admitted. "I've been so focused on the goal that I never really thought about what comes after." The honesty was refreshing in its simplicity. No grand promises, no elaborate plans, just the acknowledgement of a future not yet defined. "That makes two of us," Maya said. "I've spent my entire adult life on a predetermined path. Every decision, every sacrifice, all aimed at a specific outcome. And now you're standing outside a veterinary clinic at 3 a.m. with a street racer, and evidence that could bring down a criminal empire," Ronan finished for her, a trace of his usual humour returning. "Not exactly the partnership track." Maya laughed despite herself, the sound surprisingly light in the heavy night. "Not exactly." Their hands found each other in the darkness, fingers intertwining with a familiarity that belied the brevity of their connection. For all the chaos, for all the danger, this simple contact felt like an anchor in a storm. "I can't ask you to risk everything for this," Ronan said, his grip tightening. "For me." "You're not asking," Maya replied, the decision crystallizing as she spoke. "I'm choosing. We got the evidence legally or not, but what we do with it now, that's where I can help. There are channels, procedures that could protect the source while still using the information." Ronan studied her face, hope and skepticism warring in his expression. "You really think you can make this work within the system?" "I think the system is imperfect," Maya said carefully, "but it's still the best tool we have for justice if used correctly, and I'm pretty good at using it correctly." The first hint of dawn was lightening the eastern sky, a new day emerging from the chaos of the night. Maya knew that with daylight would come consequences, explanations and hard choices, but for now, in this moment between worlds, she found a clarity she had been seeking her entire life. "What now?" Ronan asked, mirroring her thoughts. Maya smiled, squeezing his hand. "Now we live." The words were simple, but they contained multitudes. A recognition of the paths not taken, the rules not followed, the unexpected joy found in the spaces between structure and chaos. As they walked back into the clinic, toward Vex and the evidence and the complicated future awaiting them, Maya felt something she hadn't experienced since childhood. The exhilarating uncertainty of a life not planned to the minute. Whatever came next, justice for Marcus, professional consequences, the evolution of this unexpected connection between them, they would face it together, under the neon sky that had witnessed their collision of worlds.